times The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. V. Schwab. The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. V. Schwab. Tor, a Tom Doherty Associates book. New York. Begin reading. Table of contents. About the author. Copyright page. Thank you for buying this Tom Doherty Associates ebook. To receive special offers, bonus content, and info on new releases and other great reads, sign up for our newsletters or visit us online at usmacmillan.com newsletter sign up. For email updates on the author, click here. The author and publisher have provided this ebook to you without digital rights management, software, DRM, applied so that you can enjoy reading it on your personal devices. This ebook is for your personal use only. You may not print or post this ebook, or make this ebook publicly available in any way. You may not copy, reproduce, or upload this ebook other than to read it on one of your personal devices. Copyright infringement is against the law. If you believe the copy of this ebook you are reading infringes on the author as copyright, please notify the publisher at usmacmillanusa.com. Piracy. To Patricia, for never once forgetting. The old gods may be great, but they are neither kind nor merciful. They are fickle, unsteady as moonlight on water, or shadows in a storm. If you insist on calling them, take heed. Be careful what you ask for. Be willing to pay the price. And no matter how desperate or dire, never pray to the gods that answer after dark. Estelle Margrethe, 1645 bis 1719. Villon-sur-Sarthe, France. July 29th, 1714. A girl is running for her life. The summer air burns at her back, but there are no torches, no angry mobs, only the distant lanterns of the wedding party, the reddish glow of the sun as it breaks against the horizon, cracks and spills across the hills, and the girl runs, skirts tangling in the grass as she surges toward the woods, trying to beat the dying light. Voices carry on the wind, calling her name. Adeline? Adeline. Her shadow stretches out ahead, too long, its edges already blurring, and small white flowers tumble from her hair, littering the ground like stars. A constellation left in her wake, almost like the one across her cheeks. 7 freckles, one for every love she'd have. That's what Estelle had said when the girl was still young. One for every life she'd lead. One for every god watching over her. Now they mock her. Those 7 marks. Promises. Lies. She's had no loves. She's lived no lives. She's met no gods. And now she is out of time. But the girl doesn't slow, doesn't look back. She doesn't want to see the life that stands there, waiting, static as a drawing, solid as a tomb. Instead, she runs. Part 1. The Gods That Answer After. Dark. Title of piece. Revenir artist. Arlo Mirit. Date. 1721 to 22 a D medium, ash wood, marble location, on loan from the Musée d'Orsay description. A sculptural series of 5 wooden birds in various postures and stages of pre-flight, mounted on a narrow marble plinth. Background: a diligent autobiographer, Miret kept journals that provide insight into the artist's mind and process. Regarding the inspiration for Revenir, Miret attributed the idea to a figurine found on the streets of Paris in the winter of 1715. The wooden bird, found with a broken wing, is reputedly recreated as the 5th in the sequence, albeit intact, about to take flight. Estimated value: $175,000. 9. New York City, March 10th, 2014. The girl wakes up in someone else's bed. She lies there, perfectly still, tries to hold time, like a breath in her chest, as if she can keep the clock from ticking forward, keep the boy beside her from waking, keep the memory of their night alive through sheer force of will. She knows, of course, that she can't. Knows that he'll forget. They always do. It isn't his fault. It is never their faults. The boy is still asleep, and she watches the slow rise and fall of his shoulders, place where his dark hair curls against the nape of his neck, the scar along his ribs. Details long memorized. His name is Toby. Last night, she told him hers was Jess. She lied, but only because she can't say her real name. One of the vicious little details, tucked like nettles in the grass. Hidden barbs, designed to'd aim. What a person, if not the marks they leave behind? She has learned to step between the thorny weeds, but there are some cuts that cannot be avoided. A memory, a photograph, a name. In the last month, she has been Claire, Zoe, Michelle, but 2 nights ago, when she was Elle, and they were closing down a late-night cafe after one of his gigs, Toby said that. He was in love with a girl named Jess. He simply hadn't met her yet. So now, she is Jess. Toby begins to stir, and she feels the old familiar ache in her chest as he stretches, rolls toward her, but doesn't wake. Not yet. His face is now inches from her, his lips parted in sleep. Black curls shadowing his eyes, dark lashes against fair cheeks. Once, the darkness teased the girl as they strolled along the Seine, told her that she had a type, insinuating that most of the men she chose, and even a few of the women, looked an awful lot like him. The same dark hair, the same sharp eyes, the same etched features. But that wasn't fair. After all, the darkness only looked the way he did because of her. She'd given him that shape, chosen what to make of him, what to see. Don't you remember, she told him then, when you were nothing but shadow and smoke? Darling, he'd said in his soft, rich way, I was the night itself. Now it is morning, in another city, another century. The bright sunlight cutting through the curtains, and Toby shifts again, rising up through the surface of sleep. And the girl who was. Jess holds her breath again as she tries to imagine a version of this day where he wakes and sees her and remembers, where he smiles and strokes her cheek and says, "Good morning." But it won't happen like that, and she doesn't want to see the familiar vacant expression. Doesn't want to watch. The boy tries to fill in the gaps where memories of her should be. Witness as he pulls together his composure into practiced nonchalance. The girl has seen that performance often enough, knows the motions by heart. So instead, she slides from the bed and pads barefoot out into the living room. She catches her reflection in the hall mirror and notices what everyone notices. The 7 freckles scattered like a band of stars across her nose and cheeks. Her own private constellation. She leans forward and fogs the glass with her breath, draws her fingertip through the cloud as she tries to write her name. D, but she only gets as far as that before the letters dissolve. It's not the medium. No matter how she tries to say her name, no matter how she tries to tell her story, and she has tried, in pencil, in ink, in paint, in blood. Adeline, Addie LaRue. It is no use. The letters crumble or fade. The sounds die in her throat. Her fingers fall away from the glass, and she turns, surveying the living room. Toby is a musician, and the signs of his art are everywhere. In the instruments that lean against the walls, in the scribbled lines and notes scattered on tables, bars of half-remembered melodies mixed in with grocery lists and weekly to-dos. But here and there, another hand. The flowers he started keeping on the kitchen sill, though he can't remember when the habit started. The book on Rilke, he doesn't remember buying. The things that last, even when memories don't. Toby is a slow riser, so Addie makes herself tea. He doesn't drink it, but it's already there in his cupboard, a tin of loose Ceylon and a box of silk pouches, a relic of a late-night trip to the grocery store. A boy and a girl wandering the aisles, hand in hand, because they couldn't sleep, because she hadn't been willing to let the night end, wasn't ready to let go. She lifts the mug, inhales the scent as memories waft up to meet it. A park in London, a patio in Prague, a team room in Edinburgh, the past drawn like a silk sheet over the present. It's a cold morning in New York, the windows fogged with frost, so she pulls a blanket from the back of the couch and wraps it around her shoulders. A guitar case takes up one end of the sofa, and Toby's cat takes up the other, so she perches on the piano bench instead. The cat, also named Toby, so I can talk to myself without it being weird, he explained, looks at her as she blows on her tea. She wonders if the cat remembers. Her hands are warmer now, and she sets the mug on top of the piano and slides the cover up off the keys, stretches her fingers, and starts to play as softly as possible. In the bedroom, she can hear Toby the human stirring, and every inch of her, from skeleton to skin, tightens in dread. This is the hardest part. Addie could have left, should have left, slipped out when he was still asleep. Their morning was still an extension of their night, a moment trapped in amber. But it is too late now. So she closes her eyes and continues to play, keeps her head down as she hears his footsteps underneath the notes, keeps her fingers moving when she feels him in the doorway. He'll stand there, taking in the scene, trying to piece together the timeline of last night, how it could have gone astray, when he could have met A girl and then taken her home, if he could have had too much drink, why he doesn't remember any of it. But she knows that Toby won't interrupt her as long as she's playing. So she savors the music for several more seconds before forcing herself to trail off, look up, pretend she doesn't notice the confusion on his face. "Morning," she says, her voice cheerful and her accent, once country French, now so faint that she hardly hears it. "Ah, good morning," he says, running a hand through his loose black curls. And to his credit, Toby looks the way he always does, a little dazed and surprised to see a pretty girl sitting in his living room, wearing nothing but a pair of underwear and his favorite band t-shirt beneath the blanket. "Jess," she says, supplying the name he can't find, because it isn't there. "It's okay," she says. "If you don't remember." Toby blushes and nudges Toby the cat out of the way as he sinks onto the couch cushions. "I'm sorry. This isn't like me. I'm not that kind of guy." She smiles. "Not that kind of girl?" He smiles too then, and it's a line of light breaking the shadows of his face. He nods at the piano, and she wants him to say something like, "I didn't know you could play." But instead, Toby says, "You're really good," and she is. "It's amazing what you can learn when you have the time." "Thanks," she says, running her fingertips across the keys. Toby is restless now, escaping to the kitchen. "Coffee?" he asks, shuffling through the cupboards. "I found tea." She starts to play a different song. Nothing intricate, just a strain of notes, the beginnings of something. She finds the melody, takes it up, lets it slip between her fingers as Toby ducks back into the room, a steaming cup in his hands. "What was that?" he asks, eyes brightening in that way unique to artists, writers, painters, musicians, anyone prone to moments of inspiration. "It sounded familiar." A shrug. "You played it for me last night." It isn't a lie. Not exactly. He did play it for her after she showed him. "I did," he says, brow furrowing. He's already setting the coffee aside, reaching for a pencil and a notepad off the nearest table. "God, I must have been drunk." He shakes his head as he says it. Toby's never been one of those songwriters who prefer to work under the influence. "Do you remember more?" he asks, turning through the pad. She starts playing again, leading him through the notes. He doesn't know it, but he's been working on this song for weeks. Well, they have. Together. She smiles a little as she plays on. "This is the grass between the nettles. A safe place to step. She can't leave her own mark, but if she's careful, she can give the mark to someone else. Nothing concrete, of course, but inspiration rarely is." Toby's got the guitar up now, balanced on one knee, and he follows her lead, murmuring to himself that this is good, this is different, this is something. She stops playing, gets to her feet. "I should, The melody falls apart on the strings as Toby looks up. What? But I don't even know you. Exactly, she says, heading for the bedroom to collect her clothes. But I want to know you, Toby says, setting down the guitar and trailing her through the apartment. And this is the moment when none of it feels fair. The only time she feels the wave of frustration threatening to break. Because she has spent weeks getting to know him, and he has spent hours forgetting her. Slow down. She hates this part. She shouldn't have lingered, should have been out of sight as well as out of mind. But there's always that nagging hope that this time it will be different, that this time they will remember. I remember, says the darkness in her ear. She shakes her head, forcing the voice away. Where's the rush? Asks Toby. At least let me make you breakfast. But she's too tired to play the game again so soon. And so she lies instead, says there's something she has to do, and doesn't let herself stop moving. Because if she does, she knows she won't have the strength to start again. The cycle will spin on, the affair beginning in the morning instead of at night. But it won't be any easier when it ends. And if she has to start over, she'd rather be a meet cute at a bar than the unremembered aftermath of a one-night stand. It won't matter in a moment, anyways. Jess, wait, Toby says, catching her hand. He fumbles for the right words, and then gives up, starts again. I have a gig tonight at the Alloway. You should come. It's over on... She knows where it is, of course. That is where they met for the first time, and the 5th, and the 9th. And when she agrees to come, his smile is dazzling. It always is. Promise? He asks. Promise? I'll see you there, he says, the words full of hope as she turns and steps through the door. She looks back and says, Don't forget me in the meantime. An old habit, a superstition, a plea. Toby shakes his head. How could I? She smiles, as if it's just a joke. But Addie knows, as she forces herself down the stairs, that it's already happening. Knows that by the time he closes the door, she'll be gone. Zweit. March is such a fickle month. It is the seam between winter and spring. Though seam suggests an even hem, and March is more like a rough line of stitches sewn by an unsteady hand, swinging wildly between January gusts and June greens. You don't know what you'll find until you step outside. Estelle used to call these the restless days, when the warmer-blooded gods began to stir, and the cold ones began to settle, when dreamers were most prone to bad ideas, and wanderers were likely to get lost. Addie has always been predisposed to both. It makes sense, then, that she was born on the 10th of March, right along the ragged seam, though it has been so long since Addie felt like celebrating. For 23 years, she dreaded the marker of time, what it meant, that she was growing up, growing old. And then for centuries, a birthday was a rather useless thing, far less important than the night she signed away her soul. That date, a death, and a rebirth rolled into one. Still, it is her birthday, and a birthday deserves a gift. She pauses in front of a boutique, her reflection ghosted in the glass. In the broad window, a mannequin poses mid-stride, its head tilted ever so slightly to one side, as if listening to some private song. Its long torso is wrapped in a broad-striped sweater, a pair of oil-slick leggings vanishing into knee-high boots. One hand up, fingers hooked in the collar of the jacket that hangs over one shoulder. As Addie studies the mannequin, she finds herself mimicking the pose, shifting her stance, tilting her head. And maybe it's the day, or the promise of spring in the air, or maybe she's simply in the mood for something new. Inside, the boutique smells of unlit candles and unworn clothes, and Addie runs her fingers over cotton and silk before finding the striped knit sweater, which turns out to be cashmere. She throws it over one arm, along with the featured leggings. She knows her sizes. They haven't changed. Hi there. The cheerful clerk is a girl in her early 20s, like Addie herself, though one is real and aging, and the other is an image trapped in amber. Can I get a room started for you? Oh, that's okay, she says, plucking a pair of boots from a display. I've got everything I need. She follows the girl to the 3 curtained stalls at the rear of the shop. Just give me a shout if I can help, says the girl, turning away before the curtain swings shut, and Addie is alone with a pillowed bench and a full-length mirror, and herself. She kicks off her boots and shrugs out of her jacket, tossing it onto the seat. Change rattles in the pocket as it lands, and something tumbles out. It hits the floor with a dull clack and rolls across the narrow changing room, stopping only when it meets the baseboard. It is a ring, a small circle, carved of ash-gray wood. A familiar band, once loved, now loathsome. Addie stares at the thing a moment. Her fingers twitch, traitorous, but she doesn't reach for the ring, doesn't pick it, just turns her back on the small wooden circle and continues undressing. She pulls on the sweater, shimmies into the leggings, zips up the boots. The mannequin was thinner, taller, but Addie likes the way the outfit hangs on her. The warmth of the cashmere, the weight of the leggings, the soft embrace of the lining in the boots. She plucks the price tags off one by one, ignoring the zeros. Joyeux anniversaire, she thinks, meeting her reflection, inclining her head, as if she too hears some private song. The picture of a modern Manhattan woman, even if the face in the mirror is the same one she's had for centuries. Addie leaves her old clothes strewn like a shadow across the dressing room floor. The ring, a scorned child in the corner. The only thing she reclaims is the discarded jacket. It's soft, made of black leather and worn practically to silk, the kind of thing people pay a fortune for these days and call it vintage. It is the only thing Addie refused to leave behind and feed to the flames in New Orleans, though the smell of him clung to it like smoke, his stain forever on everything. She does not care. She loves the jacket. It was new then, but it is broken in now, shows its wear in all the ways she can't. It reminds her of Dorian Gray, time reflected in cowhide instead of human skin. Addie steps out of the little curtained booth. Across the boutique, the clerk startles, flustered at the sight of her. "Everything fit?" she asks, too polite to admit she doesn't remember letting someone into the back. "God bless customer service." Addie shakes her head ruefully. "Some days you're stuck with what you've got," she says, heading for the door. By the time the clerk finds the clothes, a ghost of a girl on the changing room floor, she won't remember whose they are, and Addie will be gone from sight and mind and memory. She tosses the jacket over her shoulder, one finger hooked in the collar, and steps out into the sun. Villon-sur-Sarthe, France. Summer 1698. Third, Adeline sits on a bench beside her father. Her father, who is to her a mystery, a solemn giant most at home inside his workshop. Beneath their feet, a pile of woodwares makes shapes like small bodies under a blanket. The cart wheels rattle as Maxime, the sturdy mare, draws them down the lane, away from home. Away, away. A word that makes her small heart race. Adeline is 7, the same as the number of freckles on her face. She is bright and small and quick as a sparrow, and has begged for months to go with him to market. Begged until her mother swore she would go mad, until her father finally said yes. He is a woodworker, her father, and 3 times a year he makes the trip along the Sarthe up to the city of Le Mans. And today she is with him. Today, for the first time, Adeline is leaving Villain. She looks back at her mother, arms crossed beside the old yew tree at the end of the lane, and then they round the bend, and her mother is gone. The village rolls past. Here the houses, and there the fields. Here the church, and there the trees. Here Monsieur Berger turning soil, and there Madame Therault hanging clothes. Her daughter, Isabel, sitting in the grass nearby, twining flowers into crowns, her tongue between her teeth in concentration. When Adeline told the girl about her trip, Isabel had only shrugged and said, "I like it here," as if you couldn't like one place and want to see another. Now she looks up at Adeline and waves as the cart goes by. They reach the edge of the village, the farthest she has ever gone before, and cart hits a divot in the road and shakes as if it too has crossed a threshold. Adeline holds her breath, expecting to feel some rope draw tight inside her, binding her to the town. But there is no tether, no lurch. The cart keeps moving, and Adeline feels a little wild and a little scared as she turns back to look at the shrinking picture of Villon, which was, until now, the sum of her world, and is now only a part, made smaller with the mare's every step, until the town seems like one of her father's figurines, small enough to nest within one calloused palm. It is a day's ride to Le Mans, the trek made easy with her mother's basket and her father's company, one's bread and cheese to fill her belly, and the other's easy laugh, and broad shoulders making shade for Adeline beneath the summer sun. At home he is a quiet man, committed to his work, but on the road he begins to open, to unfold, to speak. And when he speaks, It is to tell her stories. Those stories he gathered the way one gathers wood. Il était une fois, he will say, before sliding into stories of palaces, kings, of gold and glamour, of masquerade balls and cities full of splendor. Once upon a time, this is how the story starts. She will not remember the stories themselves, but she will recall the way he tells them. The words feel smooth as river stones, and she wonders if he tells these stories when he is alone, if he carries on, talking to Maxim in this easy, gentle way, wonders if he tells stories to the wood as he is working it. Oh, if they are just for her. Adeline wishes she could write them down. Later, her father will teach her letters. Her mother will have a fit when she finds out and accuse him of giving her another way to idle, waste the hours of the day. But Adeline will steal away into his workshop nonetheless, and he will let her sit and practice writing her own name in the fine dust that always seems to coat the workshop floor. But today, she can only listen. The countryside rolls past around them, a jostling portrait of a world she already knows. The fields are fields, just like her own, the trees arranged in roughly the same order. And when they do come upon a village, it is a watery reflection of villain, and Adeline begins to wonder if the world outside is as boring as her own. And then the walls of Le Mans come into sight. Stone ridges rising in the distance, a many-patterned spine along the hills. It is 100 times the size of Villain, or at least it is that grand in memory. Adeline holds her breath as they pass through the gates and into the protected city. Beyond, a maze of crowded streets. Her father guides the cart between houses squeezed tight as stones until the narrow road opens onto a square. There is a square back in Ville, of course, but it is little bigger than their yard. This is a giant space, the ground lost beneath so many feet and carts and stalls. And as her father guides Maxime to a stop, Adeline stands on the bench and marvels at the marketplace. The heady smell of bread and sugar on the air, and people, everywhere she looks. She has never seen so many of them, let alone ones she does not know. They are a sea of strangers, unfamiliar, faces in unfamiliar clothes, with unfamiliar voices calling unfamiliar words. It feels as if the doors of her world have been thrown wide. So many rooms added to a house she thought she knew. Her father leans against the cart and talks to anyone who passes by, and all the while his hands move over a block of wood, a small knife nested in one palm. He shaves at the surface with all the steady ease of someone peeling an apple, ribbons falling between his fingers. Adeline has always loved to watch him work, to see the figures take shape, if they were there all along, but hidden, like pits in the center of a peach. Her father's work is beautiful. The wood, smooth where his hands are rough, delicate where he is large, and mixed among the bowls and cups, tucked between the tools of his trade, are toys for sale, and wooden figures as small as rolls of bread, a horse, a boy, a house, a bird. Adeline grew up surrounded by such trinkets, but her favorite is neither animal nor man. It is a ring. She wears it on a leather cord around her neck, a delicate band, the wood ash gray and smooth as polished stone. He carved it when she was born, made for the girl she'd one day be, and Adeline wears it like a talisman, an amulet, a key. Her hand goes to it now and then, thumb running over the surface, the way her mother's runs over a rosary. She clings to it now, an anchor in the storm, as she perches on the back of the cart and watches everything. From this angle, she is almost tall enough to see the buildings beyond. She stretches up onto her toes, wondering how far they go, until a nearby horse jostles their cart as it goes past, and she nearly falls. Her father's hand closes around her arm, pulling her back into the safety of his reach. By the end of the day, the wooden wares are gone, and Adeline's father gives her a copper sol and says she may buy anything she likes. She goes from stall to stall, eyeing the pastries and the cakes, the hats and the dresses and the dolls, but in the end she settles on a journal, parchment bound with waxy thread. It is the blankness of the paper that excites her, the idea that she might fill the space with anything she likes. She could not afford the pencils to go with it, but her father uses a second coin to buy a bundle of small black sticks and explains that these are charcoal, shows her how to press the darkened chalk to the paper, smudge the line to turn hard edges into shadow. With a few quick strokes, he draws a bird in the corner of the page, and she spends the next hour copying the lines, far more interesting than the letters he's written beneath. Her father packs up the cart as the day gives way to dusk. They will stay the night in a local inn, and for the first time in her life, Adeline will sleep in a foreign bed and wake to foreign sounds and smells. And there will be a moment, as brief as a yawn, when she won't know where she is, and her heart will quicken, first with fear, and then with something else, something she does not have the words for yet. And by the time they return home to Villon, she will already be a different version of herself. A room with the windows all thrown wide, eager to let in the fresh air, the sunlight, the spring. Villon-sur-Sarthe, France. Fall 1703. There. It is a Catholic place, Villon. Certainly the part that shows. There is a church in the center of town, a solemn stone thing where everyone goes to save their souls. Adeline's mother and father kneel there twice a week, cross themselves, and say their blessings, and speak of God. Adeline is 12 now, so she does too. But she prays the way her father turns loaves of bread upright, the way her mother licks her thumb to collect stray flakes of salt, as a matter of habit, more automatic than faith. The church in town isn't new, and neither is God, but Adeline has come to think of him that way. Thanks to Estelle, who says the greatest danger in change is letting the new replace the old. Estelle, who belongs to everyone and no one and herself. Estelle, who grew like a tree at the heart of the village by the river, and has certainly never been young, who sprang up from the ground itself with gnarled hands and woody skin and roots deep enough to tap into her own hidden well. Estelle, who believes that the new God is a filigreed thing, She thinks that he belongs to cities and kings, and that he sits over Paris on a golden pillow and has no time for peasants, no place among the wood and stone and river water. Adeline's father thinks Estelle is mad. Her mother says that the woman is bound for hell, and once, when Adeline repeated as much, Estelle laughed, her dry leaf laugh, and said there was no such place, only the cool, dark soil and the promise of sleep. "And what of heaven?" asked Adeline. "Heaven is a nice spot in the shade, a broad tree over my bones." At 12, Adeline wonders which god she should pray to now, to make her father change his mind. He has loaded up his cart with wares, bound for Le Mans, has harnessed Maxime. But for the first time in 6 years, she is not going with him. He has promised to bring her a fresh pad of parchment, new tools with which to sketch. But they both know she would rather go and have no gifts, would rather see the world outside than have another pad to draw on. She is running out of subjects, has memorized the tired lines of the village and all the familiar faces in it. But this year, her mother has decided that it isn't right for her to go to market. It isn't fitting, even though Adeline knows she can still fit on that wooden bench beside her father. Her mother wishes she was more like Isabel Therault, sweet and kind and utterly incurious, content to keep her eyes down upon her knitting instead of looking up at clouds, instead of wondering what's around the bend over the hills. But Adeline does not know how to be like Isabel. She does not want to be like Isabel. She wants only to go to Le Mans, and once there, to watch the people and see the art all around, and taste the food, and discover things she hasn't heard of yet. "Please," she says, as her father climbs up into the cart. She should have stowed away among the woodworks, hidden safe beneath the tarp. But now it is too late, and when Adeline reaches for the wheel, her mother catches her by the wrist and pulls her back. "Enough," she says. Her father looks at them and then away. The cart sets out, and when Adeline tries to tear free and run after the cart, her mother's hand flashes out again, this time finding her cheek. Tears spring to her eyes, a vivid blush before the rising bruise, and her mother's voice, when it lands, is a second blow. "You are not a child anymore." And Adeline understands, and still does not understand at all, feels as if she's being punished for simply growing up. She is so angry, then, that she wants to run away, wants to fling her mother's needlework into the hearth, and break every half-made sculpture in her father's shop. Instead, she watches the cart round the bend and vanish between trees, with one hand clenched around her father's ring. Adeline waits for her mother to let her go and send her on to do her chores. And then she goes to find Estelle, who still worships the old gods. Adeline must have been 5 or 6 the first time she saw the woman drop her stone cup into the river. It was a pretty thing, with a pattern pressed like lace into its sides, and the old woman just let it fall, admiring the splash. Her eyes were closed, and her lips were moving. And when Adeline ambushed the old woman, she was already old, has always been old. On the path home, Estelle said she was praying to the gods. "What for?" "Marie's child isn't coming as it should," she said. I asked the river gods to make things flow smooth. They are good at that. But why did you give them your cup? Because, Addie, the gods are greedy. Addie, a pet name, one her mother scorned as boyish, a name her father favored, but only when they were alone, a name that rang like a bell in her bones, a name that suited her far more than Adeline. Now she finds Estelle in her garden, folded in among the wild vines of squash, the thorny spine of a blackberry bush, bent low as a warping branch. Addie, the old woman says her name without looking up. It is autumn, and the ground is littered with the stones of fruit that didn't ripen as it should. Addie nudges them with the toe of her shoe. How do talk to them? She asks. The old gods. Do you call them by name? Estelle straightens, joints cracking like dry sticks. If she's surprised by the question, it doesn't show. They have no names. Is there a spell? Estelle gives her a pointed look. Spells are for witches, and witches are too often burned. Then how do you pray? With gifts and praise. And even then, the old gods are fickle. They are not bound to answer. What do you do then? You carry on. She chews on the inside of her cheek. How many gods are there, Estelle? As many gods as you have questions, answers the old woman. But there is no scorn in her voice, and Addie knows to wait her out, to hold her breath, until she sees the telltale sign of Estelle's softening. It is like waiting at a neighbor's door after you've knocked, when you know they are home. She can hear the steps, the low rasp of the lock, and knows that it will give. Estelle sighs open. The old gods are everywhere, she says. They swim in the river, and grow in the field, and sing in the woods. They are in the sunlight, on the wheat, and under the saplings in spring, and in the vines that grow up the side of that stone church. They gather at the edges of the day, at dawn and at dusk. Adeline's eyes narrow. Will you teach me how to call on them? The old woman sighs, knowing that Addie LaRue is not only clever, but also stubborn. She begins wading through the garden to the house, and the girl follows, afraid that if Estelle reaches her front door before she answers, she might close it on this conversation. But Estelle looks back, eyes keen in her wrinkled face. There are rules. Adeline hates rules, but she knows that sometimes they are necessary. Like what? You must humble yourself before them. You must offer them a gift, something precious to you, and you must be careful what you ask for. Adeline considers. That all? Estelle's face darkens. The old gods may be great, but they are neither kind nor merciful. They are fickle, unsteady as moonlight on water, or shadows in a storm. If you insist on calling them, take heed, Be careful what you ask for. Be willing to pay the price. She leans over Adeline, casting her in shadow. And no matter how desperate or dire, never pray to the gods that answer after dark. 2 days later, when Adeline's father returns, he comes bearing a fresh pad of parchment and a bundle of black lead pencils bound with string, and the first thing she does is pick the best one and sink it down into the ground behind their garden and pray that next time her father leaves, she will be with him. But if the gods hear, they do not answer. She never goes to market again. Villon-sur-Sarthe, France, spring 1707. Fifth blink, and the years fall away like leaves. Adeline is 16 now, and everyone speaks of her as if she is a summer bloom, something to be plucked and propped within a vase, intended only to flower and then to rot. Like Isabel, who dreams of family instead of freedom, and seems content to briefly blossom and then wither. No, Adeline has decided she would rather be a tree, like Estelle. If she must grow roots, she would rather be left to flourish wild instead of pruned, would rather stand alone, allowed to grow beneath the open sky. Better that than firewood, cut down just to burn in someone else's hearth. She hefts the laundry on her hip and crests the rise, making her way down the weedy slope to the river. When she reaches the banks, she turns the basket out, dumping the soiled clothes into the grass. There, tucked like a secret between the skirts and aprons and undergarments, is the sketchbook. Not the first. She has gathered them year after year, careful to fill every inch of space to make the most of each blank page. But every one is like a taper burning on a moonless night, always running out too fast. It does not help that she keeps giving bits away. She kicks off her shoes and slumps back against the slope, her skirts pooling beneath her. She runs her fingers through the weedy grass and finds the fraying edge of the paper, one of her favorite drawings, folded into a square and driven down into the bank last week, just after dawn. A token, buried like a seed or a promise. An offering. Adeline still prays to the new God when she must, but when her parents are not looking, she prays to the old ones too. She can do both. Keep one tucked in her cheek like a cherry pit, while she whispers to the other. So far, none of them have answered. And yet, Adeline is sure that they are listening. When George Caron began to look at her a certain way last spring, she prayed for him to turn his gaze. And he began to notice Isabel instead. Isabel has since become his wife, and is now ripe with her first child, and worn with all the torments that come with it. When Arnaud Toul made his intentions clear last fall, Adeline prayed that he would find another girl. He did not, but that winter he took ill and died, and Adeline felt terrible. For her relief, even as she fed more trinkets to the stream, she has prayed, and someone must have heard, for she is still free. Free from courtship, free from marriage, free from everything except Villon, left alone to grow and dream. Adeline sits back on the slope, the sketchpad balanced on her knees. She pulls the drawstring pouch from her pocket, bits of charcoal and A few worn-down precious pencils, rattling like coins on market day. She used to bind a bit of cloth around the stems to keep her fingers clean, until her father fashioned narrow bands of wood around the blackened sticks and showed her how to hold a little knife, how to shave away the edges and trim the casing into points. And now the images are sharper, the edges contoured, the details fine. The pictures bloom like stains across the paper, landscapes of veal and everyone in it too. The lines of her mother's hair and her father's eyes and Estelle hands, and then there, tucked into the seams and edges of each page, Adeline's secret, her stranger. Every bit of unused space she fills with him. A face drawn so often, the gestures now feel effortless, the lines unfurling on their own. She can conjure him from memory, even though they have never met. He is, after all, only a figment of her mind, a companion crafted first from boredom and then from longing, a dream to keep her company. She doesn't remember when it started, only that one day she cast her gaze about the village and found every prospect wanting. Arnaud's eyes were pleasant, but he had no chin. Jacques was tall, but dull as dirt. George was strong, but his hands were rough, his moods rougher still. And so she stole the pieces she found pleasant and assembled someone new, a stranger. It began as a game, but the more Adeline draws him, the stronger the lines, the more confident the press of her charcoal. Black curls, pale eyes, strong jaw, sloping shoulders, and a Cupid's bow mouth. A man she'd never meet, a life she'd never know, a world she could only dream of. When she is restless, she returns to the drawings, tracing over the now familiar lines. And when she cannot sleep, she thinks of him, not the angle of his cheek or the shade of green she has conjured for his eyes, but his voice, his touch. She lies awake and imagines him beside her, his long fingers tracing absent patterns on her skin. As he does, he tells her stories, not the kind her father used to tell, of knights and kingdoms, princesses and thieves, not fairy tales and warnings of venturing outside the lines, but stories that feel like truths, renditions of the road, cities that sparkle, of the world beyond villain. And even though the words she puts in his mouth are surely full of errors, lies, her stranger's conjured voice makes them sound so wonderful, so real. If only you could see it, he says. I would give anything, she answers. One day, he promises. One day I'll show you. You'll see it all. The words ache, even as she thinks them. The game giving way to want, a thing too genuine, too dangerous. And so, even in her imagination, she guides the conversation back to safer roads. Tell me about tigers, Adeline says, having heard of the massive cats from Estelle, who heard of them from the mason, who was part of a caravan that included a woman who claimed to have seen one. Her stranger smiles and gestures with his tapered fingers and tells her of their silken fur, their teeth, their furious roars. On the slope, the laundry forgotten beside her, Adeline turns her wooden ring absently with one hand as she draws with the other, sketching out his eyes, his mouth, the line of his bare shoulders. She breathes life into him with every line, and with every stroke coaxes out another story. Tell me about dancing in Paris. Tell me about sailing across the sea. Tell me everything. There was no danger in it, no reproach. Not when she was young. All girls are prone to dreaming. She will grow out of it, her parents say. But instead, Adeline feels herself growing in, holding tighter to the stubborn hope of something more. The world should be getting larger. Instead, she feels it shrinking, tightening like chains around her limbs as the flat lines of her own body begin to curve out against it. And suddenly the charcoal beneath her nails is unbecoming, as is the idea that she would choose her own company over Arnaud's or George's, or any man who might have her. She is at odds with everything. She does not fit, an insult to her sex, a stubborn child in a woman's form, her head bowed and arms wrapped tight around her drawing pad as if it were a door. And when she does look up, her gaze always goes to the edge of town. A dreamer scorns her mother. A dreamer mourns her father. A dreamer warns Estelle. Still, it does not seem such a bad word until Adeline wakes up. New York City, March 10th, 2014. Stay. There is a rhythm to moving through the world alone. You discover what you can and cannot live without, the simple necessities and small joys that define a life. Not food, not shelter, not the basic things a body needs. Those are, for her, a luxury. But the things that keep you sane, that bring you joy, that make life bearable. Addie thinks of her father and his carvings, the way he peeled away the bark, whittled down the wood beneath to find the shapes that lived inside. Michelangelo called it the angel in the marble, though she'd not known that as a child. Her father had called it the secret in the wood. He knew how to reduce a thing, sliver by sliver, piece by piece, until he found its essence, knew too when he'd gone too far. One stroke too many, and the wood went from delicate to brittle in his hands. Addie has had 300 years to practice her father's art, to whittle herself down to a few essential truths, to learn the things she cannot do without. And this is what she's settled on. She can go without food. She will not wither. She can go without heat. The colds will not kill her. But a life without art, without wonder, without beautiful things, she would go mad. She has gone mad. What she needs are stories. Stories are a way to preserve oneself, to be remembered, and to forget. Stories come in so many forms, in charcoal and in song, in paintings, poems, films, and books. Books, she has found, are a way to live 1,000 lives, or to find strength in a very long one. 2 blocks up Flatbush, she sees the familiar green folding table on the sidewalk, covered in paperbacks, and Fred hunched in his rickety chair behind it, red nose buried in M is for malice. The old man explained to her once. Back when he was on K is for killer. How he was determined to get through Grafton's entire alphabet series before he dies. She hopes he makes it. He has a nagging cough, and sitting out here in the cold doesn't help. But here he is, whenever Addie comes by. Fred doesn't smile or make small talk. What Addie knows of him she has pried out word by word over the last 2 years. The progress slow and halting. She knows he is a widower who lives upstairs. Knows the books belonged to his wife, Candace. Knows that when she died, he packed up all her books and brought them down to sell. And it's like letting her go in pieces. Selling off his grief. Addie knows that he sits down here because he's afraid of dying in his apartment, of not being found, not being missed. I keel over out here, he says. At least someone will notice. He is a gruff old man, but Addie likes him, sees the sadness in his anger, the guardedness of grief. Addie suspects he doesn't really want the books to sell. He doesn't price them, hasn't read more than a few. And sometimes his mood is so coarse, his tone so cold, he actually scares the customers away. Still, they come, and still, they buy. But every time the selection seems to thin, a new box appears. The contents are unpacked to fill the gaps. And in the last few weeks, Addie has once more begun to spot new releases among the old fresh covers and unbroken spines in with the battered paperbacks. She wonders if he is buying them, or if other people have begun donating to his strange collection. Addie slows now, her fingers dancing over the spines. The selection is always a medley of discordant notes. Thrillers, biographies, romance, battered mass markets, mostly, interrupted by a few glossy hardcovers. She has stopped to study them 100 times. But today, she simply tips the book on the end into her hand, the gesture light and swift as a magician's, a piece of legerdemain, practice long given way to perfect. Addie tucks the book under her arm and keeps walking. The old man never looks up. New York City, March 10th, 2014. 7th. The market sits like a cluster of old wives at the edge of the park. Long thin from winter, the number of white-capped stalls is finally beginning to swell again. Drops of color dotting the mourned square where new produce springs up between the root vegetables, meat and bread, and other staples resistant to the cold. Addie weaves between the people, heading to the little white tent nestled by the front gates of Prospect. Rise and Shine is a coffee and pastry stall run by a pair of sisters that remind Addie, Estella, if the old woman had been 2 instead of 1, divided along the lines of temper, if she had been kinder, softer, or perhaps if she had simply lived another life, another time. The sisters are here year-round, come snow or sun, a small constant in an ever-changing city. "Hey, sugar," says Mel, all broad shoulders and wild curls, and the kind of sweetness that makes strangers feel like family. Addie loves that, the easy warmth, wants to nestle into it like a well-worn sweater. "What can we get for you?" asks Maggie, older, leaner, laugh lines around her eyes, belying the idea she rarely smiles. Addie orders a large coffee and 2 muffins, 1 blueberry and the other chocolate chip, and then hands over a crumpled 10 that she'd found on Toby's coffee table. She could steal something from the market, of course, but she likes this little stand and the 2 women who run it. "God dime?" asks Maggie. Addie digs the change from her pocket, coming up with a few quarters, a nickel, and there it is again, warm among the cold metal coins. Her fingers graze the wooden ring, and she clenches her teeth at the feel of it, like a nagging thought impossible to shed. Sifting through the coins, Addie is careful not to touch the wooden band again as she searches her change, resists the urge to fling the ring into the weeds, knows it will not make a difference if she does. It will always find its way back. The darkness whispers in her ear, arms wrapped like a scarf around her throat. "I am always with you." Addie plucks out a dime and pockets the rest. Maggie hands back $4. "Where are you from, doll?" asks Mel, noticing the faintest edge of an accent in the corners of Addie's voice, reduced these days to the vanishing end of an S, the slight softening of a T. It has been so long, and yet she cannot seem to let it go. "Here and there," she says. "But I was born in France." "Oh, la la," says Mel in her flat Brooklyn drawl. "Here you go, sunshine," says Maggie, passing her a bag of pastries and a tall cup. Addie curls her fingers around the paper, relishing the heat on her cold palms. The coffee is strong and dark, and when she takes a sip, she feels the warmth all the way down, and she is back in Paris again, in Istanbul, in Naples, a mouth full of memory. She starts toward the park gates. "Au revoir," calls Mel, landing hard on every letter, and Addie smiles into the steam. The air is crisp inside the park. The sun is out, fighting for warmth, but the shade still belongs to winter. So Addie follows the light, sinking onto a grassy slope beneath the cloudless sky. She sits the blueberry muffin on top of the paper bag and sips her coffee, examining the book she borrowed from Fred's table. She hadn't bothered to look at what she was taking, but now her heart sinks a little at the sight of the paperback, the cover soft with wear, the title in German. Kinder und Hausmarken, it reads, by Bruder Grimm. Grimm's fairy tales. Her German is rusty, kept in the back of her mind, in a corner she hasn't used much since the war. Now she dusts it off, knows that beneath the layer of grime she will find the space intact, undisturbed. The boon of memory. She turns through the fragile old pages, eyes tripping over the words. Once upon a time, she loved this kind of story, when she was still a child, and the world was small, and she dreamed of open doors. But Addie knows too well now, knows that these stories are full of foolish humans doing foolish things. Warning, tales of gods and monsters and greedy mortals who want too much and then fail to understand what they've lost until the price is paid and it's too late to claim it back. A voice rises like smoke inside her chest. Never pray to the gods who answer after dark. Addie tosses the book aside and slumps back into the grass, closing her eyes as she tries to savor the sun. Villon-sur-Sarthe, France. July 29th, 1714. 8th, Adeline had wanted to be a tree, to grow wild and deep, belong to no one but the ground beneath her feet and the sky above, just like Estelle. It would be an unconventional life, and perhaps a little lonely, but at least it would be hers. She would belong to no one but herself. But here is the danger of a place like Villon. Blink, and a year is gone. Blink, and 5 more follow. It is like a gap between stones, this village, just wide enough for things to get lost. The kind of place where time slips and blurs, where a month, a year, a life can go missing, where everyone is born and buried in the same 10-meter plot. Adeline was going to be a tree. But then came Roger and his wife, Pauline, grown up together, and then married, and then gone, in the time it took for her to lace up a pair of boots. A hard pregnancy, a ruinous birth, 2 deaths instead of 1 new life. 3 small children left behind where there should have been 4. The earth still fresh over a grave, and Roger looking for another wife, a mother for his children. A second life at the cost of Adeline's one and only. Of course, she said no. Adeline is 23, already too old to wed. 23, a third of a life already buried. 23, and then gifted like a prize so to a man she does not love or want or even know. She said no, and learned how much the word was worth. Learned that, like Estelle, she had promised herself to the village, and the village had a need. Her mother said it was duty. Her father said it was mercy, though Adeline doesn't know for whom. Estelle said nothing, because she knew it wasn't fair. Knew this was the risk of being a woman, of giving yourself to a place instead of a person. Adeline was going to be a tree, and instead, people have come brandishing an axe. They have given her away. She lies awake the night before the wedding and thinks of freedom, of fleeing, of stealing away on her father's horse, even as she knows the thought is madness. She feels mad enough to do it. Instead, she prays. She has been praying, of course, since the day of her betrothal, given half her possessions to the river and buried the other half in the field, or at the slope of dirt and brush where the village meets, the woods, and now she is almost out of time and out of tokens. She lies there in the dark, twists the old wooden ring on its leather cord, and considers going out and praying again now in the dead of night. But Adeline remembers Estelle's fearsome warning about the ones who might answer. So instead, she clenches her hands together and prays to her mother's God instead. Prays for help, for a miracle, for a way out. And then, in the darkest part of night, she prays for Roger's death, anything for her escape. She feels guilty at once, sucks it back into her chest, like an expelled breath, and waits. Day breaks like an egg yolk, spilling yellow light across the field. Adeline slips out of the house before dawn, having never slept at all. Now she winds her way through the wild grass beyond the vegetable garden. Skirts wicking up the dew, she lets herself sink with the weight of them, her favorite drawing pencil clutched in one hand. Adeline does not want to give it up, but she is running out of time and out of tokens. She presses the pencil point down into the damp soil of the field. "Help me," she whispers to the grass, its edges limned with light. "I know you are there. I know you are listening. Please, please." But the grass is only grass, and the wind is only wind, and neither answers, even when she presses her forehead to the ground and sobs. There is nothing wrong with Roger, but there is nothing right either. His skin is waxy, his blonde hair thinning, his voice like a wisp of wind. When his hand lays itself upon her arm, the grip is weak, and when he inclines his head toward hers, his breath is stale. And Adeline? She is a vegetable left too long in the garden, its skin gone stiff, its insides woody, gone to ground by choice, only to be dug up and made into a meal. "I do not want to marry him," she says, fingers tangled in the weedy earth. Adeline calls her mother as if she is one of the livestock gone astray. She drags herself up, empty with anger and grief, and when she goes inside, her mother sees only the dirt caking her hands and orders her daughter to the basin. Adeline scrubs the soil from beneath her nails, bristles biting her fingers as her mother scolds. "What will your husband think?" Husband, a word like a millstone, all weight and no warmth. Her mother tuts. "You will not be so restless once you have children to tend." Adeline thinks again of Isabel. 2 small boys clinging to her skirts, a third in a basket by the hearth. They used to dream together, but she has aged 10 years in 2, it seems. She is always tired, and there are hollows in her face, where once her cheeks were red from laughter. "It will be good for you," says her mother, "to be somebody's wife." The day passes like a sentence. The sun falls like a scythe. Adeline can almost hear the whistle of the blade as her mother braids her hair into a crown, weaves flowers in the place of jewels. Her dress is simple and light, but it might as well be made of mail for how it weighs on her. She wants to scream. Instead, she reaches up and grips the wooden ring around her neck, as if for balance. "You must take that off before the ceremony," instructs her mother, and Adeline nods, even as her fingers tighten around it. Her father comes in from the barn, dusted with wood shavings and smelling of sap. He coughs, a faint rattle like loose seeds inside his chest. It has been there for a year, that cough, but he will not let them talk of it. "You are almost ready?" he asks. What a foolish question. Her mother talks about the wedding dinner, as if it has already come and gone. Adeline looks out the window at the sinking sun and doesn't listen to the words, but she can hear the light in her mother's voice, the vindication in it. Even in her father's eyes, there is a measure of relief. Their daughter tried to carve her own road, but now things are being set right. A wayward life dragged back on course, propelled down its proper path. The house is too warm, the air heavy and still, and Adeline cannot breathe. Finally, the church bell tolls, the same low tone it calls at funerals, and she forces herself to her feet. Her father touches her arm. His face is sorry, but his grip is firm. "You will come to love your husband," he says. But the words are clearly more wish than promise. "You will be a good wife," says her mother, and hers are more command than wish. And then Estelle appears in the doorway, dressed as if she is in mourning. Why shouldn't she be? This woman who taught her of wild dreams and willful gods, who filled Adeline's head with thoughts of freedom, blew on the embers of hope, and let her believe a life could be her own. The light has gone watery and thin behind Estella's gray head. There is still time, Adeline tells herself, but it is fleeting, faster now with every breath. Time. How often has she heard it described as sand within a glass, steady, constant, but is a lie, because she can feel it quicken, crashing toward her. Panic beats a drum inside her chest, and outside, the path is a single, dark line, stretched straight and narrow toward the village square. On the other side, the church stands waiting, pale and stiff as a tombstone, and she knows that if she walks in, she will not come out. Her future will rush by the same as her past, only worse, because there will be no freedom, only a marriage, bed and a deathbed, and perhaps a childbed between. And when she dies, it will be as though she never lived. There will be no Paris, no green-eyed lover, no trips on boats to faraway lands, no foreign skies, no life beyond this village, no life at all, unless... Adeline pulls free of her father's grip, drags to a stop on the path. Her mother turns to look at her, as if she might run, which is exactly what she wants to do, but knows she can't. "I made a gift for my husband," says Adeline, mind spinning. "I've left it in a house." Her mother softens, approving. Her father stiffens, suspicious. Estelle's eyes narrow, knowing. "I'll just fetch it," she continues, already turning back. "I'll go with you," says her father, and her heart lurches and her fingers twitch, but it is Estelle who reaches out to stop him. "Jean," she says in that sly way, "Adeline cannot be your daughter and his wife. She is a woman grown, not a child to be minded." He finds his daughter's eyes and says, "Be quick." Adeline has already taken flight, back up the path and past the door, into the house and through, to the other side, to the open window and the field and the distant line of trees. The woods standing sentinel at the eastern edge of the village, opposite the sun. The woods already cloaked in shadow, though she knows there is still light, still time. Adeline calls her father, but she doesn't look back. Instead, she climbs through the window, wood snagging on the wedding dress as she stumbles out and runs. Adeline, Adeline. The voices call out after her, but they stretch thinner with every step, and soon she is across the field and into the woods, breaking the line of trees as she sinks to her knees in the dense summer dirt. She clutches the wooden ring, feels the loss of it, even before she tugs the leather cord over her head. Adeline does not want to sacrifice it, but she has used up all her tokens, given every gift she could spare back to the earth, and none of the gods have answered. Now this is all she has left, and the light is thin, and the village is calling, and she is desperate to escape. "Please," she whispers, her voice breaking over the word as she plunges the band down into the mossy earth. "I will do anything." The trees murmur overhead, and then go still, as if they too are waiting. And Adeline prays to every god in the villain woods, to anyone and anything who will listen. This cannot be her life. This cannot be all there is. "Answer me," she pleads, as the damp seeps into her wedding dress. She squeezes her eyes shut and strains to hear, but the only sound is her own voice on the wind and her name, echoing in her ears like a heartbeat. "Adeline, Adeline, Adeline." She bows her head against the soil and grips the dark earth and screams, "Answer me." The silence is mocking. She has lived here all her life and never heard the woods this quiet. Cold settles over her, and she doesn't know if it's coming from the forest or from her own bones, giving up the last of their fight. Her eyes are still shut tight, and perhaps that is why she doesn't notice that the sun has slipped behind the village at her back, that dusk has given way to dark. Adeline keeps praying and doesn't notice at all. Villon-sur-Sarthe, France, July 29th, 1714. 9th, the sound, when it comes, is a low rumble, deep and distant as thunder. Laughter, Adeline thinks, opening her eyes and noticing, finally, how the light has faded. She looks up, but sees nothing. "Hello?" The laughter draws itself into a voice somewhere behind her. "You need not kneel," it says. "Let us see you on your feet." She scrambles up and turns, but she is met only by darkness, surrounded by it, a moonless night after the summer sun has fled. And Adeline knows, then, that she has made a mistake, that this is one of the gods she was warned against. Adeline, Adeline, call the voices from the town, as faint and far away as the wind. She squints into the shadows between the trees, but there is no shape, no god to be found, only that voice, close as a breath against her cheek. "Adeline, Adeline," it says, mocking. "They are calling for you." She turns again, finding nothing but deep shadow. "Show yourself," she orders, her own voice sharp and brittle as a stick. Something brushes her shoulder, grazes her wrist, drapes itself around her like a lover. The line swallows. "What are you?" The shadow's touch withdraws. "What am I?" it asks, an edge of humor in that velvet tone. That depends on what you believe. The voice splits, doubles, rattling through tree limbs and snaking over moss, folding over on itself until it is everywhere. So tell me, tell me, tell me, it echoes. Am I the devil, or the dark, dark, dark? Am I a monster, or a god, god, or the shadows in the woods begin to pull together, drawn like storm clouds. But when they settle, the edges are no longer wisps of smoke, but hard lines, the shape of a man, made firm by the light of the village lanterns at his back. Or am I this? The voice spills from a perfect pair of lips, a shadow revealing emerald eyes that dance below, black brows, black hair that curls across his forehead, framing a face Adeline knows too well, one that she has conjured up 1,000 times, in pencil and charcoal and dream. It, the stranger, her stranger. She knows it is a trick, a shadow parading as a man, but the sight of him still robs her breath. The darkness looks down at his shape, seeing himself as if for the first time, and seems to approve. Ah, so the girl believes in something after all. Those green eyes lift. Well now, he says, you have called, and I have come. Never pray to the gods that answer after dark. Adeline knows. She knows. But this is the only one who answered. The only one who would help. Are you prepared to pay? Pay. The price. The ring. Adeline drops to her knees, scours the ground until she finds the leather cord, and frees her father's ring from the soil. She holds it out to the god, its pale wood now stained with dirt, and he draws closer. He may look like flesh and blood, but he still moves like shadow. A single step, and he is there, filling her vision, folding one hand around the ring and resting the other on Adeline's cheek. His thumb brushes the freckle beneath her eye, the edge of her stars. My dear, says the darkness, taking the ring, I do not deal in trinkets. The wooden band crumbles in his hand and falls away, nothing more than smoke. A strangled sound escapes her lips. It hurt enough to lose the ring, hurts more to see it wiped from the world like a smudge on skin. But if the ring is not enough, then what? Please, she says, I will give anything. The shadow's other hand still rests against her cheek. You assume I want anything, he says, lifting her chin. But I take only one coin. He leans closer still, green eyes impossibly bright, his voice soft as silk. The deals I make for souls. Adeline's heart lurches in her chest. In her mind, she sees her mother on her knees in church, speaking of God and heaven, hears her father talking, telling stories of wishes and riddles. She thinks of Estelle, who believes in nothing but a tree over her bones. Who would say that a soul is nothing more than a seed returned to soil, though she's the one who warned against the dark? Adeline, says the darkness, her name sliding like moss between his teeth. I am here. Now tell me why. She has waited so long to be met, to be answered, to be asked, that at first the words all fail her. I do not want to marry. She feels small when she says it. Her whole life feels small, and she sees that judgment reflected in the god's gaze, as if to say, is that all? And no, it is more than that. Of course, it is more. I do not want to belong to someone else, she says with sudden vehemence. The words are a door flung wide, and now the rest pour out of her. I do not want to belong to anyone but myself. I want to be free, free to live, and to find my own way, to love, or to be alone. But at least it is my choice, and I am so tired of not having choices, so scared of the years rushing past beneath my feet. I do not want to die as I've lived, which is no life at all. The shadow cuts her off, impatient. What use is it to tell me what you do not want? His hand slides through her hair, comes to rest against the back of her neck, drawing her close. Tell me instead what you want most. She looks up. I want a chance to live. I want to be free. She thinks of the years slipping by. Blink, and half your life is gone. I want more time. He considers her, those green eyes changing shade, now spring grass, now summer leaf. How long? Her mind spins. 50 years? 100. Every number feels too small. Ah, says the darkness, reading her silence. You do not know. Again, the green eyes shift, darken. You ask for time without limit. You want freedom without rule. You want to be untethered. You want to live exactly as you please. Yes, says Adeline, breathless with want. But the shadow's expression sours. His hand drops from her skin, and then he is no longer there, but leaning against a tree, several strides away. I decline, he says. Adeline draws back, as if struck. What? She has come this far, has given everything she has. She made her choice. She cannot go back to that world, that life, that present and past, without a future. You cannot decline. One dark brow lifts, but there is no amusement in that face. I am not some genie, bound to your whim. He pushes off the tree, nor am I some petty forest spirit, content with granting favors for mortal trinkets. I am stronger than your god, and older than your devil. I am the darkness between stars and roots beneath the earth. I am promise and potential, and when it comes to playing games, I divine the rules, I set the pieces, and I choose when to play. And tonight, I say no. Adeline? Dulline? Beyond the edge of the woods, the village lights are closer now. There are torches in the field. They are coming for her. The shadow looks over his shoulder. Go home, Adeline, back to your small life. Why, she pleads, grabbing his arm, why do you refuse me? He brushes his hand along her cheek, the gesture soft and warm as hearth smoke. I am not in the business of charity. You ask for too much. How many years until you're sated? How many? Until I get my due. No, I make deals with endings, and yours has none. She will come back to this moment 1,000 times, in frustration and regret, in sorrow and self-pity and unbridled rage. She will come to face the fact that she cursed herself before he ever did. But here and now, all she can see is the flickering torchlight of villain and the green eyes of the stranger she once dreamed of loving, and the chance to escape slipping away with his touch. You want an ending, she says. Then take my life when I am done with it. You can have my soul when I don't want it anymore. The shadow tips his head, suddenly intrigued. A smile, just like the smile in her drawings, askance and full of secrets, crosses his mouth. Then he pulls her to him, a lover's embrace. He is smoke and skin, air and bone. And when his mouth presses against hers, the first thing she tastes is the turning of the seasons, the moment when dusk gives way to night. And his kiss deepens. His teeth skim her bottom lip, and there is pain in the pleasure, followed by the copper taste of blood on her tongue. Done, whispers the god against her lips, and the world goes black, and she is falling. Villon-sur-Sarthe, France, July 29th, 1714. 10th, Adeline shivers. She looks down and sees that she is in on a bed of wet leaves. A second ago she was falling, for only a second, barely the length it takes to draw a breath, but time, it seems, has skipped ahead. The stranger is gone, and so are the last dregs of light. The summer sky, where it shows through the canopied trees, is smoothed to a velvet black, marked only by a low hanging moon. Adeline rises, studying her hands, looking past the dirt for some sign of transformation. But she feels unchanged, a little dizzy, perhaps, as if she stood too quickly, or drunk too much. Wine on an empty stomach. But after a moment, even that unsteadiness has passed, and she's left feeling as if the world has tipped, but not fallen, leaned, and then rebalanced, settled back into the same old groove. She licks her lips, expecting to taste blood, but the mark left by the stranger's teeth is gone, swept away with every other trace of him. How does one know if a spell has worked? She asked for time. For life, will she have to wait a year, or 3, or 5, to see if age leaves any mark, or take up a knife and cut into her skin, to see if and how it heals? But no, she had asked for life, not a life unscathed, and if Adeline is being honest, she is afraid to test it, afraid to find her skin still too yielding, afraid to learn that the shadow's promise was a dream, or worse, a lie. But she knows one thing, whether or not the deal was real. She will not heed the ringing church bells, will not marry Roger. She will defy her family. She will leave Villon, if she must. She knows she will do whatever it takes now, because she was willing in the dark. And one way or another, From this moment forward, her life will be her own. The thought is thrilling, terrifying, but thrilling as she leaves the forest. She is halfway across the field before she realizes how quiet the village is. How dark. The festive lanterns have been put out. The bells have stopped ringing. There are no voices calling her name. Adeline makes her way home, the dull dread growing a little sharper with every step. By the time she gets there, her mind is buzzing with worry. The front door hangs open, spilling light onto the path, and she can hear her mother humming in the kitchen, her father chopping wood around the side of the house. A normal night, made wrong by the fact it was not meant to be a normal night. "Mama," she says, stepping inside. A plate shatters to the floor, and her mother yelps, not in pain, but surprise, her face contorted. "What are you doing here?" she demands. And here is the anger Addie expected. Here is the dismay. "I'm sorry," she starts. "I know you must be mad, but I couldn't." "Who are you?" The words are a hiss, and she realizes then that fearsome look on her mother's face is not the anger of a mother scorned, but that of a woman scared. "Maman." Her mother cringes away from the very word. "Get out, of my house." But Adeline crosses the room, grabs her by the shoulders. "Don't be absurd. It's me." She is about to say, "Adeline." Indeed, she tries. 3 syllables should not be such a mountain to climb. But she is breathless by the end of the first, unable to manage the second. The air turns to stone inside her throat, and she is left stifled, silent. She tries again, this time attempting Addie, then at last their family name, LaRue, but it is no use. The words meet an impasse between her mind and tongue. And yet, the second she draws breath to say another word, any other word, it is there, lungs filled and throat loose. "Let go," pleads her mother. "What's this?" demands a voice, low and deep, the voice that soothed Adeline on sick nights, that told her stories as she sat on the floor of his shop. Her father stands in the doorway, his arms full of wood. "Papa," she says, and he draws back, as if the word were sharp. "The woman is mad," sobs her mother, "or cursed." "I am your daughter," she says again. Her father grimaces. "We have no child." Those words, a duller knife, a deeper cut. "No," says Adeline, shaking her head at the absurdity. "She is 23, has lived every day and every night beneath this roof. You know me. How can they not?" The resemblance between them has always been so keen. Her father's eyes, her mother's chin, one's brow and the other's lips, each piece clearly copied from its source. They see it too, they must. But to them, it is only proof of devilry. Her mother crosses herself, and her father's hands close around her, and she wants to sink into the strength of his embrace. But there is not warmth in it as he drags her to the door. "No," she begs. Her mother is crying now, one hand to her mouth and the other clutching. the wooden cross around her neck, as she calls her own daughter a demon, a monster, a demented thing, and her father says nothing, only grips her arm tighter as he pulls her from the house. "Be gone," he says, the words half pleading. Sadness sweeps across his face, but not the kind that comes with knowing. No, it is the sadness reserved for lost things. A storm-torn tree, a horse made lame, a carving split one stroke before it's done. "Please," she begs. "Papa." His face hardens as he forces her out into the dark and slams the door. The bolt scrapes. "Home," Adeline stumbles back, shaking with shock and horror. And then she turns and runs. Estelle. The name begins as a prayer, soft and private, and grows to a shout as Adeline nears the woman's cottage. Estelle. A lamp is lit within, and by the time she reaches the edge of the light, the old woman stands in the open doorway, waiting for her caller. "Are you a stranger or a spirit?" Estelle asks warily. "I am neither," says Adeline, though she knows how she must look. Her dress tattered, her hair wild, streaming, words like witchcraft on the step. "I am flesh and blood and human, and I have known you all my life. You make charms in the shape of children to keep them well in winter. You think peaches are the sweetest fruit, and that church walls are too thick for prayers to get through. And you want to be buried not beneath a stone, but in a patch of shade under a large tree." Something flashes across the old woman's face, and Adeline holds her breath, hoping it is recognition. But is too brief. "You are a clever spirit," says Estelle, "but you will not cross this hearth." "I am not a spirit," shouts Adeline, storming into the light of the old woman's door. "You taught me about the old gods and all the ways to summon them, but I made a mistake. They wouldn't answer, and the sun was going down so fast." She wraps her arms tight around her ribs, unable to stop shaking. "I prayed too late, and something answered, and now everything is wrong." "Foolish girl," chides Estelle, sounding like herself, sounding as if she knows her. "What do I do? How I fix it?" But the old woman only shakes her head. "The darkness plays its own game," she says. "It makes its own rules," she says. "And you have lost." And with that, Estelle draws back into her house. "Wait," calls Adeline as the old woman shuts the door. The bolt drives home. Adeline hurls herself against the wood, sobbing until her legs give way, and she sinks to her knees on the cold stone step, one fist still pounding against the wood. And then, suddenly, the bolt draws back, the door swings open, and Estelle stands over her. "What is this?" she asks, surveying the girl folded on her steps. The old woman looks at her as if they've never met. The moments before, erased by an instant and a closed door. Her wrinkled gaze flicks over the stained wedding dress, the wild hair, the dirt under her nails. But there's no knowing in her face, only a guarded curiosity. Are you a spirit or a stranger? Adeline squeezes her eyes shut. What is happening? Her name is still a rock lodged deep, and when she was a spirit, she was banished. So she swallows hard and answers, a stranger. Tears begin to slide down Adeline's face. Please, she manages. I have nowhere to go. The old woman looks at her for a long moment and then nods. Wait here, she says, slipping back into the house, and Adeline will never know what Estella was going to do then, because the door swings shut and stays shut, and she is left kneeling on the ground, trembling more from shock than cold. She doesn't know how long she sits there, but her legs are stiff when she forces them to bear her weight. She rises and walks past the old woman's house to the line of trees beyond, past their sentinel's edge into the crowded dark. Show off, she calls out, but there is only the ruffle of feathers, the crackle of leaves, the ripple of a forest disturbed in sleep. She conjures his face, those green eyes, those black curls, tries to will the darkness into shape again, but moments pass, and she is still alone. I do not want to belong to anyone. Adeline walks deeper into the forest. This is a wilder stretch of wood, the floor a nest of bramble and brush. It claws at her bare legs, but she doesn't stop. Not until the trees have closed around her, their branches blotting out the moon overhead. I call on you, she screams. I am not, genie, bound to your whim. A low limb, half buried by the forest floor, rises just enough to catch her feet, and she goes down hard, knees hitting ragged earth and hands tearing through weedy soil. Please, I will give anything. The tears come then, sudden and heaving. Fool, fool, fool. She pounds her fists against the ground. This is a vile trick, she thinks, a horrid dream, but it will pass. That is the nature of dreams. They do not last. Wake up, she whispers into the dark. Wake up. Adeline curls into the forest floor, closes her eyes, and sees her mother. Tear-stained cheeks, her father's hollow sadness, Estella's weary gaze. She sees the darkness, smiling, hears his voice as he whispers that single binding word. Done. New York City, March 10th, 2014. 11th. A frisbee lands in the grass nearby. Addie hears the rumble of running feet and opens her eyes in time to see giant black nose rushing at her face. Before the dog covers her in wet kisses, she laughs and sits up, runs her fingers through thick fur, catching the dog by his collar before he can get a hold of the paper bag with the second muffin. Hello, you, she says, as, across the park, someone calls out an apology. She flings the frisbee back in their direction, and the dog is off again. Addie shivers, suddenly wide awake and cold. That's the trouble with March. The warmth never lasts. There's narrow stretch when it parades as spring, just enough for you to thaw if you're sitting in the sun but then it's gone. The sun has moved on. The shadows have swept in. Addie shivers again and pushes up from the grass, brushing off her leggings. She should have stolen warmer pants. Shoving the paper bag in her pocket, Addie tucks Fred's book under her arm and abandons the park, heading east, down Union, and up toward the waterfront. Halfway there, she stops at the sound of a violin, the notes picked out like ripened fruit. On the sidewalk, a woman perches on a stool, the instrument tucked beneath her chin. The melody is sweet and slow, drawing Addie back to Marseille, to Budapest, to Dublin. A handful of people gather to listen, and when the song ends, the sidewalk fills with soft applause and passing bodies. Addie digs the last change out of her pocket and drops it into the open case and carries on, lighter and fuller. When she reaches the theater in Cobble Hill, she checks the posted timetable, then pushes open the door, quickening her pace as she crosses the crowded lobby. "Hey," Addie says, flagging down a teen boy with a broom. "I think I left my purse in Theater 3? Lying is easy, so long as you choose the right words." He waves her on without looking up, and she ducks beneath the velvet ticket taker, the rope, and into the darkened hall, the urgency falling away with every step. Muted thunder rolls beneath the doors of an action film. Music seeps into the hall from a romantic comedy. The highs and lows of voices and scores. She ambles down the corridor, studying the coming soon posters and the ticker tapes announcing the showings above each door. She's seen them all a dozen times, but she doesn't care. The credits must be rolling on number 5, because the doors swing open, and a stream of people spill out into the corridor. Addie ducks past them, into the emptying room, and finds an overturned bucket of popcorn in the second row. Golden pebbles littering the sticky floor. She scoops it up and marches back to the lobby, and the concession stand waits in line behind a trio of preteen girls before reaching the counter and the boy behind it. She runs a hand through her hair, mussing it slightly, and blows out her breath. "I'm sorry," she says. "Some little boy kicked over my popcorn." She shakes her head. And so does he, a mimic, echoing her exasperation. "Is there any way you could charge me the refill cost instead of—" She is already reaching in her pocket, as if to pull out a wallet. But the boy takes the bucket. "Don't worry about it," he says, glancing around. "I've got you." Addie beams. "You're a star," she says, meeting his eyes. And the boy blushes fiercely and stammers that it's really no problem at all, even as he scans the lobby for a superior. He dumps out the rest of the spilled popcorn and fills it fresh, passing it like a secret back across the counter. "Enjoy your show." Of all the inventions Addie has seen ushered into the world, steam-powered trains, electric lights, photography and phones and airplanes and computers, movies might just be her favorite one. Books are wonderful, portable, lasting. But sitting there, in the darkened theater, the wide screen filling her vision, the world falls away and for a few short hours she is someone else, plunged into romance and intrigue and comedy and adventure. All of it complete with 4K picture and stereo sound. A quiet heaviness fills her chest when the credits roll. For a while, she was weightless. But now she returns to herself, sinking until her feet are back on the ground. By the time Addie gets out of the theater, it is almost 6, and the sun is going down. She winds her way back through the tree-lined streets, past the park, the market now shuttered, and the stalls already gone, and toward the rusted green table at the other edge. Fred is still sitting there, in his chair, reading M. The pattern of spines on the table has shifted a little. An empty space here, where a book has sold. A new rise there, where another has been added. The light is getting low, and soon he'll have to go in, pack up the boxes, and carry them one by one back into the house and up the 2 floors to his 1-bedroom. Addie has offered many times to help, but Fred insists on doing it himself. Another echo of Estelle, stubborn as stale bread. Addie crouches down beside the table and rises with the borrowed book in hand, as if it had simply fallen off the end. She sets it back, careful not to upset the stack. And Fred must be at a good spot in the story, because he grunts without ever looking up at her, or the book, or the paper bag she sets on top, the one with the chocolate chip muffin inside. It's the only kind he likes. Candace always gave him hell for his sweet tooth, he told Addie one morning. Said it would kill him. But life's a bitch with a crooked sense of humor. 'Cause she's gone, and he's still eating shit, his words, not hers. The temperature is falling, and Addie tucks her hands in her pockets and wishes Fred a good night before continuing down the block, her back to the low sun and her shadow long ahead. It's dark by the time Addie gets to the alleyway, one of those places that seems to relish its status as a dive bar, a reputation tarnished by the fact it's become a favorite among headliners who want that Brooklyn feel. A handful of people mill around on the curb, smoking, chatting, waiting for friends, and Addie lingers among them a moment. She bums a cigarette, just to have something to do, resisting the easy draw of the door for as long as she can. That tipping sense of the familiar déjà vu. She knows this road, knows where it leads. Inside, the alleyway is shaped like a bottle of whiskey. The narrow stem, the entry, the dark wooden bar, widening to a room of tables and chairs. She takes a seat at the counter. The man on her left buys her a drink, and she lets him. "Let me guess," says the man. "A rose?" And she thinks of ordering whiskey just to see the surprise on his face. But that was never her drink. She's always gone for sweet. "Champagne," he orders, and they make small talk until he gets a call and steps away, promising to be right back. She knows he won't, is grateful for it, as she sips her drink and waits for Toby to go on stage. He takes a seat, one knee up to steady his guitar, and flashes that bashful smile, almost apologetic. He hasn't learned yet how to take up space, but she's sure he will. He looks out at the small crowd before he starts to play, and Addie closes her eyes and lets herself vanish into the music. He plays a few covers, one of his own folk tunes. Then this. The first chords float through the alleyway, and Addie is back in his place. She is sitting at the piano, coaxing out notes, and he is there, beside her, fingers folded over hers. It is coming together now, words wrapped over melody. It is becoming his. It is like a tree taking root. He will remember, on his own, not her, of course, not her, but this. Their song. It ends, the music replaced by applause, and Toby sidles up to the bar, orders a Jack and Coke because they'll give it to him for free. And somewhere between the first sip and the third, he sees her and smiles, and for an instant, Addie thinks, hopes, even now that he remembers something, because he looks at her as if he knows her. But the truth is simply that he wants to. Attraction can look an awful lot like recognition in the wrong light. Sorry, Toby says, head ducking the way it does whenever he's embarrassed. The way it did that morning when he found her in his living room. Someone brushes Addie's shoulder as they reach past her for the bar door. She blinks, and the dream falls away. She has not gone in. She is still standing on the street, the cigarette burned away to nothing between her fingers. A man holds open the door. You coming in? Addie shakes her head and forces herself to step back, away from the door and the bar and the boy about to take the stage. Not tonight, she says. The rise isn't worth the fall. New York City, March 10th, 2014. 12. Night settles over Addie as she crosses the Brooklyn Bridge. The promise of spring has retreated like a tide, replaced again by a damp winter chill, and she pulls her jacket close, breath fogging as she starts the long stretch up the length of Manhattan. It would be easy enough to take the subway, but Addie has never liked being underground, where the air is close and stale, the tunnels too much like tombs, being trapped, buried alive. These are the things that scare you when you cannot die. Besides, she doesn't mind walking, knows the strength of her own limbs, relishes the kind of tired she used to dread. Still, it's late, and her cheeks are numb, her legs weary by the time she reaches the Baxter on 56th. A man in a trim gray coat holds the door, and her skin tingles at the sudden flush of central heat as she steps into the Baxter's marble lobby. She is already dreaming of a hot shower and a soft bed, already moving toward the open elevator, when the man behind the desk rises from his seat. "Good evening," he says. "Can I help you?" "I'm here to—" "James," she says, without slowing. 23rd floor. The man frowns. He isn't in. "Even better," she says, stepping into the elevator. "Ma'am," he calls, starting after her. "You can't just—" But the doors are already closing. He knows he will not make it, is already turning back toward the desk, reaching for the phone to call security. And that is the last thing she sees before the doors slide shut between them. Perhaps he will get the phone to his ear, even begin to dial before the thought slips from his mind, and then he will look down at the receiver in his hand and wonder what he was thinking. apologize profusely to the voice on the line before sinking back into his seat. The apartment belongs to James St. Clair. They had met at a coffee shop downtown a couple months ago. The seats were all taken when he came over. Wisps of blonde escaping the hem of a winter hat, glasses fogging from the cold. That day, Addie was Rebecca. And before he'd even introduced himself, James had asked if he could share her table, saw that she was reading Colette's Sherry, and managed a few lines of broken, blushing French. He sat, and soon easy smiles gave way to easy conversation. Funny how some people take an age to warm, and others simply walk into every room as if it's home. James was like that, instantly likable. When he asked, she said that she was a poet. An easy lie, as no one ever asked for proof, and he told her he was between jobs. And she nursed her coffee for as long as she could. But eventually her cup was empty, and so was his, and new customers were circling, buzzard, like in search of chairs. But when he began to rise, she'd felt that old, familiar sadness. And then James asked if she liked ice cream. And even though it was January, the ground outside slicked with ice and paving salt, Addie said she did. And this time when they stood together. Now she types the 6-digit code into the keypad on his door and steps inside. The lights come on, revealing pale wood floors and clean marble counters, lush curtains and furniture that still looks unused, a high-backed chair, a cream sofa, a table neatly stacked with books. She unzips her boots, steps out of them beside the door, and pads barefoot through the apartment, tossing her jacket over the arm of a chair. In the kitchen, she pours herself a glass of Merlot, finds a block of Gruyere in a fridge drawer, and a box of gourmet crackers in the cupboard, carries her makeshift picnic into the living room, the city unfolding beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. Addie sifts through his records, puts on a pressing of Billie Holiday, and retreats to the cream sofa, knees tucked up beneath her as she eats. She would love a place like this, a place of her own, a bed molded to her body, a wardrobe full of clothes, a home decorated with markers of the life she's lived, the material evidence of memory. But she cannot seem to hold on to anything for long. Not as though she hasn't tried. Over the years, she's collected books, hoarded art, hidden fine dresses away in chests, and locked them there. But no matter what she does, things always go missing. They vanish, one by one, or all at once, stolen by some strange circumstance, or simply time. Only in New Orleans did she have a home, and even that was not hers, but theirs, and it is gone. The only thing she cannot seem to rid herself of is the ring. There was a time when she couldn't bear to part with it again, a time when she mourned its loss, a time when her heart soared to hold it, so many decades later. Now she cannot stand the sight of it. It is an unwelcome weight in her pocket, an unwanted reminder of another loss. And every time her fingers skim the wood, she feels the darkness kissing her knuckle as he slides the band back on. See? Now we are even. Addie shudders, upsetting her glass, and drops of red wine splash over the rim, landing like blood on the cream sofa. She does not curse, does not spring to her feet to fetch club soda and a towel. She simply watches as the stain soaks in and through and disappears, as if it was never there, as if she was never there. Addie rises and goes to run herself a bath, soaks away the city grime. With scented oil, scrubs herself clean with $100 soap. When everything slips through your fingers, you learn to savor the feel of nice things against your palm. She settles back into the tub and sighs, breathing in a mist of lavender and mint. They went for ice cream that day. She and James ate it inside the shop, heads bowed together as they stole toppings from each other's cups. His hat sat discarded on the table, his blonde curls on full display. He was striking, yes. But it still took her a while to notice the looks. Addie was used to passing glances. Her features are sharp, but feminine. Her eyes bright above the constellation of freckles on her cheeks. A kind of timeless beauty, she's been told. But this was different. Heads were turning, gazes lingered, and when she wondered why, he looked at her with such cheerful surprise and confessed that he was, in fact, an actor in a show that was currently quite popular. He blushed when he said it, looked away, then back to study her face, as if braced for some fundamental change. But Addie has never seen his work, and even if she had, she is not one to blush at fame. She has lived too long and known too many artists. And even still, or perhaps more to the point, Addie prefers the ones who aren't yet finished, the ones still looking for their shape. And so James and Addie carried on. She teased him about his loafers, his sweater, his wireframe glasses. He told her he was born in the wrong decade. She told him she was born in the wrong century. He laughed, and she didn't. But there was something old-fashioned in his manner. Only 26, but when he talked, he had the easy cadence, the slow precision of a man who knew the weight of his own voice, belonged to the class of young men who dressed like their fathers, the charade of those too eager to grow old. Hollywood had seen it too. He kept getting cast in period pieces. "I've got a face for sepia," he joked. Addie smiled. "Better than a face for radio." It was a lovely face, but there was something wrong. The too steady smile of a man with a secret. They made it through the ice cream before he came undone. That easy joy of his flickered and went out, and he dropped the plastic, spoon down into the cup, and closed his eyes, and said, "I'm sorry." "What for?" she asked. And he flung himself back in his seat and ran his fingers through his hair. To the strangers on the street, it might have looked like such a careless gesture, a feline stretch, but she could see the anguish in his face as he said it. "You are so beautiful and kind and fun." But she pressed, sensing the turn. "I'm gay," the word like a hitch in his throat, as he explained that there was so much pressure, that he hated the gaze of the media and all its demands, that people were beginning to whisper, to wonder and he wasn't ready for them to know. Addie realized then that they were on a stage, propped before the plate glass windows of the ice cream shop for everyone to see, and James was still apologizing, saying that he shouldn't have flirted, shouldn't have used her in this way. But she wasn't really listening. His blue eyes went somewhat glassy as he spoke, and she wondered if this was what he called on when the script ordered tears. If this was the place he went. Addie has secrets, too, of course, though she cannot help but keep them. Still, she knows what it's like to have a truth erased. I understand, he was saying, if you want to go. But Addie didn't stand up, didn't reach for her coat. She simply leaned in and stole a blueberry from the edge of his bowl. I don't know about you, she said lightly, but I'm having a lovely day. James let out a shaky breath, blinking away tears, and smiled. So am I, he said, and things were better after that. It is so much easier to share a secret than to keep one. And when they stepped outside, again, hand in hand, they were conspirators, made giddy by their private knowledge. She was not worried about being noticed, being seen, knew that if there were photos, they would never turn out. There were photos, but her face was always conveniently in motion or obscured, and she remained a mystery, girl in the tabloids for the next week, until the headlines inevitably moved on to juicier fare. They had come back here, to his apartment at the Baxter, for a drink. His tables were covered in a flurry of books and papers, all relating to the Second World War. He was preparing for a role, he told her, reading every first-hand account he could find. He showed them to her, these printed reproductions, and Addie said that she'd been fascinated by the war. She knew a few stories, told them as if they were someone else's, a stranger's experience instead of her own. James listened, folded into the corner of the cream sofa, his eyes pressed shut, and a glass of whiskey balanced on his chest as she spoke. They fell asleep side by side in the king-sized bed, in the shadow of each other's warmth. And the next morning, Addie woke before dawn and slipped away, sparing them both the discomfort of a goodbye. She has the sense that they would have been friends if he'd remembered. She tries not to think about that. She swears sometimes her memory runs forward as well as back, unspooling to show the roads she'll never get to travel. But that way lies madness, and she has learned not to follow. Now she is back here, but he is not. Addie wraps herself in one of James's plush terry robes and throws open the French doors, stepping out onto the bedroom balcony. The wind is up, the cold stinging the soles of her bare feet. The city sprawls around her like a low night sky, full of artificial stars, and she shoves her hands into the pockets of the robe and feels it, resting on the bottom of the empty fold. A small circle of smooth wood. She sighs, closes her hand around the ring, and draws it out, leans her elbows on the balcony, and forces herself to look at the band in her open palm, to study it, as if she has not already memorized every warp and whorl. She traces the curve with her free hand, resists the urge to slip the band onto her finger. She has thought of it, of course, in darker moments, tired moments, but she will be the one to break. She tips her hand and lets the ring fall over the edge of the balcony. Down, down, into the dark. Back inside, Addie pours herself another glass of wine and climbs into the magnificent bed, folds herself beneath the down duvet and between the Egyptian sheets, and wishes she'd gone into the alleyway. Wishes that she sat at the bar and waited for Toby, with his messy curls and shy smile. Toby, who smells of honey and plays bodies like instruments and takes up so much space in bed. Villon-sur-Sarthe, France, July 30th, 1714. 13. A hand shakes Adeline awake. For a moment, she's out of place, out of time. Sleep clings to her edges, and with it, the dream. It must have been a dream. Prayers made to silent gods, of deals made in the dark, of being forgotten. Her imagination has always been a vivid thing. Wake up, says a voice. One she has known all her life. The hand again, firm on her shoulder, and she blinks away the last of sleep to find the wooden planks of a barn ceiling, straw pricking her skin, and Isabel kneeling beside her, blonde hair braided into a crown, brows drawn tight with worry. Her face has waned a little with every child, each birth stealing a little more of her life. Get up, you fool. That is what Isabel should say, the chiding softened by the kindness in her voice. But her lips are pursed with worry, her forehead furrowed with concern. She has always frowned like that, fully, with her whole face. But when Adeline reaches out to press one thumb into the space between the other girl's brows, to smooth away the worry, the way she has 1,000 times before, Isabel draws back, away from the touch of a stranger. Not a dream, then. Mathieu, Isabel calls over her shoulder, and Adeline sees her oldest son standing in the barn's open doorway, clutching a pail. Go and get a blanket. The boy vanishes into the sun. Who are you? Asks Isabel. And Adeline starts to answer, forgetting that the name won't come. It lodges in her throat. What happened to you? Presses Isabel. Are you lost? Adeline nods. Where did you come from? Here. Isabel's frown deepens. Villon? But that's not possible. We would have met. I've lived here all my life. So have I, she murmurs. And Isabel must see the truth as a delusion, because she shakes her head as if clearing away a thought. That boy, she mutters. Where has he gone? She turns her gaze fully back to Adeline. Can you stand? Arm in arm, they walk into the yard. Adeline is filthy, but Isabel doesn't let go, and her throat tightens at the simple kindness, the warmth of the other girl's touch. Isabel treats her like a wild thing, her voice soft, her motions slow as she leads Adeline to the house. Are you hurt? Yes, she thinks, but she knows Isabel is speaking of scrapes and cuts and simple wounds, and of those she is less certain. She looks down at herself. In the darkness, the worst was hidden. In the light of morning, it's on display. Adeline's dress, spoiled, her slippers ruined, her skin painted with the forest floor. She felt the scratch and tear of brambles in the woods last night, but she can find no angry welts, no cuts, no signs of blood. "No?" she says softly, as they step inside the house. There is no sign of Mathieu or Henri, their second child. Just the baby, Sarah, sleeping in a basket by the hearth. Isabel sits Adeline in a chair across from the infant and sets a pot of water over the fire. "You're being so kind," Adeline whispers. "I was a stranger, and you welcomed me," says Isabel. "It a Bible verse." She brings a basin to the table, along with a cloth. Kneeling at Adeline's feet, she coaxes the dirty slippers off, sets them by the hearth, then takes Adeline, his hands, and begins to clean the forest floor from her fingers, the soil from beneath her nails. As she works, Isabel peppers her with questions, and Adeline tries to answer, really does. But her name is still a shape she cannot say, and when she speaks of her life in the village, of the shadow in the woods, of the deal she made, words make it across her lips, but stop before they reach the other girl's ears. Isabel's face goes blank, her gaze flat, and when Adeline finally trails off, she gives her head a quick shake, as if throwing off a daydream. "Sorry," says her oldest friend, with an apologetic smile. "What were you saying?" She will learn in time that she can lie, and the words will flow like wine, easily poured, easily swallowed. But the truth will always stop at the end of her tongue. Her story silenced for all but herself. A mug is pressed into Adeline's hands as the infant begins to fuss. "It is an hour's ride to the nearest village," Isabel says, lifting the swaddled child. "Did you walk all this way?" "You must have." She is speaking to Adeline, of course, but her voice is soft, sweet, her attention on Sarah, breathing into the soft down of the baby's hair, and Adeline must admit, her friend was seemingly made to be a mother, too content to even notice the attention. "What will we do with you?" she coos. Footsteps sound on the path outside, heavy and booted, and Isabel straightens a little, patting the infant's back. "That will be my husband, George." Adeline knows George well, had kissed him once when they were 6, back when kisses were traded like pieces in a game. But now her heart flutters with panic, and she is already on her feet, the cup clattering to the table. It is not George she fears. It is the doorway. And what happens when Isabel is on the other side? She catches Isabel's arm, her grip sudden and tight, and for the first time, fear flits across the other woman's face. But then she steadies and pats Adeline's hand. "Don't worry," she says. "I'll talk to him. It will all be well." And before Adeline can refuse, the infant is pressed into her arms, and Isabel is out of reach. "Wait, please." Fear beats inside her chest. But Isabel is gone. The door stays open, voices rising and falling in the yard beyond, the words themselves reduced to wind song. The infant murmurs in her arms, and she sways a little, trying to soothe the child and herself. The baby quiets, and she's just returning her to the basket when she hears a short gasp. Get away from her. It is Isabel, her voice high and tight with panic. Who let you in? All the Christian kindness erased in an instant by a mother's fear. You did, says Adeline, and she has to fight the urge to laugh. There is no humor in the moment, only madness. Isabel stares in horror. You're lying, she says, surging forward, halted only by her husband's hand upon her shoulder. He has seen Adeline too, marked her as a different kind of wild thing, a wolf inside their house. I meant no harm, she says. Then go, orders George. And what else can she do? She abandons the baby, leaves behind the mug of broth, the basin on the table, and her oldest friend. She hurries out into the yard and glances back, sees Isabel press her daughter to her chest. Before George blocks the doorway, axe in hand, as if she is a tree to fell, a shadow set upon their house. And then he too is gone, and the door is shut and bolted. Adeline stands on the path, uncertain what to do, where to go. There are grooves in her mind, worn smooth and deep. Her legs have carried her to and from this place too many times. Her body knows the way. Go down this road and take a left, and there is her own house, which is not her home anymore, even though her feet are already moving toward it. Her feet. Adeline shakes her head. She left her slippers by Isabel's hearth to dry. A pair of George's boots lean against the wall beside the door, and she takes them and begins to walk, not to the house she grew up in, but back to the river where her prayers began. The day is already warm, the air edged with heat as she drops the boots onto the bank and steps out into the shallow stream. Her breath catches with the cold as the river laps up around her calves, kisses the backs of her knees. She looks down, seeking out her warped reflection, and half expects not to find it there, to see only the sky behind her head. But she is still there, distorted by the stream. Hair once braided, now wild, sharp eyes wide, 7 freckles like flecks of paint across her skin, a face drawn in fear and anger. Why didn't you answer? She hisses to the sunlight on the stream, but the river only laughs in its soft, slippery way, the burble of water over stone. She wrestles with the laces of her wedding dress, peels the soiled thing away, plunges it down into the water. The current drags at the fabric, and her fingers long to let go, to let the river claim this last vestige of her life. But she has too little now to give up more. Adeline plunges herself in, too, freeing the last flowers from her hair, rinsing the woods from her skin. She comes up feeling cold and brittle and new. The sun is high, the day hot, and she lays the dress out in the grass to dry, sinks onto the slope beside it in her shift. They sit side by side in silence, one a ghost of the other, and she realizes, looking down, that this is all she has. Dress, a slip, a pair of stolen shoes. Restless, she takes up a stick and begins to draw absent patterns in the silt along the bank. but every stroke she makes dissolves. The change too quick to be the river's doing. She draws a line, watches it begin to wash away before she even finishes the mark. Tries to write her name, but her hand stills, pinned under the same rock that held her tongue. She carves a deeper line, gouges out the sand, but it makes no difference. Soon that groove is gone too, and an angry sob escapes her throat as she casts the stick away. Tears prick her eyes as she hears the shuffle of small feet, blinks to find a round-faced boy standing over her. Isabel's 4-year-old son. Addie used to swing him in her arms, spin until they both were dizzy and laughing. "Hello," says the boy. "Hello," she says, her voice a little shaky. "Hon," calls the boy's mother, and in a moment Isabel is there, on the rise, a basket of washing on her hip. She sees Adeline sitting in the grass, holds out a hand not for her friend, but for her son. "Come here," she orders, those blue eyes lingering on Adeline. "Who are you?" asks Isabel, and she feels as if she's at the edge of a steep hill, the ground plunging away beneath her feet, her balance tipping forward as the dreaded descent begins again. "Are you lost? Déjà vu, des su, des vécu, already seen, already known, already lived. They have been here before, walked this road, or something like it, and so Adeline now knows where to put her feet, knows what to say, which words will draw out kindness, knows that if she asks in the right way, Isabel will take her home and wrap a blanket around her shoulders and offer her a cup of broth, and it will work until it doesn't. "No," she says, "I'm just passing through." It is the wrong thing to say, and Isabel's expression hardens. It is not fitting for a woman to travel alone, and certainly not in such a state. "I know," she says. "I had more, but I was robbed." Isabel blanches. "By who?" "A stranger in the woods," she says, and it is not a lie. "Are you hurt?" Yes, she thinks, grievously, but she forces herself to shake her head and answer, "I will live." She has no choice. The other woman sets the washing down. "Wait here," says Isabel, the kind and generous Isabel again. "I will come right back." She swings her young son up in her arms and turns back toward her house. And the moment she is out of sight, Adeline gathers her dress, still damp at the hem, and pulls it on. Isabel will, of course, forget again. She'll get halfway to her house before she slows and wonders why she started back without her clothes. She'll blame her tired mind, addled from 3 children, the infant's distemper, and return to the river. And this time, there will be no woman sitting on the banks, no dress spread in the sun, only a stick, abandoned in the grass, a canvas of silt laid smooth. Adeline has drawn her family house 100 times. Memorized the angle of the roof, the texture of the door, the shadow of her father's workshop, and the limbs of the old yew tree that sits like a sentinel at the edge of the yard. That is where she's standing now, tucked behind the trunk, watching Maxime graze beside the barn, watching her mother hang linens out to dry, watching her father whittle down a block of wood. And as Adeline watches, she realizes she cannot stay, or rather she could find a way to skip from house to house, like stones skating across the river. But she will not, because when she thinks of it, she feels neither like the river nor the stone, but like a hand as it tires of throwing. There is Estelle closing her door. There is Isabel, one moment kind, and the next filled with horror. Later, much later, Addie will make a game of these cycles. We'll see how long she can step from perch to perch before she falls. But right now, the pain is too fresh, too sharp, and she cannot fathom going through those motions, cannot weather the weary look on her father's face, the rebuke in Estelle's eyes. Addie LaRue cannot be a stranger here. To these people she has always known. It hurts too much, watching them forget her. Her mother slips back inside the house, and Adeline abandons the shelter of the tree and starts across the yard, not for the front door, but for her father's shop. There is a single shuttered window, an unlit lamp, the only light a stripe of sun spilling through the open door. But that is enough to see by. She knows the contours of this place by heart. The air smells like sap, earthy and sweet. The floor is covered in shavings and dust, and every surface holds the bounty of her father's work. A wooden horse, modeled from Maxime, of course, but here no bigger than a cat. A set of bowls, decorated only by the rings of the trunk from which they were cut. A collection of palm-sized birds, their wings spread, or folded, or stretched mid-flight. Adeline learned to sketch the world in charcoal and pressed lead, but her father has always created, with a knife, whittled the shapes out of nothing, giving them breadth and depth and life. She reaches out now and runs her finger down the horse's nose, the way she has 100 times before. What is she doing here? Adeline does not know. Saying goodbye, perhaps, to her father, her favorite person in this world. This is how she would remember him, not by the sad unknowing in his eyes, or the grim set of his jaw as he led her to church, but by the things he loved, by the way he showed her how to hold a stick of charcoal, coaxing shapes and shades with the weight of her hand. The songs and stories, the sights from the 5 summers she went with him to market, when Adeline was old enough to travel, but not old enough to cause a stir, by the careful gift of a wooden ring, made for his first and only daughter when she was born, the one she then offered to the dark. Even now, her hand drifts to her throat to thumb the leather cord. Something deep inside her cringes when she remembers it is gone forever. Scraps of parchment scatter the table, covered in drawings and dimensions, the markings of past and future work. A pencil sits on the edge of the desk, and Adeline finds herself reaching for it, even as a dread echo sounds inside her chest. She brings it to the page and begins to write, "Cher Papa." But as the pencil scratches across the paper, the letters fade in its wake. By the time Adeline has finished those 2 unsteady words, they are gone, And when she slams her hand down on the table, she upsets a tiny pot of varnish, spilling the precious oil onto her father's notes, the wood beneath. She scrambles to collect the papers, staining her hands and knocking over one of the little wooden birds. But there is no need for panic. The varnish is already soaking through, sinking in and down like a rock in a river, until it's gone. It is such a strange thing to make sense of this moment, to count what has and hasn't been lost. The varnish is gone, but not back into the pot, which lies empty on its side, the contents lost. The parchment lies unmarked, untouched, as is the table beneath. Only her hands are stained, the oil tracing the whorls of her fingers, the lines of her palms. She is still staring at them when she steps back and hears the terrible snap of wood splitting beneath her heel. It is the little wooden bird, one of its wings splintered on the packed earth floor. Adeline winces in sympathy. It was her favorite of the flock, frozen in a moment of upward motion, the first rise of flight. She crouches to gather it up, but by the time she straightens, the splinters on the ground are gone, and in her hand the little wooden bird is whole again. She nearly drops it in surprise. Doesn't know why this is the thing that seems impossible. She has been made a stranger, has seen herself slide from the minds of those she's known and loved, like the sun behind a cloud, has watched every mark she tries to make as it's undone, erased. But the bird is different, perhaps because she can hold it in her hands, perhaps because, for an instant, it seems a blessing. This undoing of an accident, a righting of a wrong, and not simply an extension of her own erasure, the inability to leave a mark. But Adeline doesn't think of it that way. Not yet. Has not spent months turning the curse over in her hands, memorizing its shape, studying the smooth surfaces in search of cracks. In this moment, she simply clutches the small, unbroken bird, grateful that it's safe. She is about to return the figure to its flock when something stops her. Perhaps the oddness of the moment. Perhaps the fact that she is already missing this life, even if it will never miss her. But she tucks the bird into the pocket of her skirts and forces herself out of the shed and away from her home, down the road, and past the twisted yew tree and around the bend, until she has reached the edge of town. Only then does she let herself look back. Let her gaze drift one last time to the line of trees. Across the field, the dense shadow stretched beneath the sun, before she turns her back on the forest and the village of Villon and the life that is no longer hers, and begins to walk. Villon-sur-Sarthe, France, July 30th, 1714. Villon vanishes like a cart around a bend, the rooftops swallowed up by the trees and the hills of the surrounding country. By the time Adeline musters the courage to look back, it is gone. She sighs and turns and walks, wincing at the strange shape of George's boots. They are too large by half. Adeline found socks on a washing line, shoved them into the toes of the shoes to make them fit. But by the 4th hour of walking, she can feel the places where her skin has rubbed raw, the blood pooling in the leather soles. She is afraid to look, and so she doesn't, focuses only on the path ahead. She has decided to walk toward the walled city of Le Mans. It is the farthest she has ever gone, and even still, she has never made the trip alone. She knows the world is so much larger than the towns along the Sarthe. But right now, she cannot think beyond the road in front of her. Every step she takes is a step away from villain, away from a life that is no longer hers. "You wanted to be free," says a voice in her head, but it is not hers. No, it is deeper, smoother, lined with satin and wood smoke. She skirts the villages, the farms alone in their fields. There are whole stretches when the world seems too empty. Round her, as if an artist drew the barest lines of the landscape, then turned, distracted, from the task. Once, Adeline hears a cart trundling down the road, and ducks into the shade of a nearby grove and waits for it to pass. She does not want to stray too far from the road or the river, but over her shoulder, through a copse of trees, she sees the yellow blush of summer fruit, and her stomach aches with longing. An orchard. The shade is lovely, the air cool, and she picks a ripened peach from a low branch and sinks her teeth greedily into the fruit, her empty stomach cramping around the sugared bite. Despite the pain, she eats a pear as well, and a handful of mirabelles, scoops palm and after palm of water from a well at the orchard's edge, before forcing herself forward out of the shelter and back into the summer heat. The shadows are stretching long when she finally sinks onto the riverbank and pulls off the boots to assess the damage to her feet. But there is none. The socks are unbloody, her heels uncut. No sign of the miles walked, the wear and tear of so many hours on the packed earth road, though she felt the pain of every step. Nor are her shoulders burned from the sun, though all day she felt its heat. Her stomach twists, aching for something more than stolen fruit. But as the light ebbs and the hills darken, there are no lanterns, no homes in sight. Exhausted, she would curl up right there on the river's edge and give in to sleep. But insects float above the water, nipping at her skin, and so she retreats into an open field and sinks down amid the tall grass the way she did so many times when she was young and wanted to be somewhere else. The grass would swallow the house, the workshop, the rooftops of Villain, everything except the open sky overhead, a sky that could belong to anywhere. Now, as she stares up at the mottled dusk, she longs for home. Not for Roger, or the future she did not want, but the woody grip of Estelle's hand on hers as the old woman showed her how to wind raspberry bushes, and the soft hum of her father's voice as he worked in his shed, the scent of sap and wood dust in the air, the pieces of her life she never meant to lose. She slips her hand into the pocket of her skirt, fingers searching for the little carved bird. She has not let herself reach for it before, half sure it would be gone. It's theft, undone like every other act, but it is still there, the wood smooth and warm. Adeline draws it out, holds it up against the sky, and wonders. She could not break the figurine, but she could take it. Amid the growing list of negatives, she cannot write, cannot say her name, cannot leave a mark. This is the first thing she has been able to do. She can steal. It will be a long time before she knows the contours of her curse. Longer still before she understands the shadow's sense of humor. Before he looks at her over a glass of wine and observes that a successful theft is an anonymous act. The absence of a mark. In this moment, she is simply grateful for the talisman. "My name is Addie LaRue," she tells herself, clutching the little wooden bird. "I was born in Villon in the year 1691, to Jean and Martha, in a stone house just beyond the old yew tree." She tells the story of her life to the little carving, as if afraid she'll forget herself as easily as others do, unaware that her mind is now a flawless cage, her memory a perfect trap. She will never forget, though she'll wish she could. As the night creeps through, purple giving way to black, Adeline looks up into the dark and begins to suspect that the dark is staring back, that god or demon with its cruel gaze, its mocking smile, features contorted in a way she never drew, as she stares, head craned. The stars seem to pick out the lines of a face, the cheekbones and brow, the illusion drawing together until she half expects the blanket of night to ripple and twist, as the shadows did in the woods, the space between stars splitting to reveal those emerald eyes. She bites her tongue to keep from calling to him, lest something else decide to answer. She is not in. After all, she does not know which gods might linger here. Later, her strength will falter. Later, there will be nights when her need will smother caution. She will scream and curse and dare him to come out and face her. Later, but tonight she is tired and hungry and loath to waste what little energy she has on gods that will not answer. So she curls onto her side, squeezes her eyes shut, and waits for sleep. And as she does, she thinks of torches in the field beyond the woods, of voices calling her name. "Adeline, Adeline, Adeline." The words pound against her, drumming on her skin like rain. She wakes sometime later with a start, the world inky black and the downpour already soaking through her dress, the rainstorm sudden and heavy. She hurries, skirts dragging, across the field to the nearest line of trees. Back home, she loved the patter of rain against the walls of the house, used to lie awake and listen to the world washed clean. But here she has no bed, no shelter. She does her best to wring the water from the dress, but it is already cooling on her skin, and she huddles among the roots, shivering beneath the broken canopy. "My name is Addie LaRue," she tells herself. "My father taught me how to be a dreamer, and my mother taught me how to be a wife, and Estelle taught me how to speak to gods." Her thoughts drag on Estelle, who used to stand out in the rain, palms open as if to catch the storm. Estelle, who never cared as much for the company of others as for her own, who probably would have been content to be alone in the world. She tries to imagine what the old woman would say if she could see her now, but every time she tries summon those keen eyes, that knowing mouth, she sees only the way Estelle looked at her in those last moments, the way her face furrowed and then cleared, a lifetime of knowing brushed away like a tear. No, she should not think of Estelle. Adeline wraps her arms around her knees and tries to sleep, and when she wakes again, sunlight is pouring through the trees. A finch stands on the mossy ground nearby, pecking at the hem of her dress. She brushes it away, checking her pocket for the little wooden bird as she stands, sways, dizzy with hunger, realizes she has not had more than fruit in a day and a half. "My name is Addie LaRue," she tells herself as she makes her way back to the road. It is becoming a mantra, something to pass the time, measure her steps, and she repeats it over and over. She rounds a bend and stops, blinking fiercely, as if the sun is in her eyes. It's not, and yet the world ahead has been plunged into a sudden, vivid yellow, the green fields devoured by a blanket the color of egg yolk. She looks back over her shoulder, but the way behind her is still green and brown, the ordinary shades of summer. The field ahead is mustard seed, though she doesn't know it then. Then it is simply beautiful, in an overpowering way. Addie stares, and for a moment she forgets her hunger, her aching feet, sudden loss, and marvels at the shocking brightness, the all-consuming color. She wades through the field, flower buds brushing her palms, unafraid to crush the plants underfoot. They have already straightened in her wake, steps erased. By the time she reaches the far edge of the field and the path and the steady green, it looks dull, her eyes searching for another source of wonder. Shortly after, a larger town comes into sight, and she is about to weave around it when she catches a scent on the air that makes her stomach ache. Butter, yeast, the sweet and hearty smell of bread. She looks like a dress that fell from the line, wrinkled and dirty, her hair a tangled nest, but she is too hungry to care. She follows the scent between the houses and up a narrow lane toward the village square. Voices rise with the smell of baking, and when she rounds the corner, she sees a handful of women sitting around a communal oven. They perch on the stone bench round it, laughing and chatting. Birds on a branch as the loaves rise within the oven's open mouth. The sight of them is jarring, ordinary in an aching way, and Adeline lingers in the shaded lane a moment, listening to the trill and chirp of their voices before the hunger forces her forward. She doesn't have to search her pockets to know she has no coins. Perhaps she could barter for the bread, but all she has is the bird. And when she finds it in the folds of her skirt, her fingers refuse to loosen on the wood. She could beg, but her mother's face comes to mind, eyes tight with scorn. That leaves only theft, which is wrong, of course. But she is too hungry to weigh the sin of it. There is only the matter of how. The oven is hardly unmanned, and despite how fast she seems to fade from memory, she is still flesh and blood, not phantom. She cannot simply walk up and take the bread without causing a stir. Sure, they might forget her soon enough, but what danger would she be in before they did? If she got to the bread and then away, How far would she have to run? How fast? And then she hears it, a soft animal sound, almost lost beneath the chatter. She circles the stone hut and finds her chance across the lane. A mule stands in the shade, lazily chewing its bit beside a sack of apples, a stack of kindling. All it takes is a single sharp smack, and the mule lurches, more in shock, she hopes, than pain. It jostles forward, upsetting the apples and the wood as it sets off. And just like that, the square is startled, thrown into a brief but noisy state as the beast trots away, dragging a bag of grain, and the women leap to their feet, the trills and warbles of their laughs dissolving into taut shouts of dismay. Adeline slips across the oven like a cloud, swiping the nearest loaf from the stone mouth. Pain sears across her fingers as she grabs it, and she nearly drops bread, but she is too hungry, and pain, she is learning, doesn't last. The loaf is hers, and by the time the mule is settled, and the grain set right, and the apples gathered, and the women returned to their place by the oven, she is already gone. She leans in the shade of a stable on the edge of town, teeth tearing into the underbaked bread. The dough collapses in her mouth, heavy, sweet, and hard to swallow. But she doesn't care. It is filling enough, wearing the edges off her hunger. Her mind begins to clear. Her chest loosens, and for the first time since she left Villain, she feels something like human, if not whole. She pushes off the stable wall and begins to walk again, following the line of the sun and the path of the river toward Le Mans. My name is Adeline. She starts again, then stops. She never loved the name, and now she cannot even say it. Whatever she calls herself, it will be only in her head. Adeline is the woman she left in Villain, on the eve of a wedding she did not want. But Addie was a gift from Estelle, shorter, sharper, the switch-quick name for the girl who rode to markets and strained to see over roofs, for the one who drew and dreamed of bigger stories, grander worlds, of lives filled with adventure. And so, as she walks on, she starts the story over in her head. My name is Addie LaRue, New York City, March 11th, 2014. 15th, it is too quiet without James. Addie never thought of him as loud, charming, cheerful, but hardly raucous. But now she realizes how much he filled this space when they were in it. That night, he put on a record and sang along as he made grilled cheese on the 6-burner stove, which they ate standing up because the place was new and he hadn't bought kitchen chairs. There are still no kitchen chairs, but now there is no James either. He's off on location, somewhere, and the apartment stretches out around her, too silent and too large for one person. The high floor and the double-paned glass combining to block out the sounds of the city, reducing Manhattan to a picture, still and gray, beyond the windows. Addie plays record after record, but the sound only echoes. She tries to watch TV, but the drone of news is more static than anything, as is the tinny choir of voices on the radio, too far away to feel real. The sky outside is a static gray, a thin mist of rain blurring the buildings. It is the kind of day designed for wood fires and mugs of tea and well-loved books. But while James has a fireplace, it's only gas. And when she checks the cupboard for her favorite blend, she finds the box nestled at the back, but it is empty, and all the books he keeps are histories, not fiction. And Addie knows she cannot pass the day here, with only herself for company. She gets dressed again, in her own clothes, and smooths the covers back onto the bed, even though the cleaners will surely return before James does. With a last glance at the dreary day, she steals a scarf from a closet shelf, a soft plaid cashmere with the tag still on, and sets out, the lock chiming behind her. She does not know, at first, where she is going. Some days she still feels like a lion caged, pacing its enclosure. Her feet have a mind of their own, and soon they are carrying her uptown. "My name is Addie LaRue," she thinks to herself as she walks. 300 years, and some part of her is still afraid of forgetting. There have been times, of course, when she wished her memory more fickle, when she would have given anything to welcome madness and disappear. It is the kinder road to lose yourself, like Peter in J.M. Barrie's Peter Pan. There, at the end, when Peter sits on the rock, the memory of Wendy, darling, sliding from his mind, and it is sad, of course, to forget. But it's a lonely thing to be forgotten, to remember when no one else does. "I remember," whispers the darkness, almost kindly, as if he's not the one who cursed her. Perhaps it is the bad weather, or perhaps it is this maudlin mood that leads Addie up along the eastern edge of Central Park to 82nd and into the granite halls of the Met. Addie has always had a fondness for museums, spaces where history gathers out of place, where art is ordered, and artifacts sit on pedestals or hang on walls. Above little white didactics, Addie feels like a museum sometimes, one only she can visit. She crosses the great hall, with its stone arches and colonnades, weaves her way through Greco-Roman and past Oceania exhibits. She has lingered in 100 times, continues until she reaches the European sculpture court with its grand marble figures. One room over, she finds it where it always is. It sits in a glass case along one wall, framed on either side by pieces made of iron or silver. It is not large, as far as sculptures go. The length of her arm, from elbow to fingertips. A wooden plinth with 5 marble birds perched atop it, each about to fly away. It is the 5th that holds her gaze, the lift of its beak, the angle of its wings, the soft down of its feathers, captured once in wood and now in stone. Revenir, it's called, to come back. Addie remembers the first time she found the work, the small miracle of it, sitting there on its clean white block. The artist, Arlo Miret, a man she never knew, never met, and yet here he is, with a piece of her story, her past, found and made into something memorable, something worthwhile, something beautiful. She wishes she could touch the little bird, run her finger along its wing, the way she always did, even though she knows it's not the one she lost, knows this one wasn't carved by her father's strong hands, but by a stranger. Still, it is there. It is real. It is, in some way, hers. A secret kept. A record made. The first mark she left upon the world, long before she knew the truth. That ideas are so much wilder than memories, that they long and look for ways of taking root. Le Mans, France, July 30, 1st, 1714. 16th. Le Mans lies likes a sleeping giant in the fields along the Sarthe. It has been more than 10 years since Addie was allowed to make the trek to the walled city, perched beside her father in the family cart. Now her heart quickens as she steps through the city gates. There is no horse this time, no father, no cart, but in the late afternoon light, the city is just as busy, just as bustling as she remembered. Addie doesn't bother trying to blend in. If, now and then, someone glances her way, notices the young woman in the stained white dress, they keep their opinions to themselves. It is easier to be alone among so many people. Only she doesn't know where to go. She pauses a moment to think, only to hear hooves clattering, too sudden and too close, and narrowly escapes being trampled by a cart. "Out of the way," shouts the driver as she lunges back, only to collide with a woman carrying a basket of pears. It tips, spilling 3 or 4 onto the cobbled path. "Watch where you're going," snarls the woman, but when Addie bends to help her fetch the fallen fruit, the woman screeches and stomps at her fingers. Addie backs away and thrusts her hands into her pockets, clings to the little wooden bird as she continues through the winding streets toward the center of the city. There are so many roads, but they all look the same. She thought this place would feel more familiar, but it only feels strange. A figment from a long-ago dream. When Addie was last here, the city seemed a wonder, a grand and vital place. The bustling markets, bathed in sun, the voices ringing off of stone. Her father's broad shoulders blocking out the city's darker sides. But now alone, a menace has crept in, like fog, erasing the buoyant charm, leaving only the sharp edges jutting through the mist. One version of the city, replaced by another. Palimpsest. She doesn't know the word just yet, but 50 years from now, in a Paris salon, she will hear it for the first time. The idea of the past blotted out, written over by the present, and think of this moment in Le Mans, a place she knows, and yet doesn't. How foolish to think it would stay the same when everything else has changed. When she has changed, grown from a girl into a woman, and then into this, a phantom, a ghost, she swallows hard, and stands up straight, determined not to fray or fall apart. But Addie cannot find the inn where she and her father stayed, and even if she could, what did she plan to do there? She has no way to pay, and even if she had the coin, who would rent to a woman on her own? Le Mans is a city, but it is not so big that such a thing would pass beneath a landlord's notice. Addie's grip tightens on the carving in her skirts as she continues through the streets. There is a market just past. The town hall, but it is closing up. Tables empty, the carts pulling away, the ground littered only with the dregs of lettuce and a few moldy potatoes, and before she can think of scrounging for them, they are gone, swept away by smaller, quicker hands. There is a tavern inn at the edge of the square. She watches a man dismount his horse, a dappled mare, and pass the reins, a stable hand already turning toward the noise and hustle of the open doors. She watches the stable hand lead the mare across the way to a broad wooden barn and vanish into the relative dark. But it's not the barn that's caught her eye, or the horse. It's the pack still thrown across its back. 2 heavy satchels, bulging like sacks of grain. Addie crosses the square and slips into the stable behind the man and the mare, her steps as light and quick as possible. Sunlight streams weakly through the beams in the stable roof, casting the place in soft relief, a few highlights amid the layered shadow. The kind of place she would have loved to draw. A dozen horses shuffle in their stalls, and across the barn, the stable hand hums to the mare as he strips away its end tack, tosses the saddle over the wooden divide, and brushes down the beast, his own hair a nest of knots and snarls. Addie ducks low, creeping toward the stalls at the back of the barn. Sacks and satchels strewn on the wooden barriers between the horses. Her hands dart hungrily across the trappings, searching beneath buckles and under flaps. There are no purses, but she finds a heavy riding coat, a skin of wine, a boning knife the length of her hand. The coat she drapes around her shoulders. The blade goes into one deep pocket and the wine in the other as she creeps on, quiet as a ghost. She doesn't see the empty bucket until her shoe cracks against it with a sharp clatter. It falls with a muffled thud onto the hay, and Addie holds her breath and hopes the sound is lost among the shuffling hooves. But the stable hand stops humming. She sinks lower, folds herself into the shadows of the nearest stall. 5 seconds pass, then 10, and then at last the humming starts again, and Addie straightens and makes her way to the final stall, where a stout draft horse lounges, munching grain, beside a belted bag. Her fingers drift toward the buckle. "What are you doing?" The voice too close behind her. The stable hand, no longer humming, no longer brushing the dappled mare, but standing in the alley between berths, a crop in his hand. "Sorry, sir," she says, a shade breathless. "I came looking for my father's horse. He wanted something from his satchel." He stares at her, unblinking, his features half swallowed by the dark sprawl of his hair. "Which horse would that be?" She wishes she'd studied the horses as well as their packs, but she cannot hesitate. It would reveal the lie, so she turns quickly toward the workhorse. "This one, it is a good lie, as far as lies go, the kind that could have easily been true if she'd only picked another horse." A grim smile twitches beneath the man's beard. "Ah," he says, flicking the crop against his palm. "But you see, that one's mine." Addie has the strange and sickening urge to laugh. "Can I pick again?" she whispers, inching toward the stable door. Somewhere nearby, a mare whinnies. Another stamps its hoof. The crop stops snapping against the man's palm, and Addie lurches sideways, between the stalls, the stable hand on her heels. He's fast, a speed clearly born from catching beasts. But she is lighter, and has far more to lose. His hand grazes the collar of her stolen coat, but he cannot catch her. His heavy steps falter and slow, and Addie thinks she's free. Right before she hears the crisp, bright sound of a bell ringing on the stable wall, followed by the sound of boots coming from outside, she is nearly to the mouth of the barn when the second man appears, cutting like a wide shadow across the doorway. "Has a beast got free?" he shouts before he sees her, wrapped in the stolen coat, her two large boots catching on the hay. She scrambles backward, right into the arms of the stable hand. His fingers close around her shoulders, heavy as shackles. And when she tries to twist free, his grip digs deep enough to bruise. "Caught her thieving," he says, the coarse bristles on his cheek scraping hers. "Let me go," she pleads as he pulls her tight. "This isn't a market stall," sneers the second, drawing a knife from his belt. "Do you know what we do with thieves? It was a mistake. Please, let me go." The knife wags like a finger. "Not until you've paid." "I don't have any money?" "That's all right," says the second man, drawing closer. "Thieves pay in flesh." She tries to tear free, but the grip on her arms is iron as the knife comes to rest against the laces of her dress, plucking them like strings. And when she twists again, she is no longer trying to get free, simply trying to reach the boning knife inside the pocket of her stolen coat. Twice her fingers brush the wooden hilt before she manages to catch it. She drives the blade down and back into the first man's thigh, feels it sink into the meat of his leg. He cries out before he thrusts her away like a hornet, flinging her forward, right onto the other man's blade. Pain screams through her shoulder as the knife bites in, skates along her collarbone, leaving a trail of searing heat. Her mind goes blank with it. But her legs are already moving, carrying her through the stable doors and out into the square. She throws herself behind a barrel, out of sight, as the men come stumbling, swearing, out of the barn behind her, their faces twisted with rage and something worse, something primal, hungry. And then, between one step and the next, they begin to slow. Between one step and the next, the urgency falters and fades, the purpose slipping, like a thought, out of reach. The men look around, and then at each other. The one she stabbed stands straighter now. No sign of the tear in his trousers. No blood soaking through the fabric. The mark she left on him, erased. They jostle and rib and head back into the barn, and Addie slumps forward, her head coming to rest against the wooden barrel. Her chest throbs, pain tracing a vivid line along her collar. And when she presses her hand to the wound, her fingers come away red. She cannot stay there, curled behind the barrel, forces herself up, and sways, feeling faint. But soon the wave of sickness passes, and she is still on her feet. She walks, one hand pressed to her shoulder, and the other closed tight around the knife beneath her stolen coat. She doesn't know when she decides to leave Le Mans. But soon enough, She is crossing the courtyard, away from the stable and through the winding streets, past bawdy inns and tavern houses, past crowded steps and raucous laughter, giving the city up with every step. The ache in her shoulder fades from a searing heat to a dull throb, and then to nothing. She runs her fingers over the gash, but it is gone, as is the blood on her dress, swallowed up like the words she scrawled across her father's parchment, the lines she drew in the silt on the riverbank. The only traces of it are on her skin, a crust of drying blood along her collarbone, a smear of browning red across her palm. And Addie marvels a moment, despite herself, at the strange magic of it, the proof that in one way the shadow kept his word, twisted it, yes, warped her wishes into something wrong and rotten, but granted her this, at least. To live, a small, mad sound escapes her throat, and there is relief in it, perhaps, but also horror, for the truth of her hunger, which she is only just discovering, for the ache in her feet, though they do not cut or bruise, for the pain of the wound in her shoulder before it healed. The darkness has granted her freedom from death, perhaps, but not from this, not from suffering. It will be years before she learns the true meaning of that word, but in this moment, as she walks into the thickening dusk, she is still relieved to be alive, a relief that flickers when she reaches the edge of the city. This is as far as Adeline has ever gone. Le Mans looms at her back, and ahead the high stone walls give way to scattered towns, each one like a copse of tress, and then to open field, and then to what she does not know. When Addie was young, she would surge up the slopes that rose and fell around Villain, fling herself to the very edge of the hill, the place where the ground fell away, and stop, heart racing as her body leaned forward, longing for the fall. The slightest push and weight would do the rest. There is no steep hill beneath her now, no slope, and yet she feels her balance tilt. And then Estella's voice rises to meet her in the dark. "How do walk to the end of the world?" she once asked. And when Addie didn't know, the old woman smiled that wrinkled grin and answered, "One step at a time." Addie is not going to the end of the world, but she must go somewhere, and in that moment, she decides. She is going to Paris. It is beside Le Mans, the only city she knows by name, a place that played so many times across her stranger lips and featured into every tale her father told, a place of gods and kings, gold and majesty, and promise. "This is how it starts," he would have said, if he could see her now. Addie takes the first step and feels the ground give way, feels herself tip forward, but this time she does not fall. New York City, March 12th, 2014. Then it is a better day. The sun is out. The air is not so cold, and there is so much to love about a city like New York. The food, the art, the constant offerings of culture, though Addie's favorite thing is its scale. Towns and villages are easily conquered. A week in Villon was enough to walk every path, to learn every face. But with cities like Paris, London, Chicago, New York, she doesn't have to pace herself. doesn't have to take small bites to make the newness last. A city she can consume as hungrily as she likes, devour it every day, and never run out of things to eat. It is the kind of place that takes years to visit, and still there always seems to be another alley, another set of steps, another door. Perhaps that's why she hasn't noticed it before. Set off from the curb and down a short flight of steps, there is a shop half hidden by the line of the street. The awning was clearly once purple, but has long faded toward gray, though the shop's name is still legible, picked out in white lettering. The Last Word. A used bookstore, judging by the name, and the windows brimming with stacked spines. Addie's pulse thrills a little. She was certain she'd found them all. But that is the brilliant thing about New York. Addie has wandered a fair portion of the 5 boroughs, and still the city has its secrets, some tucked in corners, basement bars, speakeasies, members-only clubs, and others sitting in plain sight, like Easter eggs in a movie, the ones you don't notice until the second or third viewing, and not like Easter eggs at all, because no matter how many times she walks these blocks, no matter how many hours, or days, or years she spends learning the contours of New York, as soon as she turns her back, it seems to shift again, reassemble. Buildings go up and come down. Businesses open and close. People arrive and depart, and the deck shuffles itself again and again and again. Of course, she goes in. A faint bell announces her arrival, the sound quickly smothered by the crush of books in various conditions. Some bookstores are organized, more gallery than shop. Some are sterile, reserved for only the new and untouched. But not this one. This shop is a labyrinth of stacks and shelves, texts stacked 2, even 3 deep, leather beside paper beside board. Her favorite kind of store, one that's easy to get lost in. There is a checkout counter by the door, but it is empty, and she wanders, unmolested, through the aisles, picking her way along the well-loved shelves. The bookshop seems fairly empty, save for an older white man studying a row of thrillers, a gorgeous black girl sitting cross-legged in a leather chair at the end of a row, silver shining on her fingers and in her ears, a giant art book open in her lap. Addie wanders past a placard marked Poetry, and the darkness whispers against her skin, teeth skimming like a blade along a bare shoulder. Come live with me and be my love. Addie's refrain, worn smooth with repetition. You do not know what love is. She doesn't stop, but turns the corner, fingers trailing now along theology. She has read the Bible, the Upanishads, the Quran, after a spiritual bender of sorts a century ago. She passes Shakespeare, too, a religion all his own. She pauses at memoir, studying the titles on the spines. So many I's and me's and my's, possessive words for possessive lives. What a luxury to tell one's story. To be read, remembered. Something knocks against Addie's elbow, and she looks down to see a pair of amber eyes peering over her sleeve, surrounded by a mass of orange fur. The cat looks as old as the book in her hand. It opens its mouth and lets out something between a yawn and a meow, a hollow whistling sound. Hello. She scratches the cat between the ears, eliciting a low rumble of pleasure. Wow, says a male voice behind her. Book doesn't usually bother with people. Addie turns, about to comment on the cat's name, but loses her train of thought when she sees him because for a moment, only a moment, before the face comes into focus, she is certain it is, but it is not him. Of course it is not. The boy's hair, though black, falls in loose curls around his face, and his eyes, behind their thick frame glasses, are closer to gray than green. There is something fragile to them, more like glass than stone, and when he speaks his voice is gentle, warm, undeniably human. Help you find anything? Addie shakes her head. No, she says, clearing her throat. Just browsing. Well then, he says, with a smile. Carry on. She watches him go, black curls vanishing into the maze of titles, before dragging her gaze back to the cat. But the cat is gone, too. Addie returns the memoir to the shelf and continues browsing, attention wandering over art and world history, all the while waiting for the boy to reappear, to start the cycle over, wondering what she'll say when he does. She should have asked for help. Let him lead her through the shelves. But he doesn't come back. The shop bell chimes again, announcing a new customer as Addie reaches the classics. Beowulf, Antigone, the Odyssey. There are a dozen versions of this last, and she's just drawing one out when there's a sudden burst of laughter, high and light, and she glances through a gap in the shelves and sees a blonde girl leaning on the counter. The boy stands on the other side, cleaning his glasses on the edge of his shirt. He bows his head, dark lashes skimming his cheeks. He isn't even looking at the girl, who's rising on her toes to get closer to him. She reaches out and runs one hand along his sleeve, the way Addie just did along the shelves. He smiles, then, a quiet, bashful grin that erases the last of his resemblance to the dark. Addie tucks the book under her arm and heads for the door, and out, taking advantage of his distraction. Hey, calls a voice, his voice. But she continues up the steps onto the street. In a moment, he will forget. In a moment, his mind will trail off, and a hand lands on her shoulder. You have to pay for that. She turns, and there's the boy from the shop, a little breathless and very annoyed. Her eyes flick past him to the steps, the open door. It must have been ajar. He must have been right behind her, but still, he followed her out. Well, he demands, hand dropping from her shoulder and coming to rest, palm open in the space between them. She could run, of course, but it's not worth it. She checks the cost on the back of the book. It isn't much, but it's more than she has on her. Sorry, she says, handing it back. He frowns, then, a furrow too deep for his face, the kind of line carved by years of repetition, even though he can't be more than 30. He looks down at the book, and a dark brow lifts behind his glasses. A shop full of antique books, and you steal a battered paperback of the Odyssey. You know this won't fetch anything, right? Addie holds his gaze. Who says I wanted to re-spell it? It's also in Greek. That she hadn't noticed. Not that it matters. She learned the classics in Latin first, but in the decades since, she's picked up Greek. Silly me, she says dryly. I should have stolen it in English. He almost smiles then, but it's a bemused, misshapen thing. Instead, he shakes his head. Just take it, he says, holding out the book. I think the shop can spare it. She has to fight the sudden urge to push it back. The gesture feels too much like charity. Henry, calls the pretty black girl from the doorway. Ooh, I call the cops. No, he calls back, still looking at Addie. It's fine. He narrows his eyes, as if studying her. Honest mistake. She stares at this boy, at Henry. Then she reaches out and takes back the book, cradling it against her as the bookseller vanishes back into the shop. Part 2. The Darkest Part of a Night. Title: One Forgotten Night Artist. Samantha Benning. Date: 2014. Medium: acrylic on canvas over wood. Location: on loan from the Lizette Price Gallery, NYC. Description: a largely monochromatic piece. Paint layered into a topography of black, charcoals, and grays. 7 small white dots stand out against the backdrop. Background known largely on its own. This painting also serves as the frontispiece for an ongoing series titled I Look Up to You, in which Benning imagines family, friends, and lovers as different iterations of the sky. Estimated value: $11,500. New York City, March 12th, 2014. Day. Henry Strauss heads back into the shop. Bee's taken up residence again in the battered leather chair, the glossy art book open in her lap. Where did you go? He looks back through the open door and frowns. Nowhere, she shrugs, turning through the pages. A guide to neoclassical art that she has no intention of buying. Not a library. Henry sighs, returning to the till. Sorry, he says to the girl by the counter. Where were we? She bites her lip. Her name is Emily, he thinks. I was about to ask if you wanted to grab a drink. He laughs, a little nervously, a habit he's beginning to think he'll never shake. She's pretty. She really is. But there's the troublesome shine in her eyes, a familiar, milky light, and he's relieved he doesn't have to lie about having plans tonight. Another time, she says with a smile. Another time, he echoes as the girl takes her book and goes. The door has barely closed when Bee clears her throat. What? He asks without turning. You could have gotten her number. We have plans, he says, tapping the tickets on the counter. He hears the soft stretch of leather as she rises from the chair. You know, she says, swinging an arm around his shoulder. The great thing about plans is that you can make them for other days too. He turns, hands rising to her waist, and now they're locked like kids in the throes of a school dance, limbs making wide circles like nets or chains. Beatrice Helen, he scolds. Henry Samuel, they stand there in the middle of the store, two 20-somethings in a preteen embrace. And maybe once upon a time, B would have leaned a little harder, made some speech about finding someone new, about deserving to be happy again, but they have a deal. She doesn't mention Tabitha, and Henry doesn't mention the professor. Everyone has their fallen foes, their battle scars. "Excuse me," says an older man, sounding genuinely sorry to interrupt. He holds up a book, and Henry smiles and breaks the chain, ducking back behind the counter to ring him up. B swipes her ticket from the table and says she'll meet him at the show, and Henry nods her off. The old man goes on his way, and the rest of the afternoon is a quiet blur of pleasant strangers. He turns the sign over at 5 to 6 and goes through the motions of closing up the shop. The last word isn't his, but it might as well be. It's been weeks since he saw the actual owner, Meredith, who's spending golden years traveling the world on her late husband's life insurance. A fall woman indulging in a second spring. Henry scoops a handful of kibble into the small red dish behind the counter for Book, the shop's ancient cat, and a moment later a ratty orange head pokes up over the chapbooks in poetry. The cat likes to climb behind a stack and sleep for days, his presence marked only by the emptying dish and the occasional gasp of a customer when they come across a pair of unblinking yellow eyes at the back of the shelves. Book is the only one who's been at the bookstore longer than Henry. He's worked there for the last 5 years, having started back when he was still a grad student in theology. At first it was just a part-time gig, a way to supplement the university stipend. But then school went away, and the store stayed. Henry knows he should probably get another job, because the pay is shit, and he has 21 years of expensive formal education. And then, of course, there's his brother David's voice, which sounds exactly like their father's voice, calmly asking where this job leads, if this is really how he plans to spend his life. But Henry doesn't know what else to do, and he can't bring himself to leave. It's the only thing he hasn't failed out of yet. And the truth is, Henry loves the store, loves the smell of books, and the steady weight of them on shelves, the presence of old titles, the arrival of new ones, and the fact that in a city like New York, there will always be readers. B insists that everyone who works in a bookstore wants to be a writer, but Henry's never fancied himself a novelist. Sure, he's tried putting pen to paper, but it never really works. He can't find the words, the story, the voice, can't figure out what he could possibly add to so many shelves. Henry would rather be a story keeper than a storyteller. He turns off the lights and grabs the ticket and his coat and heads over to Robbie's show. Henry didn't have time to change. The show starts at 7, and the last word closed at 6. And anyways, he isn't sure what the dress code is for an off-Broadway show about fairies in the Bowery, so he's still in dark jeans and a tattered sweater. It's what B likes to call librarian chic, even though he doesn't work in a library, a fact she cannot seem to grasp. B, on the other hand, looks painfully fashionable, as she always does, with a white blazer rolled up to her elbows, thin silver bands wrapped around her fingers and shining in her ears, thick dreads coiled in a crown atop her head. Henry wonders, as they wait in the queue, if some people have natural style, or if they simply have the discipline to curate themselves every day. They shuffle forward, presenting their tickets at the door. The play is one of those strange medleys of theater and modern dance that only exist in a place like New York. According to Robbie, it's loosely based on A Midsummer Night's Dream. If someone had filed Shakespeare's cadence smooth and cranked up the saturation. B knocks him in the ribs. Did you see the way she looked at you? He blinks. What? Who? B rolls her eyes. You are entirely hopeless. The lobby bustles around them, and they're wading through the crowd when another person catches Henry's arm. A girl, wrapped in a tattered bohemian dress, green paint, flourishes like abstract, vines on her temples and cheeks, marking her as one of the actors of the show. He's seen the remnants on Robbie's skin a dozen times in the last few weeks. She holds up a paintbrush and a bowl of gold. You're not adorned, she says with sober sincerity, and before he can think to stop her, she paints gold dust on his cheeks. The brushes touch feather-light. This close, he can see that faint shimmer in the girl's eyes. Henry tips his chin. How I look? He asks, affecting a model's pout. And even though he's joking, the girl flashes him an earnest smile and says, "Perfect." A shiver rolls through him at the word, and he is somewhere else, a hand holding his in the dark, a thumb brushing his cheek. But he shakes it off. B lets the girl paint a shining stripe down her nose, a dot of gold on her chin, manages to get in a solid 30 seconds of flirting before bells chime through the lobby and the artistic sprite vanishes back into the crowd as they continue toward the theater doors. Henry threads his arm through B's. You don't think I'm perfect, do you? She snorts. God, no. And he smiles, despite himself, as another actor, a dark-skinned man with rose gold on his cheeks, hands them each a branch, the leaves too green to be real. His gaze lingers on Henry, kind and sad and shining. They show their tickets to an usher, an old woman, white-haired and barely 5 feet tall, and she holds on to Henry's arm for balance as she shows them to their row, pats his elbow when she leaves them, murmuring, "Such a good boy," as she toddles up the aisle. Henry looks at the number on his ticket, and they sidestep over to their seats, a group of 3 near the middle of the row. Henry sits, B on one side, the empty seat on the other, the seat reserved for Tabitha, because of course they'd bought their tickets months ago, when they were still together, when everything was a plural instead of a singular. A dull ache fills Henry's chest, and he wishes he'd paid the $10 for a drink. The lights go down, and the curtain goes up on a kingdom of neon and spray-painted steel. And there is Robbie in the middle of it all, lounging on a throne in a pose that is pure Goblin King. His hair curls up in a high wave, streaks of purple and gold carving the lines of his face into something stunning and strange. And when he smiles, it is easy to remember how Henry fell in love. Back when they were 19, a tangle of lust and loneliness and far-off dreams. And when Robbie speaks, his voice is crystal, reflecting across the theater. This, he says, is a story of gods. The stage fills with players. The music begins. And for a while, it is easy. For a while, the world falls away, and everything quiets around them, and Henry disappears. Toward the end of the play, there is a scene that will press itself into the dark of Henry's mind, exposed like light on film. Robbie, the Bowery King, rises from his throne as rain falls in a single sheet across the stage. And even though moments earlier it was crowded with people, now, somehow, there is only Robbie. He reaches out, hand skimming the curtain of rain, and it parts around his fingers, his wrist, his arm, as he moves forward inch by inch until his whole body is beneath the wave. He tips his head back, the rain rinsing gold and glitter from his skin, flattening the perfect wave of curls against his skull, erasing all traces of magic, turning him from a languid, arrogant prince into a boy, mortal, vulnerable, alone. The lights go out, and for a long moment, the only sound in the theater is the rain, fading from a solid wall to the steady rhythm of a downpour, and after, to the soft patter of drops on the stage. And then, at last, nothing. The lights come up, and the cast takes the stage, and everyone applauds. Bea cheers and looks at Henry, the joy bleeding from her face. "What's wrong?" she asks. "You look like you're about to faint." He swallows, shakes his head. His hand is throbbing, and when he looks down, he's dug his nails into the scar along his palm, drawing a fresh line of blood. "Henry, I'm fine," he says, wiping his hand on the velvet seat. It was good." He stands and follows Bea out. The crowd thins until it's mostly friends and family waiting for the actors to reappear. But Henry feels the eyes, attention drifting like a current. Everywhere he looks, he finds a friendly face, a warm smile, and sometimes more. Finally, Robbie comes bounding into the lobby and throws his arms around both of them. "My adoring fans," he says, in a thespian's ringing alto. Henry snorts, and Bea holds out a chocolate rose, a long inside joke, since Robbie once bemoaned that you had to choose between chocolates and flowers. And Bea pointed out that that was Valentine's Day, and that for performances, flowers were typical, and Robbie said he wasn't typical. And besides, what if he was hungry? "You were great," says Henry, and it's true. Robbie is great. He's always been great. That trifecta of dance, music, and theater required to get work in New York. He's still a few streets off Broadway, but Henry has no doubt he'll get there. He runs his hand through Robbie's hair. Dry. It is the color of burnt sugar, a tawny shade somewhere between brown and red, depending on the light. But right now, it's still wet from the final scene, and for a second, Robbie leans into the touch, resting the weight of his head in Henry's hand. His chest tightens, and he has to remind his heart, it is not real, not anymore. Henry pats his friend's back, and Robbie straightens, as if revived, renewed. He holds his rose aloft like a baton and announces to the party. Henry used to think that after parties were only for last shows, a way for the cast to say goodbye. But he's since learned that, for theater kids, every performance is an excuse to celebrate, to come down from the high, or, in the case of Robbie's crowd, to keep it going. It's almost midnight, and they're packed into a third-floor walk-up in Soho, lights low, and someone's playlist pumping through a pair of wireless speakers. The cast moves through the center like a vein, their faces still painted, but their costumes shed, caught between their onstage characters and their offstage selves. Henry drinks a lukewarm beer and rubs his thumb along the scar on his palm, in what's quickly becoming a habit. For a while, he had B to keep him company. B, who much prefers dinner parties to theater ones, place settings and dialogues to plastic cups and lines shouted over stereos. A groaning compatriot, huddled with Henry in the corner, studying tapestry of actors, as if they were in one of her art history books. But then another Bowery sprite whisked her away, and Henry shouted traitor in their wake, even though he was glad to see B happy again. Meanwhile, Robbie is dancing in the middle of the room, always the center of the party. He gestures for Henry to join him, but Henry shakes his head, ignoring the pull. The easy draw of gravity, the open arms waiting at the end of the fall. At his worst, they were a perfect match, the differences between them purely gravitational. Robbie, who always managed to stay alight, while Henry came crashing down. "Hey, handsome." Henry turns, looking up from his beer, and sees one of the leads from the show, a stunning girl with rust-red lips and a white lily crown. The gold glitter on her cheeks, stenciled to look like graffiti. She's looking at him with such open want he should feel wanted, should feel something besides sad, lonely, lost. "Drink with me?" Her blue eyes shine as she holds out a little tray. A pair of shots with something small and white dissolving on the bottom. Henry thinks of all the stories about accepting food and drink from the fae, even as he reaches for the glass. He drinks, and at first all he tastes is sweetness, the faint burn of tequila. But then the world begins to fuzz a little at the edges. He wants to feel lighter, to feel brighter, but the room darkens, and he can feel a storm creeping in. He was 12 when the first one rolled through. He didn't see it coming. One day the skies were blue, and the next the clouds were low and dense, and the next the wind was up, and it was pouring rain. It would be years before Henry learned to think of those dark times as storms, to believe that they would pass if he could simply hold on long enough. His parents meant well, of course, but they always told him things like, "Cheer up," or "It will get better or worse. It's not that bad." which is easy to say when you've never had a day of rain. Henry's oldest brother, David, is a doctor, but he still doesn't understand. His sister, Muriel, says she does, that all artists suffer through their storms. Before offering him a pill from the mint container she keeps in her purse. Her little pink umbrellas, she calls them, playing on his metaphor, as if it's just a clever phrase, and not the only way Henry can try to make them understand what it's like inside his head. It is just a storm, he thinks again, even as he pulls away from the scene, makes some excuse about going to find air. The party is too warm, and he wants to be outside, wants to go onto the roof and look up, see there is no bad weather, only stars. But of course, there are no stars, not in Soho. He makes it halfway down the hall before he stops, remembering the show, the sight of Robbie in the rain, and shivers, deciding to go down instead of up, deciding to go home. And he's almost to the door when she catches his hand. The girl with ivy curling over her skin, the one who painted him gold. "It's you?" she says. "It's you," he says. She reaches out and wipes a fleck of gold from Henry's cheek. And contact is like static shock, a spark of energy where skin meets skin. "Don't go," she says. And he's still trying to think of what to say next when she pulls him close, and he kisses her, quick, searching, breaks off when he hears her gasp. "Sorry," he says, the word automatic, like please, like thank you, like I'm fine. But she reaches up and grabs a handful of his curls. "What for?" she asks, drawing his mouth back to hers. "Are you?" he murmurs, even though he knows what she will say, because he's already seen the light in her eyes, the pale clouds sweeping through her vision. "Is this what you want?" He wants the truth. But there is no truth for him, not anymore. And the girl just smiles and draws him back against the nearest door. "This," she says, "is exactly what I want." And then they are in one of the bedrooms, the door clicking shut and blotting out the noises of the party beyond the wall. And her mouth is on his, and he cannot see her eyes now in the dark, so it's easy to believe that this is real. And for a while, Henry disappears. New York City, March 12th, 2014. Zweit, Addie makes her way uptown, reading the Odyssey by streetlight. It's been a while since she read anything in Greek, but the poetic cadence of the epic poem draws her back into the stride of the old language. And by the time the Baxter comes into sight, she is half lost in the image of the ship at sea, looking forward to a glass of wine and a hot bath, and destined for neither. Her timing is either very good or very bad, depending on how you look at it, because Addie rounds the corner onto 56th, just as a black sedan pulls up in front of the Baxter, and James St. Clair steps out onto the curb. He's back from his filming, tan and seemingly happy, wearing a pair of sunglasses despite the fact it's after dark. Addie slows and stops, hovers across the street as the doorman helps him unload and carry his bags inside. "Shit," she mutters under her breath as her night dissolves. No bubble baths, no bottles of Merlot. She sighs and retreats to the intersection, trying to decide what to do next. To her left, Central Park unravels like a dark green cloth in the center of the city. To her right, Manhattan rises in jagged lines, block after block of crowded buildings from Midtown down to the financial district. She goes right, making her way down toward the East Village. Her stomach begins to growl, and on second, she catches sight of dinner. A young man on a bicycle dismounts on the curb, unpacks an order from the zippered case behind the seat, and jogs the plastic bag up to the building. Addie drifts up to the bike and reaches in. It's Chinese, she guesses, going by the size and shape of the containers, the paper edges folded and bound with thin metal handles. She plucks out a carton and a pair of disposable chopsticks and slips away before the man at the door has even paid. There was a time she felt guilty about stealing, but the guilt, like so many things, has worn away. And even though the hunger can't kill her, it still hurts as though it will. Addie makes her way toward Avenue C, scooping lo mein into her mouth as her legs carry her through the village to a brick building with a green door. She dumps the empty carton in a trash can on the corner and reaches the building entrance just as a man is coming out. She smiles at him, and he smiles back and holds the door. Inside, she climbs 4 flights of narrow steps to a steel door at the top, reaches up, and feels along the dusty frame for the small silver key discovered last fall when she and a lover stumbled home, the two a tangle of limbs on the stairs. Sam's lips pressed beneath her jaw, paint-streaked fingers sliding beneath the waistband of her jeans. It was, for Sam, a rare, impulsive moment. It was, for Addie, the 2nd month of an affair, a passionate affair, to be sure, but only because time is a luxury she can't afford. Sure, she dreams of sleepy mornings over coffee, legs draped across a lap, inside jokes and easy laughter. But those comforts come with the knowing there can be no slow build, no quiet lust, intimacy fostered over days, weeks, months. Not for them. So she longs for the mornings, but she settles for the nights, and if it cannot be love, well then, at least it is not lonely. Her fingers close around the key, the metal scraping softly as she drags it from its hiding spot. It takes 3 tries in the rusted old lock, just like it did that first night. But then the door swings open, and she steps out onto the building's roof. A breeze kicks up, and she shoves her hands in the pocket of her leather jacket as she crosses the roof. It's empty, save for a trio of lawn chairs, each of them imperfect in its own way. Seats warped, stuck in different poses of recline, one arm hanging at a broken angle. A stained cooler sits nearby, and a string of fairy lights hangs between laundry posts, transforming the roof into a shabby, weather-worn oasis. It's quiet up here, not silent. That is a thing she's yet to find in a city, a thing she is beginning to think lost amid the weeds of the old world. But as quiet as it gets in this part of Manhattan, and yet it is not the same kind of quiet that stifled her at James. This place, not the empty, internal quiet of places too big for one. It is a living quiet, full of distant shouts and car horns and stereo bass, reduced to an ambient static. A low brick wall surrounds the roof, and Addie lets herself lean forward against it, resting her elbows and looking out until the building falls away, and all she can see is the lights of Manhattan, tracing patterns against the vast and starless sky. Addie misses stars. She met a boy back in '65, and when she told him that, he drove her an hour outside of L.A. just to see them. The way his face glowed with pride when he pulled over in the dark and pointed up. Addie had craned her head and looked at the meager offering, the spare string of lights across the sky, and felt something in her sag. A heavy sadness, like loss. And for the first time in a century, she longed for villain, for home, for a place where the stars were so bright. They formed a river, a stream of silver and purple light against the dark. She looks up now, over the rooftops, and wonders if, after all this time, the darkness is still watching, even though it has been so long, even though he told her once that he doesn't keep track of every life, pointed out that the world was big and full of souls, and he had far more to occupy himself than thoughts of her. The rooftop door crashes open behind her, and a handful of people stumble out. 2 guys, 2 girls, and Sam, wrapped in a white sweater and pale gray jeans, her body like a brushstroke, long and lean and bright against the backdrop of the darkened roof. Her hair is longer now, wild blonde curls escaping a messy bun. Streaks of red paint dab her forearms where the sleeves are pushed up, and Addie wonders, almost absently, what she's working on. She is a painter. Abstracts Mosley, her place, already small, made smaller by the stacks of canvas propped against the walls. Her name, crisp and easy. Only Samantha on her finished work, or when traced across a spine in the middle of the night. The other 4 move in a huddle of noise across the roof. One of the guys in the middle of a story, but Sam lags behind a step, head tipped back to savor the crisp night air, and Addie wishes she had something else to stare at, an anchor to keep her from falling into the easy gravity of the other girl's orbit. She does, oh, of course. The Odyssey. Addie is about to bury her gaze in the book when Sam's blue eyes dip down from the sky and find her own. The painter smiles, and for an instant, it is August again, and they are laughing over beers on a bar patio, Addie lifting the hair off her neck to calm the flush of summer heat. Sam leaning in to blow on her skin. It is September, and they are in her unmade bed, their fingers tangled in the sheets, and with each other as Addie's mouth traces the dark warmth between Sam's legs. Addie's heart slams in her chest as the girl peels away from her group and casually wanders over. Sorry for crashing your piece. Oh, I don't mind, says Addie, forcing her gaze out, as if studying the city, even though Sam always made her feel like a sunflower, unconsciously angling toward the other girl's light. These days, everyone's looking down, muses Sam. It's nice to see someone looking up. Time slides. It's the same thing Sam said the first time they met, and the 6th And the 10th. But it's not just a line. Sam has an artist's eye, present, searching, the kind that studies their subject and sees something more than shapes. Addie turns away, waits for the sound of retreating steps. But instead, she hears the snap of a lighter, and then Sam is beside her, a white blonde curl dancing at the edge of her sight. She gives in, glances over. "Could I steal one of those?" she asks, nodding at the cigarette. Sam smiles. But you don't need to." She draws another from the box and hands it over, along with a neon blue lighter. Addie takes them, tucks the cigarette between her lips, and drags her thumb along the starter. Luckily, the breeze is up, and she has an excuse, watching the flame as it goes out. Goes out, goes out, goes out. Here, Sam steps closer, her shoulder brushing Addie's as she steps in to block the wind. She smells like the chocolate, chip cookies that her neighbor bakes whenever he's stressed, like the lavender soap she uses to scrub paint from her fingers, the coconut conditioner she leaves in her curls at night. Addie has never loved the taste of tobacco, but the smoke warms her chest, and it gives her something to do with her hands, a thing to focus on besides Sam. They are so close, breaths fogging the same bit of air, and then Sam reaches out and touches one of the freckles on Addie's right cheek, the way she did the first time they met. A gesture so simple and still so intimate. "You have stars," she says, and Addie's chest tightens, twists again. Déjà vu, déjà su, déjà vécu. She has to fight the urge to close the gap, to run her palm along the long slope of Sam's neck, to let it rest against the nape, where Addie knows it fits so well. They stand in silence, blowing out clouds of pale smoke, the other four, laughing and shouting at their backs, until one of the Geyseric, "Aaron?" calls Sam over, and just like that, she is slipping away, back across the roof. Addie fights the urge to tighten her grip instead of letting go. Again. But she does, leans against the low brick wall, and listens to them talk about life, about getting old, bucket lists, and bad decisions. And then one of the girls says, "Shit, we're gonna be late." And just like that, beers get finished, cigarettes put out, and the group of them drifts back toward the rooftop door, all five retreating like a tide. Sam is the last to go. She slows, glances over her shoulder, flashing a last smile at Addie before she ducks. Inside, and Addie knows she could catch her if she runs, could beat the closing door. Doesn't move. The metal bangs shut. Addie sags against the brick wall. Being forgotten, she thinks, is a bit like going mad. You begin to wonder what is real. If you are real. After all, how can a thing be real if it cannot be remembered? It's like that Zen koan, the one about the tree falling in the woods. If no one heard it, did it happen? If a person cannot leave a mark, do they exist? Addie stubs the cigarette out on the brick ledge and turns her back on the skyline, makes her way to the broken chairs and the cooler wedged between them. She finds a single beer floating amid the half-frozen melt and twists off the cap, sinking onto the least damaged lawn chair. It is not so cold tonight, and she is too tired to go looking for another bed. The glow of the fairy lights is just enough to see by, and Addie stretches out in the lawn chair and opens the Odyssey and reads of strange lands and monsters and men who can't ever go home until the cold lulls her to sleep. Paris, France, August 9th, 1714. Third, heat hangs like a low roof over Paris. The August air is heavy, made heavier still by the sprawl of stone buildings, the reek of rotting food and human refuse, the sheer number of bodies living shoulder to shoulder. In 150 years, Haussmann will set his mark upon the city, raise a uniform facade, paint the buildings in the same pale palette, creating a testament to art and evenness and beauty. That is the kind of Paris Addie dreamed of, and one she will certainly live to see. But right now, the poor pile themselves in ragged heaps, while silk-finished nobles stroll through gardens. The streets are crowded with horse-drawn carts, the squares thick with people, and here and there spires thrust up through the woolen fabric of the city. Wealth parades down avenues and rises with the peaks of each palace and estate, while hovels cluster in narrow roads, the stones stained dark with grime and smoke. Addie is too overwhelmed to notice any of it. She skirts the edge of a square, watching as men dismantle market stalls and kick out at the ragged children who duck and weave between them, searching for scraps. As she walks, her hand slips into the hem pocket of her skirts, past the little wooden bird to the 4 copper sols she found in the lining of the stolen coat. 4 souls to make a life. It is getting late and threatening to rain, and she must find a place to sleep. It should be easy enough. There is, it seems, a lodging house on every street, but she is hardly across the threshold of the first when she is turned away. "This is no brothel," chides the owner, glaring down his nose. "And I'm no whore," she answers. But he only sneers and flicks his fingers as if casting off some unwanted residue. The second house is full, the third too costly, the fourth harbors only men. By the time she steps through the doors of the fifth, the sun has set, and her spirits with it, and she is already braced for the rebuke, some excuse as to why she is unfit to stay beneath the roof. But she isn't turned away. An older woman meets her in the entry, thin and stiff, with a long nose and the small, sharp eyes of a hawk. She takes one look at Addie and leads her down the hall. The rooms are small and dingy, but they have walls and doors, a window and a bed. "A week's pay," demands the woman in advance. Addie's heart sinks. A week seems an impossible stretch when memories only seem to last a moment, an hour, a day. "Well," snaps the woman. Addie's hand closes around the copper coins. She is careful to draw out only 3, and the woman snatches them as fast as a crow stealing crusts of bread. They vanish into the pouch at her waist. "Can you give me a bell?" asks Addie Some proof to show I've paid. The woman scowls, clearly insulted. I run an honest house. I'm sure you do, fumbles Addie, but you have so many rooms to keep. It would be easy to forget which ones have. 34 years I've run this lodge, she cuts in, and never yet forgotten a face. It is a cruel joke, thinks Addie, as the woman turns and shuffles away, leaving her to her rented room, a week she paid for. But she knows that she will be lucky to have a day, knows that in the morning she will be evicted, the matron 3 crowns richer, while she herself will be out on the street. A little bronze key rests in the lock, and Addie turns it, relishes the solid sound, like a stone dropped into a stream. She has nothing to unpack, no change of clothes. She casts off the traveling coat, draws the little wooden bird from her skirts, and sets it on the windowsill. A talisman against the dark. She looks out, expecting to see Paris's grand rooftops and dazzling buildings, the tall spires, or at least the Seine. But she has walked too far from the river, and the little window looks out only onto a narrow alleyway and the stone wall of another house that could be anywhere. Addie's father told her so many stories of Paris, made it sound like a place of glamour and gold, rich with magic and dreams waiting to be uncovered. Now she wonders if he ever saw it, or if the city was nothing but a name, an easy backdrop for princes and knights, adventurers and queens. They have bled together in her mind, those stories, become less a picture than a palette, a tone. Perhaps the city was less splendid. Perhaps there were shadows mixed in with the light. It is a gray and humid night. The sounds of merchants and horse carts muted by the soft rain beginning to fall, and Addie curls up on the narrow bed and tries to sleep. She thought at least she'd have the night, but the rain hasn't even stopped. The darkness barely settled when the woman bangs upon her door, and a key is thrust into the lock, and the tiny room is plunged into noise. Rough hands haul Addie from the bed. A man grips her arm as the woman sneers and says, "Who let you in?" Addie fights to wipe away the dregs of sleep. "You did," she says, wishing the woman had only swallowed her pride and given a receipt. But all Addie has is the key, and before she can show it, the woman's bony hand cuts hard across her cheek. "Don't lie, girl," she says, sucking her teeth. "This isn't a charity house." "I paid," says Addie, cupping her face. "But it is no use." The 3 souls in the pouch at the woman's waist will not serve as proof. We spoke, you and I. 34 years you said you've run this house. For an instant, uncertainty flashes across the woman's face. But it is too brief, too fleeting. Addie will one day learn to ask for secrets, details only a friend, intimate, would know. But even then, it will not always gain their favor. She will be called a trickster, a witch, a spirit, and a madwoman. Will be cast out for a dozen different reasons, when in truth, there is only one. They don't remember. "Out," orders the woman, and Addie barely has time to grab her coat before she's forced from the room. Halfway down the hall, She remembers the wooden bird still resting on the windowsill and tries to twist free, to go back for it, but the man's grip is firm. She's cast out onto the street, shaking from the sudden violence of it all. The only consolation that, before the door swings shut, the little wooden bird is tossed out, too. It lands on the stones beside her, one wing cracking with the force. Though this time, the bird doesn't mend itself. It lies there, beside her, a sliver of wood chipped off like a fallen feather as the woman vanishes back inside the house. And Addie stifles the horrible urge to laugh, not at the humor but the madness of it, the absurd, inevitable ending to her night. It is very late, or very early, the city quieted, and the sky a cloudy, rain-slicked gray, but she knows the dark is watching as she scoops up the carving, buries it in her pocket with the last copper coin, gets to her feet, drawing the coat tight around her shoulders, the hem of her skirts already damp. Exhausted, Addie makes her way down the narrow street and takes shelter beneath the wooden lip of an awning, sinking down into the stone crook between buildings to wait for dawn. She slips into a feverish, almost sleep and feels her mother's hand against her brow. Faint rise and fall of her voice as she hums, smoothing a blanket over Addie's shoulders. And she knows she must be ill. That is the only time she saw her mother gentle. Addie lingers there, holding fast to the memory even as it fades, the harsh clop of hooves and strain of wooden carts, encroaching on her mother's whispering song, burying it note by note until she jerks forward out of the haze. Her skirts are stiff with grime, stained and wrinkled from the brief but restless sleep. The rain has stopped, but the city looks just as dirty as it did on her arrival. Back home, a good storm would wash the world clean, leave it smelling crisp and new. But it seems nothing can rinse the grime from the streets of Paris. If anything, that storm has only made things worse. The world wet and dull, puddles brown with mud and filth. And then, amid the muck, she smells something sweet. She follows the scent until she finds a market in full swing, the vendors shouting prices from tables and stalls, chickens still squawking as they're hauled off the backs of carts. Addie is famished, cannot even remember the last time she ate. Her dress doesn't fit, but it never did. She'd stolen it from a washing line 2 days outside of Paris, tired of the one she'd worn the day of her wedding. Still, it hangs no looser now, despite the days without food or drink. She supposes she does not need to eat, will not perish from hunger. But tell that to her cramping stomach, her shaking legs. She scans the busy square, thumbs the last coin in her pocket, loath to spend it. Perhaps she does not need to. With so many people in the market, it should be easy to steal what she needs. Or so she thinks. But the merchants of Paris are as cunning as its thieves, and they keep twice as tight a grip on everywhere. Addie learns this the hard way. It will be weeks before she learns to palm an apple. Longer still to master it without the faintest tell. Today, she makes a clumsy effort, tries to swipe a seeded roll from a bread, baker's cart, and is rewarded with a meaty hand vised around her wrist. Thief! She catches a glimpse of men-at-arms weaving through the crowd and is flooded with the fear of landing in a cell or stock. She is still flesh and bone, has not learned yet to pick locks or charm men out of charges, to free herself from shackles as easily as her face slips from their minds. So she pleads hastily, handing over her last coin. He plucks it from her, waves the men away as the sol vanishes into his purse. Far too much for a roll, but he gives her nothing back. Payment, he says, for trying to steal. Lucky I don't take your fingers, he growls, pushing her away. And that is how Addie comes to be in Paris, with a crust of bread and a broken bird, and nothing else. She hurries from the market, slowing only when she reaches the bank of the Seine. And then, breathless, she tears into the roll, tries to make it last, but in moments it is gone, like a drop of water down an empty well, her hunger barely touched. She thinks of Estelle. The year before, the old woman developed a ringing in her ears. It was always there, she said, day and night, and when Addie asked her how she could bear the constant noise, she shrugged. With time, she said, you can get used to anything. But Addie does not think she will ever get used to this. She stares out at the boats on the river, the cathedral rising through the curtain of mist, the glimpses of beauty that shine like gems against the dingy setting of the blocks, too far away and flat to be real. She stands there until she realizes she is waiting for someone to help, to come and fix the mesh she's in. But no one is coming, no one remembers. And if she resigns herself to waiting, she will wait forever. So she walks, and as she walks, she studies Paris, makes a note of this house and that road, of bridges and carriage horses, and the gates of a garden, glimpses roses beyond the wall, beauty in the cracks. It will take years for her to learn the workings of this city, to memorize the clockwork of arrondissement, step by step, chart the course of every vendor, shop, and street, to study the nuances of the neighborhoods and find the strongholds and the cracks. Learn to survive and thrive in the spaces between other people's lives, make a place for herself among them. Eventually, Addie will master Paris. She will become a flawless thief, uncatchable and quick. She will slip through fine houses like a filigreed ghost, move through salons, and steal up onto rooftops at night and drink pilfered wine beneath the open sky. She will smile and laugh at every stolen victory. Eventually, but not today. Today, she is simply trying to distract herself from her gnawing hunger and her stifling fear. Today, she is alone in a strange city, with no money and no past and no future. Someone dumps a bucket from a second-floor window without warning, and thick brown water splashes onto the cobbles at her feet. Addie jumps back, trying to avoid the worst of the splash, only to collide with a pair of women in fine dress who look at her as if she were a stain. Addie retreats, sinking onto a nearby step, but moments later, a woman comes out and shakes a broom, accuses her of trying to steal away her customers. Go to the docks if you plan to sell your wares, she scolds. And at first, Addie doesn't know what the woman means. Her pockets are empty. She's nothing to sell. But when she says as much, the woman gives her such a look and says, "You've got a body, don't you?" Her face flushes as she understands. "I'm not a whore," she says, and the woman flashes a cold smirk. "Aren't we proud?" she says as Addie rises, turns to go. "Well," the woman calls after in a crow-like caw, "that pride won't fill your belly." Addie pulls the coat tight about her shoulders and forces her legs forward down the road, feeling as if they're about to fold, when she sees the open doors of a church. Not the grand, imposing towers of Notre Dame, but a small, stone thing squeezed between buildings on a narrow street. She has never been religious, not like her parents. She has always felt caught between the old gods and the new. But meeting the devil in the woods has got her thinking, for every shadow there must be light. Perhaps the darkness has an equal, and Addie could balance her wish. Estelle would sneer, but one god gave her nothing but a curse, so the woman cannot fault her for seeking shelter with the other. The heavy door scrapes open, and she shuffles in, blinking in the sudden dark until her eyes adjust, and she sees the panels of stained glass. Addie inhales, struck by the quiet beauty of the space, the vaulted ceiling, and blue and green light painting patterns on the walls. It is a kind of art, she thinks, starting forward, when a man steps into her path. He opens his arms, but there is no welcome in the gesture. The priest is there to bar her way. He shakes his head at her arrival. "I'm sorry," he says, coaxing her like a stray bird back up the aisle. "There is no room here. We're full." And then she is back out on the steps of the church, the heavy grind of the bolt sliding home, and somewhere in Addie's mind, Estella begins to cackle. "You see," she says, in her rasping way, "only new gods have locks." Addie never decides to go to the docks. Her feet choose for her, carry her along the Seine as the sun sinks over river, lead her down the steps, stolen boots thudding on the wooden planks. It's darker there, in the shadow of the ships, a landscape of crates and barrels, ropes and rocking boats. Eyes follow her. Men glance over from their work, and women look on, lounging like cats in the shade. They have a sickly look about them, their color too high, their mouths painted a violent gash of red, their dresses tattered and dirty, and still finer than Addie's own. She has not decided what she means to do, even when she slips the coat from her shoulders, even when a man comes up to her, one hand already roving, as if testing fruit. "How much?" he asks in a gruff voice, and she has no idea what a body is worth, or if she is willing to sell it. When she does not answer, his hands grow rough, his grip grows firm. 10 souls, she says, and the man lets out a bark of laughter. "What are you, a princess?" "No," she answers. "A virgin." There were nights, back home, when Addie dreamed of pleasure, when she conjured the stranger beside her. In the dark, felt his lips against her breasts, imagined her hand was his as it slipped between her legs. "My love," the stranger said, pressing her down into the bed, black curls tumbling into gem-green eyes. "My love," she breathed as he entered her body parting around his solid strength. He pushed deeper, and she gasped, biting her hand to keep from sighing too loud. Her mother would say that a woman's pleasure was a mortal sin, but in those moments, Addie didn't care. Those moments, there was only the longing and the want and the stranger whispering against her skin as the tension deepened, the heat building like a storm in the bowl of her hips, and then in her mind, Adeline would pull his body down on hers, drawing him deeper and deeper until the storm broke and thunder rolled through her. But this is nothing like that. There is no poetry to this unknown man's grunts, no melody or harmony, save the steady noise of thrusting as he pushes himself against her. No rolling pleasure, only pressure and pain, the tightness of one thing being forced inside another. And Addie looks up at the night sky so she won't have to look at his body moving, and she feels the darkness looking back. Then they are in the woods again, and his mouth is on hers, blood bubbling up on her lips as he whispers. "Done." The man finishes with a final thrust and slumps against her, leaden. And this cannot be it. This cannot be the life Addie traded everything for. This cannot be the future that erased her past. Panic grips her chest. But this stranger doesn't seem to care, or even notice. He simply straightens up and tosses a handful of coins onto the cobbles at her feet. He trundles off, and Addie sinks to her knees to collect her reward, and then empties her stomach into the Seine. When asked about her first memories of Paris, those terrible few months, she will say it was a season of grief blurred into a fog. She will say she can't remember. But of course, Addie remembers. She remembers the stench of rotten food and waste, the brackish waters of the Seine, the figures on the docks, remembers moments of kindness erased by a doorway or a dawn, remembers morning her home with its fresh bread and warm hearth, her family's quiet melody and Estelle's strong beat, the life she had, the one she gave up for the one she thought she wanted, stolen and replaced by this. And yet she remembers, too, how she marveled at the city, the way the light swept through in the mornings and evenings, the grandeur carved out between the unhewn blocks, how, despite all the grime and grief and disappointment, Paris was full of surprises. Beauty glimpsed through cracks. Addie remembers the brief respite of that first fall, the brilliant turning of leaves over footpaths, going from green to gold like a jeweler's showcase, before the short, sharp plunge into winter. Remembers the cold that gnawed at her fingers and toes before swallowing them whole. Cold and hunger. They had lean months in Villain, of course, when the cold snap stole the last of a harvest, or a late freeze ruined new growth. But this is a new kind of hunger. It rakes at her from the inside, drags its nails along her ribs. It wears her down, and while Addie knows it cannot kill her, the knowing does nothing to dull the urgent ache, the fear. She has not lost an ounce of flesh, but her stomach twists, gnawing on itself, and just as her feet refuse to callous, so her nerves refuse to learn. There is no numbing, none of the ease that comes with a habit. This pain is always fresh, brittle and bright, the feeling as sharp as her memory. And she remembers the worst, too, remembers the sudden freeze, the brutal chill that stole upon the city, and the wave of sickness that blew in behind it, like a late fall breeze, scattering mounds of dead and dying leaves, the sound and sight of the carts rattling past, carrying grim cargo, Addie, turning her face away, trying not to look at the bony shapes piled carelessly in the back. She pulls a stolen coat close around her as she stumbles down the road, and dreams of summer heat while the cold climbs down into her bones. She does not think she will ever be warm again. Twice more she has gone to the docks, but the cold has forced the callers in, to warm shelters of brothels, and around her the cold snap has turned Paris cruel. The rich board themselves up inside their homes, cling to their hearth fires, while out in the streets the poor are whittled down by winter. There is nowhere to hide from it, or rather the only spots have all been claimed. That first year, Addie is too tired to fight for space, too tired to search for shelter. Another gust whips through, and Addie folds herself against it, eyes blurring. She shuffles sideways onto a narrow street, just to escape the violent wind, the sudden quiet, the breezeless peace of the alley is like down, soft and warm. Her knees fold. She slumps into a corner against a set of steps and watches her fingers turn blue, thinks she can see frost spreading over her skin, and marvels quietly, sleepily, at her own transformation. Her breath fogs the air in front of her, each exhale briefly blotting out the world beyond until the gray city fades to white, to white, to white. Strange how it seems to linger now, a little more with every breath, as if she's fogging up a pane of glass. She wonders how many breaths until the world is hidden, erased like her. Perhaps it is her vision blurring. She does not care. She is tired. She is so tired. Addie cannot stay awake, and why should she try? Sleep is such a mercy. Perhaps she will wake again in spring, like the princess in one of her father's stories, and find herself lying in the grassy bank along the Sarthe, Estelle nudging her with a worn shoe and teasing her for dreaming again. This is death. At least for an instant, Addie thinks it must be death. The world is dark, the cold unable to hold back the reek of rot, and she cannot move. But then she remembers she cannot die. There is her stubborn pulse, fighting to beat, and her stubborn lungs, fighting to fill. And Addie realizes her limbs aren't lifeless at all, but weighted down on every side. Heavy sacks above, below, and panic flutters through her, but her mind is still sluggish with sleep. She twists, and the sacks shift a little on top of her. The dark splits, and a sliver of gray light shines through. Addie writhes and wriggles until she frees one arm and then the other, drawing them in against her body. She begins to push up through the sacks, and only then does she feel bones beneath the cloth. Only then does her hand meet waxy skin. Only then do her fingers tangle in the strands of someone else's hair. And now she is awake, so awake, scrambling, tearing, desperate to get free. She claws her way up and out, hands splayed across the bony mound of a dead man's back. Nearby, milky eyes stare up at her. A jaw hangs open, and Addie stumbles out of the cart and collapses to the ground, retching, sobbing, alive. A horrible sound tears free from her chest. A harsh cough, something snagged halfway between a sob and a laugh. Then a scream. And it takes a moment for her to realize it is not coming from her own cracked lips. A ragged woman stands across the road, hands to her mouth in horror, and Addie cannot even blame her. What a shock it must be to see a corpse drag itself free from the cart. The woman crosses herself, and Addie calls out in a hoarse and broken voice, "I am not dead." But the woman only shuffles away, and Addie turns her fury on the cart. "I am not dead," she says again, kicking at the wooden wheel. "Hey!" shouts a man, holding the legs of a frail and twisted corpse. "Stay back!" shouts a second, gripping its shoulders. Of course, they do not remember throwing her in. Addie backs away as they swing the newest body up into the cart. It lands with a sickening thud atop the others, and her stomach churns to think she was among them, even briefly. A whip cracks. The horses shuffle forward. The wheels turn on the cobbled stones, and it is not until the cart has gone, not until Addie thrusts her trembling hands into the pockets of her stolen coat, that she realizes they are empty. The little wooden bird is gone. The last of her past life, carried away with the dead. For months, she will keep reaching for the bird, hand drifting to her pocket, the way it might to a stubborn curl, a motion born of so much habit. She cannot seem to remind her fingers it is gone, cannot seem to remind her heart, which stutters a little every time she finds the pocket empty. But there, blooming amid the sorrow, is a terrible relief. Every moment since she left Villain, she has feared the loss of this last token. Now that it is gone, there is a guilty gladness tucked among the grief. This last brittle thread to her old life has broken, and Addie has been set well and truly and forcibly free. Paris, France, July 2009, 1715. Vir dreamer is too soft a word. It conjures thoughts of silken sleep, of lazy days in fields of tall grass, of charcoal smudges on soft parchment. Addie still holds on to dreams, but she is learning to be sharper, less the artist's hand, and more the knife, honing the pencil's edge. "Pour me a drink," she says, holding out the bottle of wine, and the man pries out the cork and fills 2 glasses from the low shelf of the rented room. He hands her one, and she doesn't touch it, as he throws his back in a single swallow. downs a second before abandoning the glass and reaching for her dress. "Where's the rush?" she says, guiding him back. "You've paid for the room. We have all night." She is careful not to push him away, careful to keep the pressure of her resistance coy. Some men, she's found, take pleasure in disregarding the wishes of a woman. Instead, Addie lifts her own glass to his hungry mouth, tips the rusted contents between his lips, tries to pass the gesture off as seduction instead of force. He drinks deep, then knocks the glass away. Clumsy hands paw at her front, fighting with the laces and the stays. "I cannot wait to—" He slurs, but the drug in the wine is already taking hold, and soon he trails off, his tongue going heavy in his mouth. He sags back onto the bed, still grasping at her dress, and a moment later his eyes roll back and he slumps sideways, lost to sleep before his head strikes the thin pillow. Addie leans over and pushes until he rolls off the bed, hitting the floor like a sack of grain. The man lets out a muted groan, but does not wake. She finishes his work, loosening the laces of her dress until she can breathe again. Paris fashion, twice as tight as country clothes, and half as practical. She stretches out on the bed, grateful to have it to herself, at least for the night. She does not want to think about tomorrow, when she is forced to start again. That is the madness of it. Every day is amber, and she is the fly trapped inside. No way to think in days or weeks when she lives in moments. Time begins to lose its meaning, and yet she has not lost track of time. She cannot seem to misplace it, no matter how she tries. And so Addie knows what month it is, what day, what night, and so she knows it has been a year since she ran from her own wedding, a year since she fled into the woods, a year since she sold her soul. For this? For freedom? For time? A year. And she has spent it learning the boundaries of this new life, walking the edges of her curse like a lion in its cage. She has seen lions now. They came to Paris in the spring as part of an exhibit. They were nothing like the beasts of her imagination, so much grander and so much less, their majesty diminished by the dimensions of their cells. Addie went a dozen times to see them, studied their mournful gazes, looking past the visitors to the gap in the tent, the single sliver of freedom. A year she spent bound within the prism of this deal, forced to suffer but not die, starve but not waste, want but not wither. Every moment pressed into her own memory, while she herself slips from the minds of others with the slightest push, erased by a closing door, an instant out of sight, a moment of sleep, unable to leave a mark on anyone or anything, even the man slumped on the floor. She draws the stoppered bottle of laudanum from her skirts and holds it to the meager light. 3 tries and 2 bottles of the precious medicine wasted before she realized she could not drug the drinks herself, could not be the hand that did the harm, but mix it in the bottle of wine, reset the cork, and let them pour their own glass, and the action is no longer hers. See? She is learning. It is a lonely education. She tips the bottle, the last of the milky substance shifting inside the glass. Wonders if it might buy her a night of dreamless sleep, a deep and drugged peace. How disappointing! At the sound of the voice, Addie nearly drops the laudanum. She twists around in the small room, scouring the dark, but cannot find its source. I confess, my dear, I expected more. The voice seems to come from every shadow, then from one. It gathers in the darkest corner of the room, like smoke, and then he steps forward into the circle cast by the candle flame. Black curls tumble across his brow. Shadows land in the hollows of his face, and green eyes glitter with their own internal light. And for a traitorous instant, her heart lurches at the familiar sight of her stranger, before she remembers it is only him. The darkness from the woods. A year she's lived this curse. And in that time, she's called for him. She's pleaded with the night. Sunk coins she could not spare into the banks of the Seine, begged for him to answer, just so she could ask why. Now she throws the bottle of laudanum straight at his head. The shadow does not move to catch it, does not need to. It passes straight through, shatters against the wall behind him. He gives her a pitying smile. Hello, Adeline. Adeline. A name she thought she'd never hear again. A name that aches like a bruise, even as her heart skips to hear it. You? She snarls. The barest incline of his head, the curl of his smile. Have you missed me? She hurtles toward him like the stoppered bottle, throws herself against his front, half expecting to fall through and shatter as it did. But her hands meet flesh and bone, or at least the illusion of it. She pounds against his chest, and it is like striking a tree, just as hard and just as pointless. He looks down at her, amused. I see you have, She tears herself away, wants to scream, to rage, to sob. You left me there. You took everything from me, and you left. Do you know how many nights I begged? I heard you, he says, and there is an awful pleasure in the way he says it. Addie sneers with rage. But you never came. The darkness spreads his arms, as if to say, I am here now. And she wants to strike him, useless as it is, wants to banish him, cast him from this room like a curse. But she must ask. She must know. Why? Why did you do this to me? His dark brows knit with false worry, mock concern. I granted your wish. I asked only for more time, for a life of freedom. I have given you both. His fingers trail along the bedpost. This past year has taken no toll. A stifled sound escapes her throat, but he continues. You are whole, are you not? And uninjured. You do not age. You do not wither. And as for freedom, is there any keener liberation than what I've gifted you? A life with no one to answer to. This isn't what I wanted. You did not know what you wanted, he says sharply, stepping toward her. And if you did, then you should have been more careful. You deceived, you erred, says the darkness, closing the last space between them. Don't you remember, Adeline? His voice drops to a whisper. You were so brash, so brazen, tripping over your words as if they were roots, rambling on about all the things you did not want. He is so close to her now, one hand drifting up her arm, and she wills herself not to give him the satisfaction of retreat, not to let him play the wolf and force into the part of sheep. But it is hard. For all that he is painted as her stranger, he is not a man, not even human. It is only a mask, and it does not fit. She can see the thing beneath as it was in the woods, shapeless and boundless, monstrous and menacing. The darkness shimmers behind that greenied gaze. You asked for an eternity, and I said no. You begged and pleaded. And then, do you remember what you said? When? He speaks again. His voice is still his voice, but she can hear her own echoing through it. You can have my life when I am done with it. You can have my soul when I don't want it anymore. She draws back from the words, from him, or tries to, but this time he does not let her. The hand on her arm tightens. The other rests like a lover's touch behind her neck. Was it not in my best interest, then, to make your life unpleasant? To press you toward your inevitable surrender? You did not have to, she whispers, hating the waver in her voice. My dear Adeline, he says, hand sliding up her neck into her hair. I am in the business of souls, not mercy. His fingers tighten, forcing her head back, her gaze up to meet his own, and there is no sweetness in his face, only a kind of feral beauty. Come, he says, give me what I want, and the deal will be done. This misery ended. A soul for a single year of grief and madness. A soul for copper coins on a Paris dock. A soul for nothing more than this. And yet it would be a lie to say she does not waver, to say that no part of her wants to give up, give in, if only for a moment. Perhaps it is that part that asks, what would become of me? Those shoulders, the ones she drew so many times, the ones she conjured into being, give only a dismissive shrug. You will be nothing, my dear, he says simply, but it is a kinder nothing than this. Surrender, and I will set you free. If some part of her wavered, if some small part wanted to give in, it did not last beyond a moment. There is a defiance in being a dreamer. I decline, she growls. The shadow scowls, those green eyes darkening like cloth soaked wet. His hands fall away. You will give in, he says, soon enough. He does not step back, does not turn to go. He is simply gone, swallowed by the dark. New York City, March 13th, 2014. 5th, Henry Strauss has never been a morning person. He wants to be one, has dreamed of rising with the sun, sipping his first cup of Coffee, while the city is still waking, the whole day ahead and full of promise. He's tried to be a morning person, and on the rare occasion he's managed to get up before dawn. It was a thrill to watch the day begin, to feel, at least for a little while, like he was ahead instead of behind. But then a night would go long, and a day would start late, and now he feels like there's no time at all. Like he is always late for something. Today, it is breakfast with his younger sister, Muriel. Henry hurries down the block, his head still ringing faintly from the night before, and he would have canceled, should have canceled. But he's canceled 3 times in the last month alone. And he doesn't want to be a shitty brother. She just wants to be a good sister. And that's nice. That's new. He's never been to this place before. It's not one of his local haunts, though the truth is, Henry's running out of coffee shops in his vicinity. Vanessa ruined the first. Milo the second. The espresso at the third tasted like charcoal. So he let Muriel pick one, and she chose a quaint little hole in the wall called Sunflower that apparently doesn't have a sign, or an address, or any way to find it except by some hipster radar that Henry obviously lacks. At last he spots a single sunflower stenciled on a wall across the street. He jogs to make the light, bumping into a guy on the corner, mumbles apologies, even as the other man says, "It's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine." When Henry finally finds the entrance, the hostess is halfway through telling him there's no space. But then she looks up from the podium and smiles and says she'll make it work. Henry looks around for Muriel, but she's always considered time a flexible concept. So even though he's late, she's definitely later. And he's secretly glad for once, because it gives him a moment to breathe, to smooth his hair, and rest himself free of the scarf that's trying to strangle him, even order a coffee. He tries to make himself look presentable. Even if it doesn't matter what he does, it won't change what she sees. But it still matters. It has to. 5 minutes later, Muriel sweeps in. She is, as usual, a tornado of dark curls and unshakable confidence. Muriel Strauss, who at 2004 only ever talks about the world in terms of conceptual authenticity and creative truth, who's been a darling of the New York art scene since her first semester at Tisch, where she quickly realized she was better at critiquing art than creating it. Henry loves his sister. He does. But Muriel's always been like strong perfume, better in small doses and at a distance. "Hen," she shouts, shedding her coat and dropping into the seat with a dramatic flourish. "You look great," she says, which isn't true, but he simply says, "You too, Mur." She beams and orders a flat white, and Henry braces for an awkward silence, because the truth is, he has no idea how to talk to her. But if Muriel's good an anything, it's holding up a conversation. So he drinks his black coffee and settles in while she rolls through the latest pop-up gallery drama, Then Her. Schedule for Passover raves about an experiential art festival on the High Line, even though it isn't open yet. It isn't until after she finishes a rant on a piece of street art that was definitely not a pile of trash, but in fact a commentary on capitalist waste, to the echo of Henry's MHMs and nods that Muriel brings up their older brother. He's been asking about you. This is a thing Muriel has never said. Not about David. Never to Henry. So he cannot help himself. Why? His sister rolls her eyes. I imagine it's because Henry nearly chokes on his drink. David Strauss cares about a lot of things. He cares about his status as the youngest head surgeon at Sinai. He cares, presumably, about his patients. He cares about making time for midrash, even if it means he has to do it in the middle of a Wednesday night. He cares about his parents and how proud they are of what he's done. David Strauss does not care about his younger brother, except for the myriad ways in which he's ruining the family reputation. Henry looks down at his watch, even though it doesn't tell the time, or any time, for that matter. Sorry, sis, he says, scraping back his chair. I've got to open the door. She cuts herself off, something she never used to do, and rises from the chair to wrap her arms around his waist, squeezing him tight. It feels like an apology, like affection, like love. Muriel is a good 5 inches shorter than Henry, enough that he could rest, his chin on her head, if they were that kind of close, which they're not. Don't be a stranger, she says. And Henry promises he won't. New York City, March 13th, 2014. Addie wakes to someone touching her cheek. The gesture is so gentle. At first she thinks she must be dreaming, but then she opens her eyes and sees the fairy lights on the roof, sees Sam crouched beside the lawn chair, a worried crease across her forehead. Her hair has been set free, a mane of wild blonde curls around her face. Hey, Sleeping Beauty, she says, tucking a cigarette back into its box. Unlit, Addie shivers and sits up, pulling the jacket tight around her. It's a cold, cloudy morning. The sky, a stretch of sunless white. She didn't mean to sleep this long, this late. Not that she has anywhere to be, but it certainly seemed like a better idea last night, when she could feel her fingers. The Odyssey has fallen off her lap. It lies face down on the ground, the cover slick with morning dew. She reaches to pick it up, does her best to dust the jacket off, smooth the pages where they got bent or smudged. It's freezing out here, says Sam, pulling Addie to her feet. Come on. Sam always talks like that. Statements in place of questions. Imperatives that sound like invitations. She pulls Addie toward the rooftop door, and Addie is too cold to protest. Simply trails Sam down the stairs to her apartment, pretending she doesn't know the way. The door swings open onto madness. The hall The bedroom, the kitchen are all stuffed full of art and artifact. Only the living room, at the back of the apartment, is spacious and bare. No sofa or tables there. Nothing but 2 large windows, an easel, and a stool. "This is where I do my living," she said, when she first brought Addie home. And Addie answered, "I can tell." She's crammed everything she owns into 3/4 of the space, just to preserve the peace and quiet of the 4th. Her friend offered her a studio space at an insane deal, but it felt cold, she said, and she needs warmth to paint. "Sorry," says Sam, stepping around a canvas, over a box. "It's a bit cluttered right now." Addie has never seen it any other way. She would love to see what Sam is working on. What put the white paint under her nails and led to the smudge of pink just below her jaw. But instead, Addie forces herself to follow the girl around and over and through the mess into the kitchen. Sam snaps on the coffee maker, and Addie's eyes slide over the space, marking the changes. Purple vase, a stack of half-read books, a postcard from Italy, the collection of mugs, some sprouting clean brushes, and always growing. "You paint," she says, nodding at the stack of canvases leaning against the stove. "I do," says Sam, a smile breaking over her face. "Abstracts, mostly. Nonsense art, my friend Jake calls it. But it's not really nonsense. It's just other people paint what they see. I paint what I feel. Maybe it's confusing, swapping one sense for another, but there's beauty in the transmutation." Sam pours 2 cups of coffee, one mug green, as shallow and wide as a bowl, the other tall and blue. "Cats or dogs?" she asks, instead of green or blue, even though there are no dogs or cats on either of them. And Addie says, "Cats," and Sam hands her the tall blue cup without any explanation. Their fingers brush, and they are standing closer than she realized, close enough for Addie to see the streaks of silver in the blue of Sam's eyes, close enough for Sam to count the freckles on her face. "You have stars," she says. "Déjà vu," thinks Addie. Again, she wills herself to pull away, to leave, to spare herself the insanity of repetition and reflection. Instead, Addie wraps her hands around the cup and takes a long sip. The first note is strong and bitter, but the second is rich and sweet. She sighs with pleasure, and Sam flashes her a brilliant grin. "Good, right?" She says, "The secret is cacao nibs," thinks Addie. "Cacao nibs," says Sam, taking a long sip from her cup, which Addie is convinced now is really a bowl. She drapes herself over the counter, head bowed over the coffee, as if it were an offering. "You look like a wilted flower," teases Addie. Sam winks and lifts her cup. "Water me and watch me bloom." Addie has never seen Sam like this. In the morning, of course, she's woken up beside her, but those days were tinged with apologies, unease, the aftermath of the absence of memory. It is never fun to linger in those moments. Now, though, this knew a memory made for the first time. Sam shakes her head. "Sorry? I never asked your name." This is one of the things she loves about Sam. One of the first things she ever noticed. Sam lives and loves with such an open heart, shares the kind of warmth most reserve only for the closest people in their lives. Reasons come second to needs. She took her in. She warmed her up before she thought to ask her name. "Madeline," says Addie, "because it is the closest she can get." Says Sam, "my favorite kind of cookie. I'm Sam." "Hello, Sam," she says, as if tasting the name for the first time. "So," says the other girl, as if the question only just occurred to her, "what were you doing up there on the roof?" "Oh," says Addie, with a small, self-deprecating laugh, "I didn't mean to fall asleep up there. I don't even remember sitting down on the lawn chair. I must have been more tired than I thought. I just moved in. 2F. I don't think I'm used to all the noise." I couldn't sleep, finally gave up, and went up there to get some fresh air and watch the sun rise over the city. The lie rolls out so easily, the way paved with practice. "We're neighbors," says Sam. "You know," she adds, setting her empty cup aside, "I'd love to paint you sometime." And Addie fights the urge to say, "You already have." "I mean, it wouldn't look like you." Sam rambles on, heading into the hall. Addie follows, watches her stop and run her fingers over a stack of canvases, turning through them as if they were records in a vinyl shop. "I've got this whole series I'm working on," she says, "of people as skies." A dull pang echoes through Addie's chest, and it's 6 months ago, and they are lying in bed, Sam's fingers tracing the freckles on her cheeks, her touch as light and steady as a brush. "You know," she'd said, "they say people are like snowflakes, each one unique, but I think they're more like skies. Some are cloudy, some are stormy, some are clear, but no two are ever quite the same. And what kind of sky am I?" Addie had asked then, and Sam had stared at her, unblinking, and then brightened, and it was the kind of brightening she had seen with 100 artists, 100 times, the glow of inspiration, as if someone switched on a light beneath their skin. And Sam, suddenly animated, wound to life, sprang from the bed, taking Addie with her into the living room. An hour of sitting on the hardwood floor, wrapped in only a blanket, listening to the murmur and scrape of Sam mixing paint, hiss of the brush on the canvas, and then it was done. And when Addie came around to look at it, what she saw was the night sky. Not the night sky as anyone else would have painted it. Bold streaks of charcoal and black, and thin slashes of middle gray, the paint so thick it rose up from the canvas, and flecked across the surface, a handful of silver dots. They looked almost accidental, like spatter from a brush. But there were exactly 7 of them, small and distant and wide apart as stars. Sam's voice draws her back to the kitchen. "I wish I could show you my favorite piece," she's saying now. "It was the first in the series, One Forgotten Night. I sold it to this collector on the Lower East Side. It was my first major sale. Paid my rent for 3 months. Got me into a gallery. Still, it's hard. letting go of the art. I know I have to. That whole starving artist thing is overrated. But I miss it every day. Her voice dips softer. The crazy thing is, every one of the pieces in that series is modeled after someone. Friends, people here in the building, strangers I found on the street. I remember all of them, but I can't for the life of me remember who she was. Addie swallows. You think it a girl? Yeah, I do. It just had this energy. Maybe you dreamed her. Maybe, says Sam. I've never been good at remembering dreams. But, you know, she trails off, staring at Addie the way she did that night in bed, beginning to glow. You remind me of that piece. She puts a hand over her face. God, that sounds like the worst pickup line in the world. I'm sorry. I'm going to take a shower. I should get going, says Addie. Thanks for the coffee. Sam bites her lip. Do you have to? No, she doesn't. Addie knows she could follow Sam right into the shower, wrap herself in a towel, and sit on the living room floor and see what kind of painting Sam would make of her today. She could fall into this moment forever, but she knows there is no future in it, only an infinite number of presents, and she has lived as many of those with Sam as she can bear. Sorry, she says, chest aching, but Sam only shrugs. We'll see each other again, she says, with so much faith. After all, we're neighbors now. Addie manages a pale shadow of a smile. That's right. Sam walks her to the door, and with every step, Addie resists the urge to look back. Don't be a stranger, says Sam. I won't, promises Addie, as the door swings shut. She sighs, leaning back against it, listens to Sam's footsteps retreating down the cluttered hall before she forces herself up and forward and away. Outside, the white marble sky has cracked, letting through thin bands of blue. The cold has burned off, and Addie finds a cafe with sidewalk seating, busy enough that the waiter only has time to make a pass of the outside tables every 10 minutes or so. She counts the beats like a prisoner, marking the pace of guards, orders a coffee. It isn't as good as Sam's, all bitter, no sweet, but it's warm enough to keep the chill at bay. She puts up the collar of her leather coat and opens the Odyssey again and tries to read. Here, Odysseus thinks he is heading home to finally be reunited with Penelope after the horrors of war. But she has read the story enough times to know how far the journey is from done. She skims, translating from Greek to modern English. I fear the sharp frost and the soaking dew together will do me in. I'm bone-weary, about to breathe my last, and a cold wind blows from a river on toward morning. The waiter ducks back outside, and she glances up from the book, watches him frown a little at the sight of the drink already ordered and delivered, the gap in his memory where a customer should be. But she looks like she belongs. And that's half the battle, really, and a moment Later, he turns his attention to the couple in the doorway, waiting for a seat. She returns to her book, but it's no use. She's not in the mood for old men lost at sea, for parables of lonely lives. She wants to be stolen away, wants to forget. A fantasy, or perhaps a romance. The coffee is cold now anyway, and Addie stands up, book in hand, and sets off for the last word to find something new. Paris, France, July 2000 to 9th, 1716. 7th. She stands in the shade of a silk merchant. Across the way, the tailor's shop bustles, the pace of business brisk, even as the day wears on. Sweat drips down her neck as she unties and reties the bonnet, salvaged from a gust of wind, hoping the cloth cap will be enough to pass her off as a lady's maid, to grant her the kind of invisibility reserved for help. If he thinks her a maid, Bertin will not look too close. If he thinks her a maid, he might not notice Addie's dress, which is simple but fine, slipped from a tailor's model a week before, in a similar shop across the Seine. It was a pretty thing at first, until she snagged the skirts on an errant nail, and someone cast a bucket of soot too near her feet, and red wine somehow got onto one of the sleeves. She wishes her clothes were as resistant to change as she appears to be, especially because she has only the one dress. There's no point collecting a wardrobe or anything else when you've nowhere to put it. She will try, in later years, to gather trinkets, hide them away like a magpie with its nest, but something will always conspire to steal them back, like the wooden bird lost among the bodies in the cart. She cannot seem to hold on to much of anything for long. At last, the final customer steps out, a valet, one beribboned box beneath each arm, and before anyone else can beat her to the door, Addie darts across the street and steps inside the tailor's shop. It is a narrow space, a table piled high with rolls of fabric, a pair of dress forms modeling the latest fashions, the kind of gowns that take at least 4 hands to get on, and just as many to take off, all bolstered hips and ruffled sleeves and bosoms cinched too tight to breathe. These days, the fine society of Paris is wrapped like parcels, clearly not meant to be opened. A small bell on the door announces her arrival, and the tailor, Monsieur Bertin, looks up at her through brows as thick as brambles and makes a sour face. "I am closing," he says curtly. Addie ducks her head, the picture of discretion. "I am here on behalf of Madame Lautrec." It is a name plucked from the breeze, overheard on a handful of her walks, but it is the right answer. The tailor straightens, suddenly keen. "For the Lautrecs, anything." He takes up a small pad, a charcoal pencil, and Addie's own fingers twitch, a moment of grief, a longing to draw as she so often did. "It is strange, though," he is saying, shaking the stiffness from his hands, "that she would send a lady's maid in place of her valet." "He's ill," Addie answers swiftly. She is learning to lie, to bend with the current of the conversation, follow its course. So she sent her lady's maid instead. Madame wishes to throw a dance and is in need of a new dress. But, of course, he says. You have her measurements? I do. He stares, waiting for her to produce a slip of paper. No, she explains. I have her measurements. They are the same as mine. That's why she sent me. She thinks it is a rather clever lie, but the tailor only frowns and turns toward a curtain at the back of the shop. I will get my tape. She catches a brief glimpse of the room beyond. A dozen dress forms, a mountain of silks, before the curtain falls again. But as Bertine slips away, so does she, vanishing between the dress forms and the rolls of muslin and cotton propped against the wall. It is not her first visit to the shop, and she has learned well its crevices and crooks, all the corners large enough to hide in. Addie folds into one such space, and by the time Bertine returns to the front of the shop, the tape in one hand, he has forgotten all about Madame Lautrec and her peculiar maid. It is stuffy among the rolls of cloth, and she's grateful when she hears the rattle of the bell, the shuffling sound of Bertine closing up his shop. He will go upstairs to the room he keeps above. We'll have some soup and soak his aching hands and go to bed before it is full night. She waits, letting the quiet settle around her, waits until she can hear the groan of his steps overhead. And she is free to wander and peruse. A weak gray light seeps through the front window as she crosses the shop, pulls aside the heavy curtain, and steps through. The fading light slides in through a single window, just enough to see by. Along the back wall, there are cloaks, half-finished, and she makes a mental note to return when summer gives way to fall and the cold sweeps through. But her focus falls on the center of the room, where a dozen dress forms stand like dancers, taking up their marks. Narrow waists wrapped in shades of green and gray, a navy gown piped white, another pale blue with yellow trim. Addie smiles and casts the bonnet off onto a table, shaking loose her hair. She runs her hand over skeins of patterned silk and richly dyed cotton, savoring the textures of linen and twill, touches the boning of the corsets, the bustles at the hips, imagining herself in each. She passes the muslin and wool, simple and sturdy, lingers instead on worsted, pleats, and layered satin, finer than anything she saw back home. Home. It is a hard word to let go of, even now, when there is nothing left to bind her to it. She plucks at the stays of a bodice, the blue of summer, and stops, breath held, when she catches movement out of the corner of her eye. But it is only a mirror, leaning against the wall. She turns, studies herself in the silvered surface, as if she were a portrait of someone else, though the truth is, she looks entirely herself. These last 2 years have felt like 10, and yet they do not show. She should have long been whittled down to skin and bone, hardened, hewn, but her face is just as full as it was the summer she left home. Her skin, unlined by time and trial, untouched in any way, save for the familiar freckles on the smooth palate of her cheeks. Only her eyes mark the change, an edge of shadow threaded through the brown and gold. Addie blinks, forces her gaze away from herself and the dresses. Across the room, a trio of dark shapes, men's forms in trousers and waistcoats and jackets. In the low light, their headless forms seem alive, leaning into one another as they study her. She considers the cut of their clothes, the absence of bone stays, bustled skirts, and thinks, not for the first time, and certainly not for the last, how much simpler it would be to be a man, how easily they move through the world, and at such little cost. And then she is reaching for the nearest form, sliding off its coat, unfastening the buttons down its front. There is a strange intimacy to the undressing, and she enjoys it all the more for the fact that the man beneath her fingers is not real, and therefore cannot grope, or paw, or push. She frees herself from the laces of her own dress, and finds her way into the trousers, fastening them below her knee. She pulls on the tunic and buttons the waistcoat, shrugs the striped coat over her shoulders, fastens the lace cravat at her throat. She feels safe in the armor of their fashion. But when she turns to the mirror, her spirits sink. Her chest is too full, her waist too narrow, her hips flaring to fill the trousers in the wrong place. The jacket helps a little, but nothing can disguise her face. The bow of her lips, the line of her cheek, the smoothness of her brow, all too soft and round to pass for anything but female. She takes up a pair of shears, tries to trim the loose coil of her hair to her shoulders, but seconds later it is back, the locks on the floor, swept away by some invisible hand. No mark made, even on herself. She finds a pin and fastens the light brown waves back in the style she has seen men wear, plucks a tricorn hat from one of the forms and rests it above her brow. At a distance, perhaps, at a passing glance, perhaps, at night, perhaps, when the darkness is thick enough to smudge the details. But even by lamplight, the illusion does not hold. The men in Paris are soft, even pretty, but they are still men. She sighs and casts off the disguise and passes the next hour trying on dress after dress, already longing for the freedom of those trousers, the stayless comfort of that tunic. But the dresses are fine and lush. Her favorite among them is a lovely green and white, but it isn't finished yet. The collar and hem lie open, waiting for lace. She'll have to check back in a week or two, hope that she catches the dress before it's gone, wrapped in paper and sent on to the home of some baroness. In the end, Addie chooses a dark sapphire dress, its edges trimmed in gray. It reminds her of a storm at night, the clouds blotting out the sky. The silk kisses her skin, the fabric crisp and new and utterly unblemished. It is too fine for her needs, a dress for banquets, for balls, but she does not care. And if it draws strange looks, what of it? They will forget before they have the chance to gossip. Addie leaves her own dress draped around the naked form, does not bother with the bonnet, lifted from a line of clothes that morning. She slips back through the curtain and across the shop, skirts rustling around her, finds the spare key Bertin keeps in the table's top drawer and unlocks the door. careful to still the bell with her fingers. She pulls the door shut behind her, crouching to slip the iron key back through the gap beneath the door, then rises and turns, only to collide with a man standing on the street. It is no wonder she didn't see him. Dressed in black, from his shoes to his collar, he blends right into the dark. She is already murmuring apologies, already backing away when her gaze lifts and she sees the line of his jaw, the raven curls, the eyes, so green despite the lack of light. He smiles down at her. Adeline, that name, it strikes like flint on his tongue, sparks an answering light behind her ribs. His gaze drifts over her new dress. You're looking well. I look the same. The prize of immortality, as you wanted. This time she does not rise to take the bait, does not scream or swear, or point out all the ways he's damned her. But he must see the struggle on her face, because he laughs, soft and airy as a breeze. "Come," says the shadow, offering his arm. "I will walk you." He does not say that he will walk her home. And if it were midday, she would scorn the offer just to spite him. Of course, if it were midday, the darkness would not be there. But it is late, and only one kind of woman walks alone at night. Addie has learned that women, at least women of a certain class, never venture forth alone, even during the day. They are kept inside like potted plants, tucked behind the curtains of their homes. And when they do go out, they go in groups, safe within the cages of each other's company, and always in the light of day. To walk alone in the morning is a scandal, but to walk alone at night, that is something else. Addie knows. She has felt their looks, their judgment, from every side. The women scorn her from their windows. The men try to buy her on the streets. And the devout, they try to save her soul, as if she hasn't already sold it. She has said yes to the church on more than one occasion, but only for the shelter, and never the salvation. "Well?" asks the shadow, holding out his arm. Perhaps she is lonelier than she would say. Perhaps an enemy's company is still better than none. Addie does not take his arm, but she does start walking, and she does not need to look to know that he has fallen in step beside her. His shoes echo softly on the cobblestones, and a faint breeze presses like a palm against her back. They walk in silence until she cannot bear it, until her resolve slips and she looks over and sees him, head tipped, slightly back, dark lashes brushing fair cheeks as he breathes in the night, fetid though it is, a faint smile on those lips, as if he's perfectly at ease. His very image mocks her, even as his edges blur, dark into dark, smoke on shadow, a reminder of what he is and what he isn't. Her silence cracks. The words spill out. "You can take any shape you please. Isn't that right?" His head tips down. "It is. Then change," she says. "I cannot bear to look at you." Rueful smile. "I rather like this form. I think you do as well. I did once she says. But you have ruined it. It is an opening. She sees too late. A crack in her own armor. Now he will never change. Addie stops on a narrow, winding street before a house, if it can be called that, a slumping wooden structure like a pile of kindling, deserted, abandoned, but not empty. When he is gone, she will climb through the gap in the boards, trying not to ruin the hem of her new skirts. Will cross the uneven floor and go up a set of broken stairs to the attic, and hope that no one else has found it first. She will climb out of her storm cloud dress and fold it carefully within a piece of tissue paper, and then she will lie down on a pallet of burlap and board, stare up through the split planks of the ceiling, 2 feet over her head, and hope it does not rain, while the lost souls creep through the body of the house below. Tomorrow, the little room will be taken, and in a month the building will burn down. But there is no sense worrying about the future now. The darkness shifts like a curtain at her back. How long will you carry on? He muses. What is the point of dragging yourself through another day when there is no reprieve? Questions she has asked herself in the dead of night. Moments of weakness. When winter sank its teeth into her skin, or hunger clawed against her bones. When a space was taken, a day's work undone, a night's peace lost, and she could not bear the thought of rising to do it all again. And yet, hearing the words parroted back like this, in his voice instead of hers, they lose a measure of their venom. "Don't you see?" he says, green eyes sharp as broken glass. "There is no end besides the one I offer. All you have to do is yell." "I saw an elephant," says Addie, and the words are like cold water on coals. The darkness stills beside her, and she continues, gaze fixed on the ramshackle house and the broken roof and the open sky above. 2, in fact. They were in the palace grounds, as part of some display. I didn't know animals could be so large. And there was a fiddler in the square the other day, she presses on, her voice steady. And his music made me cry. It was the prettiest song I'd ever heard. I had champagne, drank it straight from the bottle, and watched the sun set over the Seine, while the bells rang out from Notre Dame, and none of it would have happened back in Villon. She turns to look at him. "It has only been 2 years, she says. "Think of all the time I have, and all the things I'll see." Addie grins at the shadow then. A small, feral smile, all teeth, feasting on the way the humor falls from his face. It is small victory, and yet so sweet, to see him falter, even for an instant. And then, suddenly, he is too close. The air between them snuffed like a candle. He smells of summer nights, of earth and moss and tall grass waving beneath stars, and of something darker, of blood on rocks and wolves loose in the woods. He leans in until his cheek brushes against hers, and when he speaks again, the words are little more than whispers over skin. "You think it will get easier," he says. "It will not. You are as good as gone, And every year you live will feel a lifetime. And in every lifetime, you will be forgotten. Your pain is meaningless. Your life is meaningless. The years will be like weights around your ankles. They will crush you, bit by bit. And when you cannot stand it, you will beg me to put you from your misery. Addie pulls back to face the darkness. But he is already gone. She stands alone on the narrow road, inhales a low, unsteady breath, forces it out again, and then straightens and smooths her skirts and makes her way into the broken house that, tonight at least, is home. New York City, March 13th, 2014. 8th. The bookshop is busier today. A kid plays hide and seek with his imaginary friend while his father turns through a military history. A college student crouches, scanning the different editions of Blake, and the boy she met yesterday stands behind the counter. She studies him, the habit like thumbing through a book. His black hair tumbles forward into his eyes, unruly, untamable. He pushes it back, but in seconds it has fallen forward again, making him look younger than he is. He has the kind of face, she thinks, that can't keep secrets well. There is a short queue, so Addie hangs back between poetry and memoir. She wraps her nails along a shelf, and a few moments later, an orange head pokes itself out from the dark above the spines. She pets book absently and waits for the queue to thin from 3 to 2 to 1. The boy, Henry, notices her, lingering nearby, and something crosses his face, too fast for even her to read, before his attention flicks back to the woman at the counter. "Yes, Ms. Klein?" He's saying, "No, that's fine. And if it's not what he wants, just bring it back." The woman toddles off, clutching her store bag, and Addie steps up. "Hi there," she says brightly. "Hello," Henry says, an edge of caution in his voice. "Can I help you?" "I hope so," she says. All practiced charm. She sets the Odyssey on the counter between them. "My friend bought me this book, but I already have it. I was hoping I could exchange it for something else." He studies her. A dark brow lifts behind his glasses. "Are you serious?" "I know," she says with a laugh. "Hard to believe I already own this one in Greek, but..." He rocks back on his heels. "You are serious?" Addie falters, thrown off by the edge in his voice. "I just thought it was worth asking." "This isn't a library," he chides. "You can't just trade one book for another." Addie straightens. "Obviously," she says, a little indignant. "But like I said, I didn't buy it. My friend did. And I just heard you tell Ms. Klein that..." His face hardens, the flat regard of a door slammed shut. Word of advice. Next time you try to return a book, don't return it to the same person you stole it from the first time. A rock drops inside her chest. "What?" He shakes his head. "You were just in here yesterday." "I wasn't. I remember you." 3 words, large enough to tip the world. "I remember you." Addie lurches, as if struck, about to fall. She tries to right herself. "No, you don't," she says, firmly. His green eyes narrow. Yes, I do. You came in here yesterday. Green sweater, black jeans. You stole this used copy of the Odyssey, which I gave back to you. Because who steals a used copy of the Odyssey in Greek anyways? And then you have the nerve to come back in here and try to trade it out for something else when you didn't even buy the first one. Addie closes her eyes, vision swimming. She doesn't understand. She can't. Now look, he says. I think you better go. She opens her eyes and sees him pointing to the door. Her feet won't move. They refuse to carry her away from those 3 words. I remember you. 300 years. 300 years. And no one has said those words. No one has ever remembered. She wants to grab him by the sleeve, wants to pull him forward, wants to know why, how, what is so special about a boy in a bookstore. But the man with the military history is waiting to pay. The kid clinging to his leg, and the boy with the glasses is glaring at her. And this is all wrong. She grips the counter, feels like she might faint. His eyes soften, just a fraction. Please, he says under his breath, just go. She tries. She can't. Addie gets as far as the open door, the 4 short steps from the shop to the street, before something in her gives. She slumps onto the lip at the top of the stairs, puts her head in her hands, feels like she might cry or laugh, but instead she stares back through the beveled glass insert of the shop door. She watches the boy every time he comes into the frame. She cannot tear her eyes away. I remember you. 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 Remember you. I remember you. They remember you. I remember. What are you doing? She blinks and sees him standing in the open doorway, arms crossed. The sun has shifted lower in the sky, the light going thin. Waiting for you, she says, cringing as soon as she says it. I wanted to apologize, she continues, for the whole book thing. It's fine, he says curtly. No, it's not, she says, rising to her feet. Let me buy you a coffee. You don't have to do that. I insist, as an apology. I'm working, please. And it must be something in the way she says it. The sheer mix of hope and need. The obvious fact it means more than a book, more than a sorry, that makes the boy look her in the eyes, makes her realize that he hadn't really. Not until now. There's something strange, searching in his gaze, but whatever he sees when he looks at her, it changes his mind. 1 coffee, he says, and you're still banned from the shop. Addie feels the air rush back into her lungs. Deal, New York City, March 13th, 2014. 9th, Addie lingers on the bookstore steps for an hour, until it closes. Henry locks up and turns to see her sitting there, and Addie braces again for the blankness in his gaze, the confirmation that their earlier encounter was only some strange glitch, a slipped stitch in the centuries of her curse. But when he looks at her, he knows her. She is certain he knows her. His brows go up beneath his tangled curls, as if he's surprised that she's still there. But his annoyance has given way to something else, something that confuses her even more. It's less hostile than suspicion, more guarded than relief, and it is still wonderful because of the knowing in it. Not a first meeting, but a second, or rather a third, and for once she is not the only one who knows. "Well," he says, holding out his hand, not for her to take, but for her to lead the way, and she does. They walk a few blocks in awkward silence. Addie, stealing glances, tell her nothing but the line of his nose, the angle of his jaw. He has a starved look, wolfish and lean. And even though he's not unnaturally tall, he hunches his shoulders as if to make himself shorter, smaller, less obtrusive. Perhaps in the right clothes, perhaps with the right air, perhaps. But the longer she looks at him, the weaker the resemblance to that other stranger. Yet there is something about him that keeps catching her attention, snagging it the way a nail snags a sweater. Twice he catches her looking at him and frowns. Once she catches him stealing his own glance and smiles. At the coffee shop, she tells him to grab a table while she buys the drinks, and he hesitates, as if torn between the urge to pay and the fear of being poisoned, before retreating to a corner booth. She orders him a latte. $3.80, says the girl behind the counter. Addie cringes at the cost. She pulls a few bills from her pocket, the last of what she took from James St. Clair. She doesn't have the cash for 2 drinks, and she can't just walk out with them, because there's a boy waiting, and he remembers. Addie glances toward the table, where he sits, arms folded, staring out the window. Eve calls the barista. "Eve!" Addie startles, realizing that means her. "So," says the boy when she sits down. "Eve? No?" she thinks. "Yeah," she says. "You're Henry," she thinks just before he says it. Henry. It fits him like a coat. Henry, soft, poetic. Henry, quiet, strong. The black curls, the pale eyes behind their heavy frames. She has known a dozen Henrys in London, Paris, Boston, and L.A., but he is not like any of them. His gaze drops to the table, his cup, her empty hands. "You didn't get anything." She waves it away. "I'm not really thirsty," she lies. "It feels weird." "Why?" She shrugs. "I said I'd buy you a coffee. Besides," she hesitates, "I lost my wallet. I didn't have enough for 2. Henry frowns. "Is that why you stole the book?" "I didn't steal it. I wanted to trade, and I said sorry." "Did you?" "With the coffee." "Speaking of," he says, standing, "how do you take it?" What? The coffee. I can't sit here and drink alone. It makes me feel like an asshole. She smiles. Hot chocolate. Dark. Those brows quirk up again. He walks away to order, says something that makes the barista laugh and lean forward, like a flower to the sun. He returns with a second cup and a croissant, and sets them both in front of her before taking his seat. And now they are uneven again. Balance tipped, restored, and tipped again. And it is the kind of game she's played 100 times. A sparring match made of small gestures, the stranger smiling across the table. But this is not her stranger, and he is not smiling. So, says Henry, what was all that today? With the book? Honestly? Addie wraps her hands around the coffee cup. I didn't think you'd remember. The question rattles like loose change in her chest, like pebbles in a porcelain bowl. It shakes inside her, threatening to spill out. How did you remember? How? How? The last word doesn't get that many customers, Henry says, and even fewer try to leave without paying. I guess you made an impression. An impression. An impression is like a mark. Addie runs her fingers through the foam on her hot chocolate, watches the milk smooth again in her wake. Henry doesn't notice, but he noticed her, he remembered. What is happening? So, he says, but the sentence goes nowhere. So, she echoes, because she cannot say what she wants. Tell me about yourself. Who are you? Why are you? What is happening? Henry bites his lip and says, not much to tell. Did you always want to work in a bookshop? Henry's face turns wistful. I'm not sure it's the job that people dream of, but I like it. He's lifting the latte to his mouth when someone shuffles past, knocking against his chair. Henry rights the cup in time, but the man begins to apologize. Doesn't stop. Hey, I'm so sorry. His face twists with guilt. It's fine. Did I make you spill? Asks the man with genuine concern. Nope, says Henry. You're good. If he registers the man's intensity, he gives no sign. His focus stays firmly on Addie, as if he can will the man away. That was weird, she says, when he's finally gone. Henry only shrugs. Accidents happen. That isn't what she meant. But the thoughts are passing trains, and she can't afford to be derailed. So, she says, the bookshop. Is it yours? Henry shakes his head. No? I mean, it might as well be. I'm the only employee. But it belongs to a woman named Meredith, who spends most of her time on cruises. I just work there. What about you? What do you do when you're not stealing books? Addie weighs the question, the many possible answers, all of them lies, and settles for something closer to the truth. I'm a talent scout, she says. Music, mostly, but also art. Henry's face hardens. You should meet my sister. Oh? Asks Addie, wishing she'd lied. Is she an artist? I think she'd say she fosters art, that it's a type of artist. Maybe. She likes to. He makes a flourish, nurture the raw potential, shape the narrative of the creative future. Addie thinks she would like to meet his sister, but she doesn't say it. Do have siblings? He asks. She shakes her head, tearing a corner off the croissant because he hasn't touched it, and her stomach's growling. Lucky, he says. Lonely, she counters. Well, you're welcome to mine. There's David, who's a doctor, a scholar, and a pretentious asshole, and Muriel, who's, well, Muriel. He looks at her, and there it is again, that strange intensity. And maybe it's just that so few people make eye contact in the city. But she can't shake the feeling he's looking for something in her face. What is it? She asks. And he starts to say one thing, but changes course. Your freckles look like stars. Addie smiles. I've heard. My own little constellation. It's the first thing everyone sees. Henry shifts in his seat. What do you see? He says. When you look at me. His voice is light enough, but there is something in the question. A weight. Like a stone buried in a snowball. He's been waiting to ask. The answer matters. I see a boy with dark hair and kind eyes and an open face. He frowns a little. That all? Of course not, she says. But I don't know you yet. Yet, he echoes. And there's something like a smile in his voice. She purses her lips, considers him again. For a moment, they, the only silent spot in the bustling cafe. Live long enough, and you learn how to read a person, to ease them open like a book, some passages underlined, and others hidden between the lines. Addie scans his face, the slight furrow where his brows go in and up, the set of his lips, the way he rubs one palm as if working out an ache, even as he leans forward and in, his attention wholly on her. I see someone who cares, she says slowly, perhaps too much. Who feels too much? I see someone lost and hungry, the kind of person who feels like they're wasting away in a world full of food because they can't decide what they want. Henry stares at her, all the humor gone out of his face, and she knows she's gotten too close to the truth. Addie laughs nervously, and the sound rushes back in around them. Sorry, she says, shaking her head. Too deep. I probably should have just said you were good-looking. Henry's mouth quirks, but the smile doesn't reach his eyes. At least you think I'm good-looking. What about me? She asks, trying to break the sudden tension. But for the first time, Henry won't look her in the eyes. I've never been good at reading people. He nudges the cup away and stands, and Addie thinks she's ruined it. He's leaving, but then he looks down at her and says, I'm hungry. Are you hungry? And the air rushes back into her lungs. Always, she says, and this time, when he holds out his hand, she knows he's inviting her to take it. Paris, France, July, 29th, 1719. 10th. Addie has discovered chocolate, harder to come by than salt, or champagne, or silver, and yet the Marchioness keeps an entire tin of the dark, sweet flakes beside her bed. Addie wonders, as she holds a melting sliver on her tongue, if the woman counts the pieces every night, or if she only notices when her fingers skim the empty bottom of the tin. She is not home to ask. If she were, Addie wouldn't be sprawled atop her down duvet. But Addie and the lady of the house have never met. Hopefully, they never will. The Marquis and his wife keep quite a social calendar, after all. And over the last few years, their city house has become one of her favorite haunts. Haunt, it is the right word for someone living like a ghost. Twice a week, they have friends to dinner in their city house, and every fortnight they host a grander party there. And once a month, which happens to be tonight, they take a carriage across Paris to play cards with other noble families, and do not return until the early morning. By now, the servants have retreated to their own quarters, no doubt to drink and savor their small measure of freedom. They will take shifts, so that at any given time, a single sentinel stands watch at the base of the stairs, while the rest enjoy their peace. Perhaps they play cards, too. Or perhaps they simply relish the quiet of an empty house. Addie rests another bit of chocolate on her tongue and sinks back onto the Marchioness's bed, into the cloud of airy down. There are more cushions here than in all of Villain, she is certain, and each is twice as full of feathers. Apparently, nobles are made of glass, designed to break if laid upon too rough a surface. Addie spreads her arms like a child making angels in the snow, and sighs with pleasure. She spent an hour or so combing over and through the Marchioness's many dresses, but she doesn't have enough hands to climb into any of them. So she has wrapped herself in a blue silk dressing gown, finer than anything she's ever owned. Her own dress, a rust-colored thing with a cream lace trim, lies abandoned on the chaise, and when she looks at it, she remembers the wedding gown, cast off in the grass along the Sarthe, the pale white linen shed like a skin beside her. The memory clings like spider silk. Addie pulls the dressing gown close, inhales the scent of roses on the hem, closes her eyes, and imagines this is her bed, her life. And for a few minutes, it is pleasant enough, but the room is too warm, too still, and she's afraid if she lingers in the bed, it might swallow her. Or worse, she might fall asleep and find herself shaken awake by the lady of the house. And what a pain that would be, since the bedroom is on the second floor. It takes a full minute to climb out of the bed, hands and knees sinking into the down as she scrambles toward the edge, tumbles gracelessly onto the rug. She steadies herself against a wooden post. Delicate branches carved into the oak thinks of trees as she surveys the room, deciding how to occupy herself. A glass door leads out onto the balcony. A wooden one leads into the hall. A chest of drawers. A dressing table, topped by a polished mirror. Addie sinks onto a cushioned stool before the vanity, her fingers dancing over the bottles of perfume and pots of cream, the soft plume of a powder puff, a bowl of silver hairpins. Of these last, she takes a handful and begins to twist up locks of hair, fastening the coils back and up around her face, as if she has the faintest idea what she is doing. The current style is reminiscent of a sparrow's nest, a bundle of curls. At least, she is not yet expected to wear a wig, one of those monstrous, powdered things like towers of meringue that will come into fashion 50 years from now. Her nest of curls is set, but needs a final touch. Addie lifts a pearl comb in the shape of a feather and slides the teeth into the locks just behind her ear. Strange, the way small differences add up. Perched there on the pillowed seat, surrounded by luxury, in her borrowed blue silk robe with her hair pinned up in curls, Addie could almost forget herself, could almost be someone else. A young mistress, the lady of the house, able to move freely with the safeguard of her reputation. Only the freckles on her cheeks stand out, a reminder of who Addie was, is, will always be. But freckles are easily covered. She takes up the powder puff, the bloom halfway to her cheek, when a faint breeze stirs the air, carrying the scent not of Paris, but open fields, and a low voice says, "I would rather see clouds blot out the stars." Addie's gaze cuts to the mirror and the reflection of the room behind her. The balcony doors are still shut fast, but the chamber is no longer empty. The shadow leans against the wall with all the ease of someone who has been there for a while. She is not surprised to see him. He has come, year after year, but she is unsettled. She will always be unsettled. "Hello, Adeline," says the darkness, and though he is across the room, the words brush like leaves against her skin. She turns in her seat, free hand rising to the open collar of her robe. "Go away," he clicks his tongue. "A year apart, and that is all you have to say." "No." "What, then?" "I mean, no," she says again. "That is my answer to your question. The only reason you're here. You've come to ask if I will yield, and the answer is no." His smile ripples, shifts. Gone is the gentleman. Again, the wolf. "My Adeline, you've grown some teeth. I am not yours," she says, a flash of warning white, and then the wolf retreats, pretends to be a man again as he steps into the light. And yet the shadows cling to him, smudging edges into the dark. "I grant you immortality, and you spend your evenings eating bonbons in other people's beds. I imagined more for you than this, and yet you condemned me to less. Come to gloat." He runs a hand along the wooden post, tracing the branches. "Such venom on our anniversary. And here I came, only to offer you dinner. I see no food, and I do not want your company." He moves like smoke, one moment across the room and the next beside her. "I would not be so quick to scorn," he says, one long finger grazing the pearl comb in her hair. "It is the only company you'll ever have." Before she can pull away, the air is empty. He is across the room again, hand resting on the tassel beside the door. "Stop," she says, lunging to her feet. But it's too late. He pulls, and a moment later the bell rings, splitting the silence of the house. "Damn you," she hisses, as footsteps sound on the stairs. Addie is already turning to take up her dress, to snag what little she can before she flees. But the darkness catches her arm. He forces her to stay there at his side, like some misbehaving child, as a lady's maid opens the door. She should startle at the sight of them, two strangers in her master's home, but there is no shock in the woman's face, no surprise, anger, or fear. There is nothing at all, only a kind of vacancy, a calm unique to the dreaming and the dazed. The maid stands, head bowed and hands laced, waiting for instruction. Addie realizes, with dawning horror and relief, that the woman is bewitched. "We will dine in the salon tonight," says the darkness, as if the house were his. There is a new timbre to his voice, a film, like gossamer drawn over stone. It ripples in the air, wraps itself around the maid, and Addie can feel it sliding along her own skin, even as it fails to hold. "Yes, sir," says the maid with a small bow. She turns to lead them down the stairs, and the darkness looks to Addie and smiles. "Come," he says, eyes gone emerald with arrogant glee. "I heard the Marquis's chef is one of the best in Paris." He offers her his arm, but she does not take it. "You don't really expect me to dine with you." He lifts his shin. "You would waste such a meal, simply because I'm at the table? I think your stomach is louder than your pride. But suit yourself, my dear. Stay here in your borrowed room and glut yourself on stolen sweets. I'll eat without you." With that he strides away, and she is torn between the urge to slam the door behind him and the knowledge that her night is ruined. Whether she eats with him or not, that even if she stays here in this room, her mind will follow him down the stairs to dinner. And so she goes. 7 years from now, Addie will see a puppet show being put on in a Paris square. A curtained cart with a man behind, hands raised to hold aloft that little wooden figures, their limbs dancing up and down with twine. And she will think of this night, this dinner. The servants of the house move around them as if on strings, smooth and silent, every gesture done with that same sleepy ease. Chairs pulled back, linens smoothed, bottles of champagne uncorked and poured into waiting crystal flutes. But the food comes out too quickly, the first course arriving as the glasses are filled. Whatever hold the darkness has on the servants of this house, it began before his entrance in her stolen room. It began before he rang the bell and called the maid and summoned her to dinner. He should seem so out of place in the filigreed room. He is, after all, a wild thing, a god of forest nights, a demon bounded by the dark. And yet he sits with the poise and grace of a nobleman, enjoying his dinner. Addie fingers the silver cutlery, the gilt trim of the plates. Am I supposed to be impressed? The darkness looks at her across the table. Are you not? He asks as the servants bow and draw back against the walls. The truth is, she is scared, unsettled by the display. She knows his power, At least, she thought she did. But it's one thing to make a deal, and another to be the witness of such. Control. What could he make them do? How far could he make them go? Is it as easy for him as pulling strings? The first course is placed before her, a cream soup, the pale orange of dawn. It smells wonderful, and the champagne sparkles in its glass, but she does not let herself reach for either. The darkness reads the caution in her face. "Come, Adeline," he says. "I am no fey thing, here to trap you with food and drink." And yet, everything seems to have a price. He exhales, eyes flashing a paler shade of green. "Suit yourself," he says, taking up his glass and drinking deeply. After a long moment, Addie gives in and lifts the crystal to her lips, taking her first sip of champagne. It is unlike anything she's ever tasted. 1,000 fragile bubbles race across her tongue, sweet and sharp, and she would melt with pleasure if it were any other table, any other man, any other night. Instead of savoring each sip, she immediately empties her glass. And by the time she sets it on the table, her head is fizzing slightly, and the servant is already at her elbow, pouring her a second drink. The darkness sips his own and watches, saying nothing as she eats. The silence in the room grows heavy, but she does not break it. Instead, she focuses first on the soup, and then on fish, and then on a round of pastry-crusted beef. It is more than she has eaten in months, in years, and she feels full in a way that goes beyond her stomach. And as she slows, she studies the man, who is not a man, across the table, the way the shadows bend in the room at his back. This is the longest they have ever spent together. Before, there were only those mere moments in the woods, the minutes in a shoddy room, half an hour along the Seine. But now, for the first time, he does not loom behind her like a shadow, does not linger like a phantom at the edges of her sight. Now, he sits across from her, on full display, and though she knows the static details of his face, having drawn them 100 times, still she cannot help but study him in motion. And he lets her. There is no shyness in his manner. He seems, if anything, to relish her attention. As his knife slices across the plate, as he lifts a bite of meat to his lips, his black brows lift, his mouth tugs at the corner. Less a man than a collection of features, drawn by a careful hand. In time, that will change. He will inflate, expand to fill the gaps between the lines of her drawing, wrest the image from her grip until she cannot fathom that it was ever hers. But for now, the only aspect that is his, entirely his, are those eyes. She imagined them 100 times. And yes, they were always green, but in her dreams they were a single shade, the steady green of summer leaves. His are different, startling, inconstant, the slightest change in humor, in temper, reflected there and only there. It will take Addie years to learn the language of those eyes, to know that amusement renders them the shade of summer ivy, while annoyance lightens them to sour apple, and pleasure darkens them to the almost black of the woods at night, only the edges still discernible as green. Tonight, They are the slippery color of weeds caught in the current of a stream. By the end of dinner, they will be another shade entirely. There is something languid in his posture. He sits there, one elbow on the tablecloth, his attention drifting, head tipped ever so slightly, as if listening to a far-off sound, while his elegant fingers trace the line of his chin, as if amused by his own form, and before she knows it, she has broken the silence again. "One is your name." His eyes slide from a corner of the room back to her. "Why must I have one? All things have names," she says. "Names have purpose. Names have power." She tips her glass his way. "You know that, or else you wouldn't have stolen mine." A smile tugs at the corner of his mouth, wolfish, amused. "If it is true," he says, "that names have power, then why would I hand you mine? Because I must call you something, to your face and in my head. And right now, I have only curses. The darkness does not seem to care. Call me whatever you like. It makes no difference. What did you call the stranger in your journals? The man after whom you fashioned me? You fashioned yourself to mock me, and I would rather you take any other form. You see violence in every gesture," he muses, running a thumb over his glass. "I fashioned myself to suit you, to put you at ease." Anger rises in her chest. "You have ruined the one thing I still had. How sad that you had only dreams." She resists the urge to fling the crystal at him, knowing it will do no good. Instead, she looks to the servant by the wall, holds out the glass for him to fill it. But the servant doesn't move. None of them do. They are bound to his will, not hers. And so she rises and takes the bottle up herself. "What was his name? Your stranger." She returns to her seat, refills her glass, focuses on the 1,000 shining bubbles that rise through the center. "He had no name," she says. But it is a lie, of course. And the darkness looks at her as if he knows it. The truth is, she'd tried on a dozen names over the years. Michel and Jean, Nicholas, Henri, Vincent, and none of them had fit. And then, one night, there it was, tripping off her tongue, when she was curled in bed, wrapped in the image of him beside her, long fingers trailing through her hair. The name had passed her lips, simple as breath, natural as air. Luke. In her mind, it stood for Lucien. But now, sitting across from this shadow, this charade, the irony is like a too hot drink, an ember burning in her chest. Lou, as in Lucifer, the words echo through her, carried like a breeze. Am I the devil or the darkness? And she does not know, will never know, but the name is already ruined. "Let him have it." "Luke," she murmurs. The shadow smiles, a dazzling, cruel imitation of joy, and lifts his drink as if to toast. "Then, Luke, it is—" Addie drains her glass again, clinging to the light-headedness it brings. "The effects won't last, of course. She can feel her senses fighting back with every empty glass, but she presses on, determined to best them, at least for a while. "I hate you," she says. "Oh, Adeline," he says, setting down his glass. "Without me, where would you be?" As he speaks, he turns the crystal stem between his fingers, and in its faceted reflection, she sees another life, her own, and not her own, version where Adeline didn't run to the woods as the sun went down, and the wedding party gathered, didn't summon the darkness to set her free. In the glass, she sees herself, her old self, the one she might have been. Roger's children at her side, and a new baby on her hip, and her familiar face gone sallow with fatigue. Addie sees herself beside him in the bed, the space cold between their bodies, sees herself bent over the hearth, way her mother always was. The same frown lines, too. Fingers aching too much to stitch the tears in clothes. Far too much to hold her old drawing pencils. Sees herself wither on the vine of life and walk the short steps so familiar to every person in Villain. The narrow road from cradle to grave. The little church waiting, still and gray as a tombstone. Addie sees it, and she is grateful he doesn't ask if she would go back, trade this for that, because for all, the grief and the madness, the loss, the hunger and the pain, she still recoils from the image in the glass. The meal is done, and the servants of the house stand in the shadows, waiting for their master's next instruction. And though their heads are bowed, and their faces are blank, she cannot help but think of them as hostages. "I wish you would send them a... You are out of wishes," he says. But Addie meets his eyes and holds them. It is easier, now that he has a name, to think of him as a man, and men can be challenged. And after a moment, the darkness sighs and turns to the nearest servant and tells them to open a bottle for themselves and go. And now they are alone, and the room seems smaller than it was before. "There," says Luke, "when the Marquis and his wife come home and find their servants drunk, they will suffer for it. And who will be blamed, I wonder, for the missing chocolates in the ladies' room? Or the blue silk robe? Do you think no one suffers when you steal?" Addie bristles, heat rising to her cheeks. "You gave me no choice. I gave you what you asked for, Adeline. Time without constraint. Life without restriction. You cursed me to be forgotten. You asked for freedom. There is no greater freedom than that. You can move through the world unhindered, untethered, unbound. Stop pretending you did me a kindness instead of a cruelty. Did you a deal?" His hand comes down hard on the table as he says it, annoyance flashing yellow in his eyes, brief as lightning. "You came to me. You pleaded. You begged. You chose the words. I chose the terms. There is no going back. But if you have already tired of going forward, you need only say the words. And there it is again. The hatred, so much easier to hold on to. Yeah, mistake to curse me." Her tongue is coming loose, and she doesn't know if it's the champagne or simply the duration of his presence, the acclimation that comes with time, like a body adjusting to a too-hot bath. If you had only given me what I asked for, I would have burned out in time, would have had my fill of living, and we would, both of us, have won. But now, no matter how tired I am, I will never give you this soul. He smiles. You are a stubborn thing, but even rocks wear away to nothing. Addie sits forward. You think yourself a cat, playing with its catch. But I am not a mouse, and I will not be a meal. I do hope not. He spreads his hands. It's been so long since I had a challenge. A game. To him, everything is a game. You underestimate me. Do I? One black brow lifts as he sips his drink. I suppose we'll see. Yes, says Addie, taking up her own. We will. He has given her a gift tonight. Though she doubts, he knows it. Time has no face, no form, nothing to fight against. But in his mocking smile, his toying words, the darkness has given her the one thing she truly needs, an enemy. It is here the battle lines are drawn. The first shot may have been fired back in Villon when he stole her life along with her soul. But this is the beginning of the war. New York City, March 13th, 2014. 11th. She follows Henry to a bar that's too crowded, too loud. All the bars in Brooklyn are like that. Too little space for too many bodies, and the merchant is apparently no exception. Even on a Thursday, Addie and Henry are crammed into a narrow patio out back, bundled together under an awning, but she still has to lean in to hear his voice over the noise. Where are you from? She starts. Upstate, Newburgh. You? Villon sur Sarthe, she says. The words ache a little in her throat. France? You don't have an accent? I moved around. They are sharing an order of fries and a pair of happy hour beers because, he explains, a bookstore job doesn't pay that well. Addie wishes she could go back in and fetch them some proper drinks, but she's already told him the lie about the wallet, and she doesn't want to pull any more tricks, not after the Odyssey. Plus, she's afraid to let him walk away, afraid to let him out of sight. Whatever this is, a blip, a mistake, a beautiful dream, or a piece of impossible luck, she's afraid to let it go. Let him go. One wrong step, and she'll wake up. One wrong step, and the thread will snap. The curse will shudder back into place, and it will be over, and Henry will be gone, and she will be alone again. She forces herself back into the present. Enjoy it while it lasts. It hot last, but right here, right now. Penny for your thoughts, he calls over the crowd. She smiles. I can't wait for summer. It's not a lie. It has been a long, damp spring, and she is tired of being cold. Summer means hot days and nights where the light lingers. Summer means another year alive. Another year without. If you could have one thing, cuts in Henry, what would it be? He studies her, squinting at her as if she's a book, not a person, something to be read. She stares back at him like he's a ghost. A miracle, an impossible thing. This, she thinks. But she lifts her empty glass and says, "Another beer. 12th. Addie can account for every second of her life. But that night, with Henry, the moments seem to bleed together. Time slides by as they bounce from bar to bar. Happy hour giving way to dinner and then to late-night drinks, and every time they hit the point where the evening splits and one road leads their separate ways and the other carries on ahead. They choose the second road. They stay together, each waiting for the other to say, "It's getting late," or "I should be going," or "See you around." There is some unspoken pact, an unwillingness to sever whatever this is, and she knows why she's afraid to break the thread. But she wonders about Henry, wonders at the loneliness she sees behind his eyes, wonders at the way the waiters and the bartenders and the other patrons look at him, the warmth he doesn't seem to notice. And then it is almost midnight, and they are eating cheap pizza, walking side by side through the first warm night of spring. As the clouds stretch overhead, low and lit by the moon, she looks up, and so does Henry, and for a moment, only a moment, he looks overwhelmingly, unbearably sad. "I miss the stars," he says. "So do I," she says, and his gaze drops back to her, and he smiles. "Who are you?" His eyes have gone glassy, and the way he says "who" almost sounds like how, less a question of how she's doing, and more a question of how she's here. And she wants to ask him the same thing, but she has a good reason, and he's just a little drunk, and simply, perfectly normal. But he can't be normal because normal people don't remember her. They've reached the subway. Henry stops. "This is me." His hand slips free of hers, and there it is, that old familiar fear of endings, of something giving way to nothing, of moments unwritten and memories erased. She doesn't want the night to end, doesn't want the spell to break, doesn't. "I want to see you again," says Henry. The hope fills her chest until it hurts. She's heard those words 100 times, but for the first time, they feel real. Possible. "I want you to see me again, too." Henry smiles, the kind of smile that takes over an entire face. He pulls out his cell, and Addie's heart sinks. She tells him that her phone is broken, when the truth is, she's never needed one before. Even if she had someone to call, she could not call them. Her fingers would slip uselessly over the screen. She has no email either. No way to send a message of any kind, thanks to the whole "thou shalt not write" part of her curse. "I didn't know you could exist these days without one." "Old-fashioned," she says. He offers to come by her place the next day. Where does she live? And it feels as if the universe is mocking her now. "I'm staying at a friend's while they're out of town," she says. Why don't I meet you at store? Henry nods. The store, then, he says, backing away. Saturday? Saturday. Don't go disappearing. Addie laughs, a small, brittle thing, and then he's walking away. He's got a foot down the first step, and the panic grips her. Wait, she says, calling him back. I need to tell you something. Oh, God, Henry groans. You're with someone. The ring burns in her pocket. No, you're in the CIA, and you leave for a top-secret mission tomorrow. Addie laughs. No, my real name isn't Eve. He pulls back, confused. She doesn't know if she can say it, if the curse will let her, but she has to try. I didn't tell you my real name because, well, it's complicated. But I like you, and I want you to know. To hear it from me. Henry straightens, sobering. Well then, what is it? The sound lodges. For just a second, the stiffness of a muscle, long since fallen to disuse. A rusty cog. And then it scrapes free. Addie, she swallows. Hard. Namains Addie. It hangs in the air between them. And then Henry smiles. Well, okay, he says. Good night, Addie. As simple as that. 2 syllables falling from a tongue. And it's the best sound she's ever heard. She wants to throw her arms around him, wants to hear it again and again, the impossible word filling her like air, making her feel solid. Real? Good night, Henry, Addie says, willing him to turn and go, because she doesn't think she can bring herself to turn away from him. She stands there, rooted to the spot, at the top of the subway steps, until he's out of sight, holds her breath, and waits to feel the threads snap, the world shudder back into shape, waits for the fear and the loss and the knowledge that it was just a fluke, a cosmic error, a mistake, that it is over now, that it will never happen again. But she doesn't feel any of those things. All she feels is joy and hope. Her boot heels tap out a rhythm on the street. And even after all these years, she half expects a second pair of shoes to fall in step beside her own, to hear the rolling fog of his voice. Soft and sweet and mocking. But there is no shadow at her side, not tonight. The evening is quiet, and she is alone, but for once it is not the same as being lonely. Good night, Addie, Henry said, and Addie cannot help but wonder if he has somehow broken the spell. She smiles and whispers to herself, Good night, Ad. But the curse closes around her throat, the name lodging there, as it always has. And yet, good night, Addie. 300 years she's tested the confines of her deal, found the places where it gives, the subtle bend and flex around the bars, but never a way out. And yet, somehow, impossibly, Henry has found a way in. Somehow, he remembers her. How? The question thuds with the drum of her heart. But in this moment, Addie does not care. In this moment, she is holding to the sound of her name, her real name, on someone else's tongue. And it is enough. It is enough. It is enough. Paris, France, July 2009, 1720. 13th. The stage is set. The places ready. Addie smooths the linen on the table, arranges the porcelain plates. Cups, not crystal, but still glass, and draws the dinner from its hamper. It is no 5-course meal served by glamoured hands, but it is fresh and hearty fare. A loaf of bread, still warm. A wedge of cheese. A pork terrin. A bottle of red wine. She is proud of her collection. Prouder still of the fact she had no magic, save the curse by which to gather it, could not simply cut her gaze, say a word, and will it so. It is not only the table. It is the room. No stolen chamber. No beggar's hovel. A place, for now at least, to call her own. It took 2 months to find, a fortnight to fix up. But it was worth it. From the outside, it is nothing. Cracked glass and warping wood. And it's true. The lower floors have fallen into disrepair, home now only to rodents and the occasional stray cats, and in winter, crowded with bodies, seeking any form of shelter. But it is the height of summer now, and the city's poor have taken to the streets, and Addie has claimed the top floor for herself, boarded up the stairs, and carved a way in and out through an upper window. Like a child in a wooden fort, it is an unconventional entrance, but it is worth it for the room beyond, where she has made herself a home. A bed piled high with blankets, a chest filled with stolen clothes. The windowsill brims with trinkets, glass and porcelain and bone, gathered and assembled like a line of makeshift birds. In the middle of the narrow room, a pair of chairs set before a table covered in pale linen, and in its center, a bundle of flowers, picked in the night from a royal garden and smuggled out in the folds of her skirt. And Addie knows none of it will last. It never does. A breeze will somehow steal away the totems on her mantle. Will be a fire, or a flood. The floor will give way, or the secret home will be found and claimed by someone else. But she has guarded the pieces this past month, gathered and arranged them one by one to make a semblance of a life. And if she's being honest, it is not only for herself. It is for the darkness. It is for Loon. Or rather, it is to spite him, to prove that she is living, she is free, that Addie will give him no hold, no way to mock her with his charity. The first round was his, but the second will be hers. And so she has made her home, and readied it for company, fastened up her hair, and dressed herself in russet, silk, the color of fall leaves, even cinched herself into a corset, despite her loathing of bone stays. She has had a year to plan, to design the posture she will strike. And as she straightens, up the room she turns barbs over in her mind, sharpening the weapons of their discourse. She imagines his thrusts and her parries, the way his eyes will lighten or darken as the conversation turns. "You have grown teeth," he said, and Addie will show him how sharp they have become. The sun has gone down now, and all that's left to do is wait. An hour passes, and her stomach growls with want, as the bread goes cold in its cloth, but she doesn't allow herself to eat. Instead, she leans out the window and watches the city, the shifting lights of lanterns being lit. And he doesn't come. She pours herself a glass of wine and paces as the stolen candles drip and wax pools on the table linen, and the night grows heavy, the hours first late and then early. And still he doesn't come. The candles gutter and snuff themselves out, and Addie sits in the dark as the knowledge settles over her. The night has passed, the first threads of daylight creeping into the sky. And it is tomorrow now, and their anniversary is over, and 5 years have become 6 without his presence, without his face, without his asking if she's had enough. And the world slips because it is unfair. It is cheating. It is wrong. He was supposed to come. That was the nature of their dance. She did not want him there, has never wanted it. But she expected it. He has made her expect it, has given her a single threshold on which to balance, a narrow precipice of no hope, because he is a hated thing, but a hated thing is still something, the only thing she has. And that is the point, of course. That is the reason for the empty glass, the barren plate, the unused chair. She gazes out the window and remembers the look in his eyes when they toasted, the curve of his lips when they declared war, and realizes what a fool she is, how easily baited, and suddenly the whole tableau seems gruesome and pathetic, and Addie can't bear to look at it, can't breathe in her red silk. She tears at the laces of the corset, pulls the pins from her hair, frees herself from the confines of the dress, sweeps settings from the table, and dashes the now empty bottle against the wall. Glass bites into her hand, and the pain is sharp and real, the sudden scald of a burn without the lasting scar. And she does not care. In moments, her cuts have already closed. The glasses and bottle lie whole. Once she thought it was a blessing, this inability to break, but now the impotence is maddening. She ruins everything, only to watch it shudder, mocking, back together, return like a set to the beginning of the show. And Addie screams. Anger flares inside her, hot and bright, anger at Luke and at herself, but it is giving way to fear and grief and terror. Because she must face another year alone, a year without hearing her name, without seeing herself reflected in anyone's eyes, without a night's respite from this curse, a year or 5 or 10. And she realizes then how much she's leaned on it, the promise of his presence, because without it, she is falling. She sinks to the floor among the ruins of her night. It will be years before she sees the sea, the waves crashing against the jagged white cliffs. And then she will remember Luke's goading words. Even rocks wear away to nothing. Addie falls asleep just after dawn. But it is fitful and brief and full of nightmares. And when she wakes to see the sun high over Paris, she cannot bring herself to rise. She sleeps all the day and half the night. And when she wakes, the shattered thing in her has set again, like a badly broken bone, some softness, hardened. Enough, she tells herself, rising to her feet. "Enough," she repeats, feasting on the bread, now stale, the cheese wilted from the heat. "Enough. There will be other dark nights, of course, other wretched dawns, and her resolve will always weaken a little as the days grow long, and the anniversary draws near, and treacherous hope slips in like a draught. But the sorrow has faded, replaced by stubborn rage, and she resolves to kindle it, to shield and nurture the flame until it takes far more than a single breath to blow it out." New York City, March 13th, 2014. Henry Strauss walks home alone through the dark. "Addie," he thinks, turning the name over in his mouth. Addie, who looked at him and saw a boy with dark hair, kind eyes, an open face, nothing more and nothing else. A cold gust blows, and he pulls his coat close and looks up at the starless sky and smiles. Part 3, 300 years and 3 words. Title: Untitled Salon Sketch Artist, Bernard Rodell. Date: C. 1751 to 3 medium. Ink pen on parchment location. On loan from the Paris Salon exhibition at the British Library. Description: a rendering of Madame Goffrin's famous salon, brimming with figures in various stages of conversation and repose. Several recognizable personages, Rousseau, Voltaire, Diderot, can be discerned among the group, but the most interesting inclusion is the 3 women circling the room. One is clearly Madame Goffrin. Another is believed to be Suzanne Necker. But the third, an elegant woman with a freckled face, remains a mystery. Background: in addition to his contributions to Diderot's encyclopedia, Rodell was an avid draftsman and appears to have made use of his rendering skill during many of his installments in Madame Goffrin's salon. The freckled woman appears in several of his sketches, but is never named. Estimated value: unknown. Paris, France, July 2009, 1724. B. Freedom is a pair of trousers and a buttoned coat, a man's tunic and tricorn hat. If only she had known. The darkness claimed he'd given her freedom, but really, there is no such thing for a woman, not in a world where they are bound up inside their clothes and sealed inside their homes, a world where only men are given leave to roam. Addie saunters up the street, a stolen basket hooked over the elbow of her coat. Nearby, an old woman stands in a doorway, beating out a rug, and laborers lounge on cafe steps, and none of them so much as blink, because they do not see a woman walking alone. They see a young man, barely more than a youth, dawdling in the dying light. They do not think how strange, how scandalous it is to see her strolling. They do not think anything at all. To think Addie might have saved her soul and simply asked for these clothes. It has been 4 years now without a visit from the dark. 4 years, and at the dawn of every one, she swears she will not waste the time she has in waiting. But it is a promise she cannot fully keep. For all her effort, Addie is like a clock wound tighter as the day draws near, a coiled spring that cannot loosen until dawn. And even then, it is a grim unwinding, less relief than resignation, the knowledge that it will start again. 4 years, 4 winters, 4 summers, 4 visitless nights. The other ones, at least, are hers, to spend as she likes. But no matter how, she tries to pass the time. This one belongs to Luke, even when he is not here, and yet she will not declare it forfeit, will not sacrifice the hours as if they are already lost, already his. Addie passes a group of men and tips her hat in greeting, uses the gesture to pull the tricorn lower on her own brow. Day has not quite given way to night, and in the long summer light she is careful to keep her distance, knowing the illusion will falter under scrutiny. She could have waited an hour longer and been safe within the veil of night. The truth is, she could not bear the stillness, the creeping seconds of the clock. Not tonight. Tonight, she has decided to celebrate her freedom, to climb the steps of Sacré-Cœur, sit at the top of the pale stone stairs, the city at her feet, and have a picnic. The basket swings from her elbow, brimming with food. Her fingers have gotten light and quick with practice, and she has spent the last several days assembling her feast: a loaf of bread, a side of cured meat, a wedge of cheese, and even a palm-sized jar of honey. Honey, an indulgence Addie hasn't had since Velan, where Isabel's father kept a row of hives and skimmed the amber syrup out for markets, leaving them to suck on rinds of honeycomb until their fingers were stained with sweetness. Now she holds her bounty to the waning light, lets the setting sun turn the contents gold. The man comes out of nowhere. A shoulder knocks into her arm, and the precious jar slips from her hand and shatters on the cobbled street. And for an instant Addie thinks she is being attacked or robbed, but the stranger is already stammering out his apologies. "You fool," she hisses, attention flicking from the golden syrup, now glittering with glass, to the man who caused her loss. He is young and fair and lovely, with high cheeks and hair the color of her ruined honey. And he is not alone. His companions hang back, whooping and cheering at his mistake. They have the happy air of those who began their evening revels back at midday, but the errant youth blushes fiercely, clearly embarrassed. "My apologies, truly," he begins, but then a transformation sweeps across his face. First surprise, and then amusement, and she realizes too late how close they are, how clearly the light has fallen on her face, realizes too late that he has seen through her illusion, that his hand is still there on her sleeve, and for a moment she is afraid he will expose her. But when his companions call for him to hurry on, he tells them to go ahead, and now they are alone on the cobbled street, and Addie is ready to pull free, to run. But there is no shadow in the young man's face, no menace, only a strange delight. "Let go," she says, lowering her voice a measure when she speaks, which only seems to please him more, even as he frees her arm with all the speed of someone grazing fire. "Sorry," he says again. "I forgot myself." And then a mischievous grin. "It seems you have, too." "Not at all," she says, fingers drifting toward the short blade she's kept inside her basket. "I have misplaced myself on purpose." The smile widens then, and he drops his gaze and sees the ruined honey on the ground, and shakes his head. "I must make that up to you," he says, and she is about to tell him not to bother, about to say that it is fine, when he cranes his head down the road and says, "Aha," and loops his arm through hers, as if they are already friends. "Come," he says, leading her toward the cafe on the corner. She has never been inside one, never been brave enough to chance it, not alone, not with such a tenuous hold on her disguise. But he draws her on as if it's nothing. And at the last moment he swings an arm around her shoulders. The weight so sudden and so intimate, she is about to pull away before she catches the edge of a smile and realizes that he has made a game of it, conscripted himself into the service of her secret. Inside, the cafe is a place of energy and life, overlapping voices and the scent of something rich and smoky. "Careful now," he says, eyes dancing with mischief. "Stay close and keep your head down, or we will be found out." She follows him to the counter, where he orders 2 shallow cups, the contents thin and black as ink. "Sit over there," he says, against the wall, where the light is not too strong. They fold themselves into a corner seat, and he sets the cups between them with a flourish, turning the handles just so, as he tells her it is coffee. She has heard of the stuff, of course, the current toast of Paris. But when she lifts the china to her lips and takes a sip, she is rather disappointed. It is dark and strong and bitter, like the chocolate flakes she first tasted years ago, only without the edge of sweetness. But the boy stares at her, as eager as a pup, and so she swallows and smiles, cradles the cup, and looks out from beneath the brim of her hat, studying the tables of men, some with their heads bowed close, while others laugh and play at cards or pass sheaves of paper back and forth. She watches these men and wonders anew at how open the world is to them, how easy the thresholds. Her attention flicks back to her companion, who's watching her with the same unbridled fascination. "What were you thinking?" he asks. "Just now?" There is no introduction, no formal exchange. He simply dives into the conversation, as if they have known each other for years instead of minutes. "I was thinking," she says, "that it must be so easy to be a man. Is that why you put on this guise?" "That," she says, "and a hatred of corsets." He laughs, the sound so open and easy. Addie finds a smile rising to her lips. "Do you have a name?" he asks. And she doesn't know if he's asking for her own, or that of her disguise. But she decides on Thomas, watches him turn the word over like a bite of fruit. "Thomas," he muses, "a pleasure to meet you. My name is Remy Laurent." "Remy," she echoes, tasting the softness, the upturned vowel. It suits him more than Adeline ever suited her. It is young and sweet, and it will haunt her, as all names do, bobbing like apples in the stream. No matter how many men she meets, Remy will always conjure him, this bright and cheerful boy, the kind she could have loved, perhaps, if given the chance. She takes another sip, careful not to hold the cup too gingerly, to lean the weight on her elbow, and sit in the unself-conscious way men have when they do not expect anyone to study them. Amazing, he marvels. You have studied my sex well. Have the first? You are a splendid mimic. Addie could tell him that she's had the time to practice, that it has become a kind of game over the years, a way to amuse herself, that she has added a dozen different characters by now, knows the exact differences between a duchess and a marchioness, a docksman and a merchant. But instead, she only says, "We all need ways to pass the time." He laughs again at that, lifts his cup, but then, between one sip and the next, Remy's attention wanders across the room, and he lands on something that startles him. He chokes on his coffee, color rushing into his cheeks. "What is it?" she asks. "Are you well?" Remy coughs, nearly dropping the cup as he gestures to the doorway where a man has just walked in. "Do know him?" she asks, and Remy sputters. "Don't you?" "That man there is Monsieur Voltaire." She shakes her head a little. "The name means nothing." Remy draws a parcel from his coat, a booklet, thin, with something printed on the cover. She frowns at the cursive title, has only managed half the letters, when Remy flips the booklet open to show a wall of words printed in elegant black ink. It has been too long since her father tried to teach her, and those were simple letters, loose, handwritten script. Remy sees her studying the page. "Can you read it?" "I know the letters," she admits, "but I haven't the learning to make much sense of them. And by the time I manage a line, I fear I've lost its meaning." Remy shakes his head. "It is a crime," he says, "that women are not taught the same as men. Why, a world without reading, I cannot fathom it. A whole long life without poems, or plays, or philosophers. Shakespeare, Socrates, to say nothing of Descartes. That all?" she teases. "And Voltaire?" he goes on. "Of course, Voltaire. And essays, and novels." She does not know the word. "A single long story," he explains, "something of pure invention, filled with romance, or comedy, or adventure." She thinks of the fairy tales her father told her, growing up, the stories Estelle spun of old gods. But this novel that Remy speaks of sounds like it encompasses so much more. She runs her fingers over the page of the proffered booklet, but her attention is on Remy, and his, for the moment, is on Voltaire. "Are you going to introduce yourself?" Remy's gaze snaps back, horrified. No, not tonight. It is better this way. Think of the story." He sits back in his seat, glowing with joy. "See? This is what I love about Paris." "You are not from here, then. Is anyone?" He has come back to her now. "No, I'm from Rennes, a printer's family. But I am the youngest son, and my father made the grave mistake of sending me away to school. And the more I read, the more I thought, and the more I thought, the more I knew I had to be in Paris." "Your family didn't mind." "Of course they did, but I had to, Mom. This is where the thinkers are. This is where the dreamers live. This is the heart of the world, and the head, and it is changing. His eyes dance with light. Life is so brief, and every night in Ren I'd go to bed and lie awake and think there is another day behind me, and who knows how few ahead. It is the same fear that forced her into the woods that night, the same need that drove her to her fate. So here I am, he says brightly. I would not be anywhere else. Isn't it marvelous? Addie thinks of the stained glass and the locked doors, the gardens, and the gates around them. It can be, she says. Ah, you think me an idealist. Addie lifts the coffee to her lips. I think it comes more easily to men. It does, he admits, before nodding at her attire. And yet, he says with an impish grin, you strike me as someone not easily restrained. Aut viam inveniam aut faciam, and so on. She does not know Latin yet, and he does not offer a translation. But a decade from now, she will look up the words and learn their meaning, to find a way, or make your own, and she will smile. Then, a ghost of the smile he has managed to win from her tonight. He blushes. I must be boring you. Not at all, she says. Tell me, does it pay to be a thinker? Laughter bubbles out of him. No, not very well. But I am still my father's son. He holds out his hands, palms up, and she notices the echo of ink along the lines of his palms, staining the whorls of his fingers, the way charcoal used to stain her own. It is good work, he says, but under his words, a softer sound, the rumble of his stomach. Addie had almost forgotten the shattered jar, the ruined honey, but the rest of the feast sits waiting at her feet. Have you ever climbed the steps of Sakaku? New York City, March 15th, 2014. White after so many years. Addie thought she'd come to terms with time. She thought she'd made her peace with it, or that they'd found a way to coexist, not friends by any means, but at least no longer enemies. And yet, the time between Thursday night and Saturday afternoon is merciless. Second, doled out with the care of an old woman counting pennies to pay for bread. Not once does it seem to quicken. Not once does she lose track of it. She can't seem to spend it, or waste it, or even misplace it. The minutes inflate around her, an ocean of undrinkable time between now and then, between here and the store, between her and Henry. She's spent the last 2 nights at a place in Prospect Park. A cozy 2-bedroom, a bay window belonging to Gerard, a children's book writer she met one winter. A king-size bed, a pile of blankets, the soft, hypnotic tick of the radiator, and still she could not sleep, could not do anything but count and wait, and wish that she had said tomorrow had only to bear 1 day instead of 2. 300 years she's managed to suffer time. But now there is a present and a future. Now there is something waiting ahead. Now she cannot wait to see the look on Henry's face, to hear her name on his lips. Addie showers until the water goes cold, dries, and styles her hair 3 different ways, sits on the kitchen island, tossing kernels of cereal up into the air, trying to catch them on her tongue as the clock on the wall inches forward from 10:13 a.m. to 10:14 a.m. Addie groans. She isn't supposed to meet Henry until 5 p.m., and time is slowing a little more with every minute, and she thinks she might lose her mind. It has been so long since she felt this kind of boredom, the stir-crazy inability to focus, and it takes her all morning to realize she isn't bored at all. She's nervous, like tomorrow. A word for things that have not happened yet. A word for futures, when for so long all she's had are presents. Addie isn't used to being nervous. There's no reason to be when you are always alone, when any awkward moment can be erased by a closed door, an instant apart, and every meeting is a fresh start. A clean slate. The clock reaches 11 a.m., and she decides she cannot stay inside. She sweeps up the few fallen pieces of leftover cereal, sets the apartment back the way she found it, and heads out into the late Brooklyn morning. Flits between boutiques, desperate for distraction, assembling a new outfit because, for once, the one she has won't do. It is, after all, the same one she wore before. Before another word that's lost its shape. Addie picks out pale jeans and a pair of black silk flats, a top with a plunging neckline, shrugs the leather jacket over the top, even though it doesn't match. It's still the one piece she cannot bear to leave. Unlike the ring, it won't come back. Addie lets an enthusiastic girl in a makeup store sit her down on a stool and spend an hour applying various highlighters, liners, shades. When it's over, the face in the mirror is pretty, but wrong. The warm brown of her eyes cooled by the smoky shadow around them, her skin too smooth. The 7 freckles hidden by a matte foundation. Luke's voice rises up like fog against the reflection. I would rather see clouds blot out the stars. Addie sends the girl off in search of coral lipstick, and the moment she's alone, Addie wipes the clouds away. Somehow, she manages to shave off hours until it is 4 p.m., but she is outside the bookstore now, buzzing with hope and fear. So she forces herself to circle the block, to count the paving stones, to memorize each and every shop front until it's 4:45 p.m., and she cannot bear it anymore. 4 short steps, 1 open door, and a single leaden fear. What if they spent too long apart? What if the cracks have filled back in? The curse, shield around her once again. What if it was just a fluke, a cruel joke? What if? Addie holds her breath, opens the door, and steps in. But Henry isn't there. Instead, there is someone else behind the counter. It is the girl, the one from the other day, who sat folded in the leather chair, one who called his name when Henry ran out to catch Addie on the curb. Now she leans against the till, paging through a large book full of glossy photos. The girl is a work of art, strikingly pretty, dark skin draped in silver threads, a sweater slouching off one shoulder. She looks up at the sound of the bell. "Can I help you?" Addie falters, knocked off balance by a vertigo of want and fear. "I hope so," she says. "I'm looking for Henry." The girl stares at her, studying her. Then a familiar voice comes from the back. "B, do you think this looks—" Henry rounds the corner, smoothing his shirt, and trails off when he sees Addie. For an instant, a fraction of a moment, she thinks it is over, that he has forgotten, and she is alone again. The thin spell made days before, snipped like a stray thread. But then Henry smiles and says, "You're early." And Addie is dizzy with air, with hope, with light. "Sorry," she says, a little breathless. "Don't be. I see you've met Beatrice." "B, this is Addie. She loves the way Henry says her name. Luke used to wield it like a weapon, a knife grazing her skin, but on Henry's tongue, it's a bell, something light and bright and lovely. It rings out between them. Addie, Addie, déjà vu," says B, shaking her head. "You ever meet someone for the first time, but you're sure you've seen them before?" Addie almost laughs. "Yes, I've already fed Book," says Henry, talking to B as he shrugs on his coat. "Do not sprinkle any more catnip in the horror section." She holds up her hands, bracelets jingling. Henry turns to Addie with a sheepish grin. "You ready to go?" They're halfway to the door when B snaps her fingers. "Baroque," she says, "or maybe neoclassical." Addie stares back, confused. "The art periods?" The other girl nods. "I have this theory that every face belongs to one, a time, a school." "B is a postgrad," interjects Henry. "Art history, in case you couldn't tell." Henry here is obviously pure romanticism. Our friend Robbie is postmodern. The avant-garde, of course, not the minimalism. "But you," who taps a finger to her lips, "there's something timeless about you." "Stop flirting with my date," says Henry. Date, the word thrills through her. A date is something made, something planned. Not a chance of opportunity, but time set aside at one point for another. A moment in the future. "Have fun," calls B cheerfully. "Don't stay out too late." Henry rolls his eyes. "Bye, B," he says, holding the door. "You owe me," she adds. "I'm granting you free access to the books, almost like a library." "Not a library," he shouts back, and Addie smiles as she follows him up onto the street. It is obviously an inside joke, some shared, familiar thing, and she aches with longing, wonders what it would feel like to know someone that well, for the knowing to go both ways. Wonders if they could have a joke like that. She and Henry. If they can know each other long enough. It is a cold evening, and they walk side by side, not intertwined, but elbows brushing, each leaning a little into the other's warmth. Addie marvels at it. This boy beside her, his nose burrowed down into the scarf around his throat, marvels at the slight difference in his manner, the smallest shift in ease. Days ago, she was a stranger to him, and now she is not, and he is learning her at the same rate she is learning him, and it is still the beginning. It is still so new, but they have moved one step along the road between unknown and familiar, a step she has never been allowed to take with anyone but Luke. And yet, here she is, with this boy. Who are you? She thinks as Henry's glasses fog with steam. He catches her looking and winks. Where are we going? She asks when they reach the subway. And Henry looks at her and smiles, a shy, lopsided grin. It's a surprise, he answers as they descend the steps. They take the G train to Greenpoint, backtrack half a block to a nondescript storefront, a wash and fold sign in the window. Henry holds the door, and Addie steps through. She looks around at the washing machines, the white noise hum of the rinse cycle, the shudder of the spin. It's a laundromat, she says, but Henry's eyes go bright with mischief. It's a speakeasy. A memory lurches through her at the word. And she is in Chicago, nearly a century ago, jazz circling like smoke in the underground bar, the air heavy with the scent of gin and cigars, the rattle of glasses, the open secret of it all. They sit beneath a stained glass window of an angel, lifting his cup, and champagne breaks across her tongue, and the darkness smiles against her skin, and draws her onto a floor to dance. And it is the beginning and the end of everything. Addie shudders, drawing herself back. Henry is holding open the door at the back of the laundromat, and she braces herself for a darkened room, a forced retreat into the past. But she's met instead by the neon lights and electronic chime of an arcade game. Pinball, to be precise. The machines line the walls, crammed side by side, to make room for the tables and stools, the wooden bar. Addie stares around, bemused. It is not a speakeasy at all, not in the strictest sense. It is simply one thing hidden behind another. A palimpsest in reverse. Well, he asks with a sheepish grin. What do you think? Addie feels herself smiling back, dizzy with relief. I love it. All right, he says, producing a bag of quarters from one pocket, ready to lose. It's early, but the place is far from empty. Henry leads her to the corner, where he claims a pair of vintage machines and balances a tower of quarters on each. She holds her breath as she inserts the first coin, braces for the inevitable clink of it rolling back into the dish at the bottom. But it goes in, and the game springs to life, emitting a cheerful cacophony of color and sound. Addie exhales, a mixture of delight and relief. Perhaps she is anonymous, the act as faceless as a theft. Perhaps, but in the moment, she doesn't care. She pulls back the lever and plays. Third How are you so good at pinball? Henry demands, as she racks up points. Addie isn't sure. The truth is, she's never played before, and it's taken her a few times to the hang of the game. But now she's found her stride. I'm a fast learner, she says, just before the ball slips between her paddles. High score announces the game in a mechanical drone. Well done, calls Henry over the noise. Better own your victory. The screen flashes, waiting for her to enter her name. Addie hesitates. Like this, he says, showing her how to toggle the red box between the letters. He steps aside, but when she tries, the cursor doesn't move. The light just flashes over the letter A, mocking. It doesn't matter, she says, backing away. But Henry steps in. New machines, vintage problems. He bumps it with his hip, and the square goes solid around the A. There we go. He's about to step aside, but Addie catches his arm. Enter my name while I grab the next round. It's easier now that the place is full. She swipes a couple of beers from the edge of the counter, weaves back through the crowd before the bartender even turns around. And when she returns, drinks in hand, the first thing she sees are the letters, flashing in bright red on the screen. Addie, I didn't know how to spell your name, he says. And it's wrong. But it doesn't even matter. Nothing matters but those 3 letters glowing back at her, almost like a stamp, a signature. Swap, says Henry, hands resting on her hips as he guides her over to his machine. Let's, if I can beat that score. She holds her breath and hopes that no one ever will. They play until they run out of quarters and beer, until the place is too crowded for comfort, until they truly can't hear each other over the ring and clash of the games and the shouts of the other people, and then they spill out of the dark arcade. They go back through the too bright laundromat, and then out onto the street, still bubbling with energy. It's dark out now. The sky overhead, a low canopy of dense gray clouds, promising rain, and Henry shoves his hands in his pockets, looks up and down the street. What now? You want me to choose? This is an equal opportunity date, he says, rocking from heel to toe. I provided the first chapter. It's your turn. Addie hums to herself, looking around, summoning a mental picture of the neighborhood. Good thing I found my wallet, she says, patting her pocket. She didn't, of course, but she did liberate a few 20s from the illustrator's kitchen drawer before she left. That morning, judging by the recent profile of him in the Times and the reported size of his latest book deal, Gerald won't miss it. This way. Addie takes off down the sidewalk. How far are we going? He asks 15 minutes later, when they're still walking. I thought you were a New Yorker, she teases. But his strides are long enough to match her speed, and 5 minutes later they round the corner. And there it is. The Nighthawk lights up the darkening street, white bulbs tracing patterns on the brick facade. The word cinema picked out in red neon light across its front. Addie has been to every movie theater in Brooklyn, the massive multiplexes with their stadium seats, and the indie gems with worn-out sofas, has witnessed every mixture of new releases and nostalgia. And the Nighthawk is one of her favorites. She scans the board, buys 2 tickets to a showing of North by Northwest, since Henry says he's never seen it, then takes his hand and leads them down the hall into the dark. There are little tables between each seat with plastic menus and slips of paper to write your order on. She's never been able to order anything, of course. The pencil marks dissolve. The waiter forgets about her as soon as he is out of sight. So she leans in to watch Henry fill out their card, thrilled by the simple potential of the act. The previews ramble on as the seats fill up around them, and Henry takes her hand, their fingers lacing together like links in a chain. She glances over at him, painted in the low theater light. Black curls, high cheekbones, the Cupid's bow of his mouth, the flicker of resemblance. It is hardly the first time she's seen Luke echoed in a human face. "You're staring," whispers Henry, under the sound of the previews. Addie blinks. "Sorry," shakes her head. "You look like someone I used to know. Someone you liked, I hope." "Not really." He shoots her a look of mock affront, and Addie almost laughs. "It was more complicated than that." "Love, then?" She shakes her head. "No," but her delivery is slower, less emphatic. "But he was very nice to look at." Henry laughs as the lights dim and the movie starts. A different waiter appears, crouching low as he delivers their food, and she plucks fries from the plate one by one, sinking into the comfort of the film. She glances over to see if Henry's enjoying himself, but he's not even looking at the screen. His face, all energy and light an hour before, is a rictus of tension. One knee bounces restlessly. She leans in, whispers, "You don't like it?" Henry flashes a hollow smile. "It's fine," he says, shifting in his seat. "Just a little slow." "It's Hitchcock," she wants to say. But instead she whispers, "It's worth it. I promise." Henry twists toward her, brow folding. "You've already seen it." Of course, Addie has seen it. First, in 1959, at a theater in Los Angeles, and then in the 70s, a double feature with his, quote, last film, Family Plot, and then again, a few years back, right in Greenwich Village, during a retrospective. Hitchcock has a way of being resurrected, fed back into the cinema system at regular intervals. "Yeah," she whispers back, "but I don't mind." Henry says nothing, but he clearly does mind. His knee goes back to bouncing, and a few minutes later he's up and out of the seat, walking out into the lobby. "Henry," she calls, confused. "What is it? What's wrong?" She catches up with him as he throws open the theater door and steps out onto the curb. "Sorry," he mumbles. "Needed some air?" But that's obviously not it. He's pacing. Talk to me. His steps slow. I just wish you'd told me. Told you what? That you'd already net. But you hadn't, she says, and I didn't mind seeing it again. I like seeing things again. I don't, he snaps, and then deflates. I'm sorry. He shakes his head. I'm sorry. This isn't your problem. He runs his hands through his hair. He shakes his head and turns to look at her, green eyes glassy in the dark. Do you ever feel like you're running out of time? Addie blinks, and it is 300 years ago, and she is back on her knees on the forest floor, hands driving down into the mossy earth as the church bells ring behind her. I don't mean in that normal time flies way, Henry's saying. I mean feeling like it's surging by so fast, and you try to reach out and grab it, you try to hold on, but it just keeps rushing away. And every second, there's a little less time and a little less air. And sometimes when I'm sitting still, start to think about it. And when I think about it, I can't breathe. I have to get up. I have to move. He has his arms wrapped around himself, fingers digging into his ribs. It's been a long time since Addie felt that kind of urgency. But she remembers it well, remembers the fear. So heavy she thought it might crush her. Blink, and half your life is gone. I do not want to die as I've lived. Born and buried in the same 10-meter plot. Addie reaches out and grabs his arm. Come on, she says, pulling him down the street. Let's go. Where? He asks, and her hand drops to his and holds on tight. To find you something new. Paris, France, July 29th, 1724. Vier Remy Laurent is laughter bottled into skin. It spills out of him at every turn. As they walk together through Montmartre, he tips the brow of Addie's hat, plucks at her collar, slings his arm around her shoulders, and inclines his head as if to whisper some salacious secret. Remy delights in being part of her charade, and she delights in having someone to share it with. Thomas, you fool! He jeers loudly when they pass a huddle of men. Thomas, you scoundrel, he calls out as they pass a pair of women. Girls, really, though wrapped in rouge and tattered lace at the mouth of an alley. They, too, take up the call. Thomas, they echo, teasing and sweet. Come be our scoundrel, Thomas. Thomas, come have some fun. They climb the vaulting steps of the Sacre Cour, are nearly to the top, when Remy stops and spreads his coat on the steps, gesturing for her to sit. They divide the food between them, and as they eat, she studies her strange companion. Remy is Luke's opposite, in every way. His hair is a crown of burnished gold, his eyes a summer blue. But more than that, it's in his manner, his easy smile, his open laugh, the vibrant energy of youth. If one is the thrilling darkness, The other is midday radiance. And if the boy is not quite as handsome, well, that is only because he is human. He is real. Remy sees her staring and laughs. Are you making a study of me for your art? I must say, you have mastered the posture and the manners of a Paris youth. She looks down, realizes she is sitting with one knee drawn up, her arm hooked lazily around her leg. But, adds Remy, I fear you are far too pretty, even in the dark. He has moved closer, his hand finding hers. What is your real name? He asks, and how she wishes she could tell him. She tries, thinking maybe just this once. The sounds will make it over her tongue, but her voice catches after the A, so instead she changes course and says, Anna. Anna, Remy echoes, tucking a stray lock behind her ear. It suits you. She will use 100 names over the years, and countless times she will hear those words until she begins to wonder at the importance of a name at all. The very idea will begin to lose its meaning, the way a word does when said too many times, breaking down into useless sounds and syllables. She will use the tired phrase as proof that a name does not really matter, even as she longs to say and hear her own. Tell me, Anna, says Remy, now, who are you? And so she tells him, or at least she tries, spills out the whole strange and winding journey, and then, when it does not even reach his ears, she starts again and tells him another version of the truth, one that skirts the edges of her story, smoothing the rough corners into something more human. Anna's story is a pale shadow of Adeline's, a girl running away from a woman's life. She leaves behind everything she has ever known and escapes to the city, disowned, alone, but free. Unbelievable, he says. You simply left? I had to, she says, and it is not a lie. Admit it, you think me mad? Indeed, says Remy with a playful grin. The maddest and the most incredible. What courage! Did not feel like courage, Addie says, plucking at the rind of bread. It felt as if I had no choice, as if the words lodge in her throat, but she isn't sure if it's the curse or simply the memory. It felt as if I'd die there. Remy nods thoughtfully. Small places make for small lives, and some people are fine with that. They like knowing where to put their feet. But if you only walk in other people's steps, you cannot make your own way. You cannot leave a mark. Addie's throat tightens. Do you think a life has any value if one doesn't leave some mark upon the world? Remy's expression sobers, and he must read the sadness in her voice, because he says, I think there are many ways to matter. He plucks the book from his pocket. These are the words of a man, Voltaire. But they are also the hands that set the type, the ink that made it readable, the tree that made the paper. All of them matter, though credit goes only to the name on the cover. He has misread her, of course, assumed the question stemmed from a different, more common fear. Still, his words hold weight. though it will be years before Addie discovers just how much. They fall to silence then, the quiet weighted with their thoughts. The summer heat has broken, given way to a breezy comfort with the thickest part of night. The hour settles on them like a sheet. "It is late," he says. "Let me walk you home." Shakes her head. "You do not have to." "But I do," he protests. "You may disguise yourself as a man, but I know the truth, and so honor will not let me leave you. The darkness is no place to be alone." He does not know how right he is. Her chest aches at the idea of losing the thread of this night, and the ease beginning to take shape between them, an ease born of hours instead of days or months. But it is something fragile and lovely. "Very well," she says, and his smile, when it answers, is pure joy. "Lead the way." She has nowhere to take him, but she sets off in the vague direction of a place she stayed several months before. Her chest tightens a little with every step, because every step brings her closer to the end of them. And when they turn onto the street, where she has placed her made-up home, and stopped before her imagined door, Remy leans in and kisses her once on the cheek. Even in the dark, she can see him blushing. "I would see you again," he says, "in daylight or in darkness, as a woman or a man. Please, let me see you again." And her heart breaks, because of course, there is no tomorrow, only tonight, and Addie is not ready for the thread to snap, the night to end. And so she answers, "Let me walk you home." And when he opens his mouth to protest, she presses on. The darkness is no place to be alone. He meets her gaze, and perhaps he knows her meaning, or perhaps he is as loath as she to leave this night behind, because he quickly offers his arm and says, "How chivalrous," and they set off together again, laughing as they realize they are retracing their steps, returning the way they came. And if the walk to her imagined home was leisurely, the walk to his is urgent, threaded with anticipation. When they reach his lodging house, they do not pretend to say goodbye. He leads her up the stairs, fingers tangled now, steps tripping and breathless. And when they reach his rented room, they do not linger on the threshold. There is a faint catch in her chest at the idea of what comes next. Sex has only ever been a burden, a necessity of circumstance, some required currency, and she has, up until now, been willing to pay the price. Even now, she is prepared for him to push her down, to shove her skirts out of the way, prepared for the longing to break, forced away by the unsubtle act. But he doesn't thrust himself upon her. There is an urgency, yes, but Remy holds it taut as rope between them. He reaches out a single steady hand and lifts the hat from her head, sets it gently on the bureau. His fingers slide up the nape of her neck and through her hair as his mouth finds hers, the kisses shy and searching. For the first time, she feels no reluctance, no dread, only a kind of nervous thrill, and the tension in the air is laced with breathless hunger. Her fingers fumble for the laces of his trousers, but his own hands move slower, undoing the laces of her tunic, sliding the cloth over her head, unwrapping the muslin bound around her breasts. So much easier than corsets, he murmurs, kissing the skin of her collar, and for the first time since those nights in her childhood bed back in Villan, Addie feels the heat rising in her cheeks, across her skin, between her legs. He guides her back onto the pallet. Kisses trailing down her throat, the curve of her breasts, before he frees himself and climbs onto the bed and onto her. She parts around him, breath hitching at the first thrust, and Remy pulls back, just enough to catch her eye, to make sure she's okay. And when she nods, he drops his head to kiss her, and only then does he press on, press in, press deep. Her back arches as that pressure gives way to pleasure, a deep and rolling heat. Their bodies press and move together, and she wishes she could erase those other men, those other nights. Their stale breath and awkward bulk, the dull thrusts that ended in a sudden, abrupt spasm before they pulled out, pulled away. To them, wet was wet, and warm was warm, and she was nothing but a vessel for their pleasure. She cannot erase the memory of those other nights, so she decides to become a palimpsest, to let Remy write over the other lines. This is how it should have been. The name Remy whispers in her hair is not hers, but it doesn't matter. In this moment, she can be Anna. She be anyone. Remy's breath quickens as his tempo rises, as he presses deeper, and Addie feels herself quicken too, her body tightening round him, driven toward the edge by the rocking of his hips and the blonde curls tumbling into her face. She coils tighter and tighter, and then she comes undone. And a few moments later, so does he. Remy collapses down beside her. But he doesn't roll away. He reaches out and sweeps a lock of hair from her cheek and kisses her temple, laughs, little more than a smile given sound, but it warms her all the way through. He falls back against the pillow, and sleep comes over them, his leaden in the aftermath of pleasure, and hers light, dozing but dreamless. Addie no longer dreams. She hasn't, in truth, since that night in the woods. Or if she has, it is the one thing she never remembers. Perhaps there is no space inside her head, full as it is of memories. Perhaps it is yet another facet of her curse, to live only as she does. Or perhaps it is in some strange sense a mercy, for how many would be nightmares. But she stays, happy and warm beside him, and for a few hours she almost forgets. Remy has rolled away from her in sleep, exposing the lean breadth of his back, and she rests her hand between his shoulder blades and feels him breathing, traces her fingers down the slope of his spine, studying his edges the way he'd studied hers in the midst of passion. Her touch is feather-light, but after a moment he stirs and shifts and rolls to face her. For a brief moment his face is wide and open and warm, the face that leaned toward hers in the street and smiled through shared secrets in the cafe and laughed as he walked her first to her home and then to his. But in the time it takes for him to fully wake, that face slides away, and all the knowing with it. A shadow sweeps across those warm blue eyes, that welcome mouth. He jerks a little, rises on one elbow, flustered by the sight of this stranger in his bed. Because, of course, she is a stranger now. For the first time since they met the night before, he frowns, stammers a greeting, the words too formal, stiff with embarrassment. And Addie's heart breaks a little. He is trying to be kind, but she cannot bear it, so she gets up and dresses as fast as she can, a gross reversal of the time he took to strip the clothes away. She does not bother with the laces or the buckles, does not turn toward him again. Not until she feels the warmth of his hand on her shoulder, the touch, almost gentle, and thinks, desperately, wildly, that maybe, there is a way to salvage this. She turns, hoping to meet his eyes, only to find him looking down, away, as he presses 3 coins into her hand, and everything goes cold. Payment! It will be many years before she can read Greek, many more before she hears the myth of Sisyphus. But when she does, she will nod in understanding, palms aching from the weight of pushing stones uphill, heart heavy from the weight of watching them roll down again. In this moment, there is no myth for company. Only this beautiful boy with his back to her. Only Remy, who makes no move to follow when she hurries to the door. Something catches her eye, a bundle of paper askew on the floor, the booklet from the cafe, the latest of Voltaire. Addie doesn't know what drives her to take it. Perhaps she simply wants token of their night, something more than the dreaded copper in her palm. But one moment the book is on the ground, cast off among the clothes, and the next it is pressed to her front with the rest of her things. Her hands have gotten light, after all, and even if the theft was clumsy, Remy would not have noticed, sitting there on the bed, his attention fixed anywhere but her. New York City, March 15th, 2014. 5th, Addie leads Henry down the street and around the corner to a nondescript steel door plastered with old posters. A man loiters next to it, chain smoking and scrolling through pictures on his phone. "Jupiter," she says, unprompted, and the man straightens and pushes open the door, exposing a narrow platform and a set of stairs that drops down out of sight. "Welcome to the 4th rail." Henry shoots her a wary look, but Addie grabs his hand and pulls him through. He twists, looking back as the door swings shut. "There is no 4th rail," he says, and Addie flashes him a grin. Exactly. This is what she loves about a city like New York. It is so full of hidden chambers, infinite doors leading into infinite rooms, and if you have the time, you can find so many of them. Some she's found by accident, others in the course of this or that adventure. She keeps them tucked away, like slips of paper between the pages of her book. One stairwell leads to another, the second wider, made of stone. The ceiling arches overhead, plaster giving way to rock, and then tile. The tunnel lit only by a series of electric lanterns, but they're spaced far enough apart that they do little to actually break the dark. A breadcrumb trail, just enough to see by, which is why Addie has the pleasure of seeing Henry's expression when he realizes where they are. The New York City subway has nearly 500 active stations, but the number of abandoned tunnels remains a matter of contention. Some of them are open to the public, both monuments to the past and nods to the unfinished future. Some are little more than closed tracks tucked between functioning lines. And then some are secrets. "Addie," murmurs Henry, but she holds up a finger, tilts her head, listening. The music starts as an echo, a distant thrum, as much a feeling as a sound. It rises with every downward step, seems to fill the air around them, first a hum, and then a pulse, and then, at last, a beat. Ahead, the tunnel is bricked up, marked only by the white slash of an arrow to the left. Around the corner, the music grows. One more dead end, one more turn, and sound crashes over them. The whole tunnel vibrates with the force of the bass, the reverb of chords against stone. Spotlights pulse blue-white, a strobe reducing the hidden club to still frames, a writhing crowd, bodies bouncing to the beat, a pair of musicians wielding matching electric guitars on a concrete stage, a row of bartenders caught mid-pour. The tunnel walls are tiled gray and white, wide bands that wrap in arches overhead, bend down again like ribs, as if they are in the belly of some great, forgotten beast, the rhythm pulsing through its heart. The fourth rail is primal, heady, the kind of place Luke would love. But this here, Addie found the tunnel on her own. She showed it to the musician, turned manager, looking for venue. Later that night, she even suggested the name, there, heads bent over a cocktail napkin. His pen marks. Her idea. She's sure he woke up the next day with a hangover and the first stirrings of the fourth rail. 6 months later, she saw the guy standing outside the steel doors, saw the logo they'd designed. A more polished version, tucked beneath the peeling posters, felt the now familiar thrill of whispering something into the world and watching become real. Addie pulls Henry toward the makeshift bar. It's simple. The tunnel wall divided into 3 behind a wide slab of pale stone that serves as a pouring surface. The options are vodka, bourbon, or tequila, and a bartender stands, waiting, before each. Addie orders for them 2 vodkas. The transaction happens in silence. There is no point trying to shout over the wall of sound. A series of fingers held up, a 10 laid on the bar. The bartender, a slender black guy with silver dusting his eyes, pours 2 shots and spreads his hands like a dealer laying down cards. Henry lifts his glass, and Addie raises hers too, and their mouths move together. She thinks he's saying cheers while she answers, salute. But the sounds are swallowed up. The clink of their shots nothing but a small vibration through her fingers. The vodka hits her stomach like a match, heat blossoming behind her ribs. They set the empty glasses back on the bar, and Addie's already pulling Henry toward the crush of bodies by the stage, when the guy behind the bar reaches out and catches Henry's wrist. The bartender smiles, produces a 3rd shot glass, and pours again. He presses his hands to his chest in the universal gesture, for it's on me. They drink, and there is the heat again, spreading from her chest, her limbs, and there is Henry's hand in hers, moving into the crowd. Addie looks back, sees the bartender staring after them, and there is strange feeling rising like the last dregs of a dream, and she wants to say something. But the music is a wall, and the vodka smooths the edges of her thoughts until it slips away, and then they are folding into the crowd. Up above, it may be early spring, but down here it is late summer, humid and heavy. The music is liquid, the air thick as syrup as they plunge into the tangled limbs. The tunnel is bricked up behind the stage, making a world of reverb, a place where sound bends back, redoubles, every note carried, thinning without trailing off entirely. The guitarists play a complicated riff in perfect unison, adding to the echo chamber effect, churning the waters of the crowd. And then the girl steps into the spotlight. A teenage sprite, a fey thing, Luke would say, in a black baby doll dress and combat boots. Her white blonde hair is piled on her head, done up in twin buns, the ends spiking like a crown. The only color is the slash of her red lips, and the rainbow drawn like a mask across her eyes. The guitarists quicken, fingers flying over strings. The air shakes. The beat thumps through skin and muscle and bone. And the girl begins to... Her voice is a wail, a banshee's call, if a banshee screamed in tune. The syllables bleed together, the consonants blur, and Addie finds herself leaning in, eager to hear the words. But they draw back, slip under the beat, fold into the feral energy of the fourth rail. The guitars play their hypnotic chorus. The girl singer seems almost like a puppet, pulled along by the strings. And Addie thinks that Luke would love her, wonders for an instant if he's been down here since she'd found it. She breathes in, as if she'd be able to smell the darkness, like smoke on the air. But Addie wills herself to stop, empties her head of him, makes space, instead, for the boy beside her, bouncing in time with the beat. Henry, with his head tipped back, his glasses fogged gray, and sweat sliding down his cheeks like tears. For an instant he looks impossibly, immeasurably sad, and she remembers the pain in his voice when he spoke of losing time. But then he looks at her and smiles, and it's gone, a trick of the lights, and she wonders who and how and where he came from, knows it is all too good to be true. But in this moment, she is simply glad he's there. She closes her eyes, lets herself fall into the rhythm of the beat. And she is in Berlin, Mexico City, Madrid. And she is right here, right now, with him. They dance until their limbs ache, until sweat paints their skin and the air becomes too thick to breathe, until there's a lull in the beat, and another silent conversation passed between them like a spark, until he draws her back toward the bar and the tunnel, back the way they came. The flow of traffic is a one-way street. The stairs and the steel door only lead in, until she cocks her head the other way, to a dark arch set in the tunnel wall near the stage. Leads him up the narrow stairs, the music fading a little more with every upward step ears buzzing with the white noise left in its wake, until they spill out into the cool March night, filling their lungs with fresh air. And the first clear sound Addie hears is his laughter. Henry turns toward her, eyes bright, cheeks flushed, intoxicated in a way that has less to do with the vodka than with the power of the fourth rail. He is still laughing when the storm starts. A crack of thunder, and seconds later, the rain comes down. Not a drizzle, not even the sparse warning drops that soon give way to a steady rain, but the sudden sheet fall of a downpour, the kind of rain that hits you like a wall, soaks you through in seconds. Addie gasps at the sudden shock of cold. They are 10 feet from the nearest awning, but neither of them runs for cover. She smiles up into the rain, lets the water kiss her skin. Henry looks at her, and Addie looks back, and then he spreads his arms as if to welcome the storm, his chest heaving. Water clings to his black lashes, slides down his face, rinsing the club from his clothes, and Addie realizes suddenly that, despite the moments of resemblance, Luke never once looked like this. Young, human, live. She pulls Henry toward her, relishes the press of his body, warm against the cold. She runs her hand through his hair, and for the first time it stays back, exposing the sharp lines of his face, the hungry hollows of his jaw, his eyes, a brighter shade of green than she has seen them yet. Addie, he breathes, and the sound sends sparks across her skin, and when he kisses her, he tastes like salt and summer. But it feels too much like a punctuation mark, and she isn't ready for the night to end, so she kisses him back, deeper, turns the period into a question, into an answer, and then they are running. Not for shelter, but the train. They stumble into his apartment, wet clothes clinging to their skin. They are a tangle of limbs in the hallway, unable to get close enough. She pulls the glasses from his face, tosses them onto a nearby chair, shrugs out of her coat, the leather sticking to her skin. Then they are kissing again, desperate, hungry, wild, as her fingers run over his ribs, hook in the front of his jeans. "Are you sure?" he asks, and in answer she pulls his mouth to hers, guides his hands to the buttons of her shirt as hers find his belt. He presses her back against the wall and says her name, and it is lightning through her limbs. It is fire through her core. It is longing between her legs. And then they are on the bed, and for an instant, only an instant, she is somewhere else, someone else. The darkness folding itself around her. A name whispered against bare skin. But to him she was Adeline, only Adeline. His Adeline, my Adeline, here, now. She is finally Addie. "Say it again," she pleads. "Say what?" he murmurs. "My name, Henry Smile." "Addie," he whispers against her throat. "Addie one." The kisses trail over her collar. "Addie," her stomach. "Addie," her hips. His mouth finds the heat between her legs, and her fingers tangle in those black curls, her back arching up with pleasure. Time shudders, slides out of focus. He retraces his steps, kisses her again, and then she is on top of him, pressing him down into the bed, They do not fit together perfectly. He was not made for her the way Luke was. But this is better, because he is real and kind and human, and he remembers. When it is over, she collapses, breathless, into the sheets beside him, sweat and rain chilling on her skin. Henry folds around her, pulls her back into the circle of his warmth, and she can feel his heart slowing through his ribs, a metronome easing back into its measure. The room goes quiet, marked only by the steady rain beyond the windows, the drowsy aftermath of passion, and soon she can feel him drifting down towards sleep. Addie looks up at the ceiling. "Don't forget," she says softly, the words half prayer, half plea. Henry's arms tighten, a body surfacing from sleep. "Forget what?" he murmurs, already sinking again, and Addie waits for his breath to steady before she whispers the word to the dark. Me, Paris, France, July 29th, 2004. Stay. Addie surges out into the night, swiping tears from her cheeks. She pulls her jacket close, despite the warmth of summer, and makes her way alone across the sleeping city. She is not heading toward the hovel she's called home this season. She is simply moving forward because she cannot bear the idea of standing still. So Addie walks, and at some point she realizes she is no longer alone. There is a change in the air, a subtle breeze, carrying the leafy scent of country, woods, and then he is there, falling in step beside her, stride for stride, an elegant shadow, dressed in the height of Paris fashion, collar and cuff trimmed in silk. Only his black curls billow around his face, feral and free. "Adeline, Adeline," he says, his voice laced with pleasure, and she is back in the bed. Remy's voice, saying Anna, Anna, into her hair. It has been 4 years without a visit, 4 years of holding her breath, and though she will never admit it, the sight of him is like coming up for air, a terrible, chest-opening relief. As much as she hates this shadow, this god, this monster in his stolen flesh, he is still the only one who remembers her at all. It does not make her hate him any less. If anything, she hates him more. "Where have you been?" she snaps. Smug pleasure shines like starlight in his eyes. "Why have you missed me?" Addie doesn't trust herself to speak. "Come now," Luke presses. "You did not think I would make it easy." "It's been 4 years," she says, wincing at the anger in her voice, too close to need. 4 years is nothing. A breath, a blink, and yet you come tonight. I know your heart, my dear. I feel when it falters. Remy's fingers folding hers over the coins, the sudden weight of sadness, and the darkness, drawn to pain like a wolf to blood. Luke looks down at her trousers, pinned below the knee, the man's tunic, open at the throat. "I must say," he says, "I preferred you in red." Her heart catches at the mention of that night 4 years before, the first time he did not come. He savors the sight of her surprise. You saw, she says. I am the night itself. The everything. He steps closer, carrying the scent of summer storms, the kiss of forest leaves. But that was a lovely dress you wore on my behalf. Shame slides like a flush beneath her skin, followed by the heat of anger at the knowledge that he was watching, had watched her hope gutter with the candles on the sill, watched as she shattered, alone in the dark. She loathes him, wears that loathing like a coat, wraps it tight around her as she smiles. You thought I would wither without your attention, but I have not. The darkness hums. It has only been 4 years, he muses. Perhaps next time I will wait longer. Or perhaps his hand grazes her chin, tipping her face to meet his. I will abandon these visits and leave you to wander the earth until it ends. It is a chilling thought, though she does not let him see it. If you did that, she says evenly, you would never have my soul. He shrugs. I have 1,000 others waiting to be reaped, and you are only one. He is closer now, too close, his thumb tracing up her jaw, fingers sliding along the back of her neck. It would be so easy to forget you. Everyone else already has. She tries to pull away, but his hand is stone, holding her fast. I will be kind. It will be quick. Say yes now, he urges, before I change my mind. For a terrible moment, she doesn't trust herself to answer. The weight of the coins in her palm is still too fresh. The pain, the night torn away, and victory dances like light in Luke's eyes. It is enough to force her to her senses. No, she says, the word a snarl. And there it is, like a gift, a flash of anger on that perfect face. His hand falls away, the weight of him vanishing like smoke, and Addie is left alone once more in the dark. There is a point when the night breaks, when the darkness finally begins to weaken and lose its hold over the sky. It's slow, so slow she doesn't notice, until the light is already creeping in, until the moon and stars have vanished, and the weight of Luke's attention lifts from her shoulders. Addie climbs the steps of the Sacre Coeur, sits at the top, with the church at her back and Paris sprawling at her feet, and watches the 29th of July become the 30th, watches the sun rise over the city. She has almost forgotten the book she took from Remy's floor. She has clutched it so tight, her fingers ache. Now, in the watery morning light, she puzzles over the title, silently sounding out the words, La Place Royale. It is a novel, that new word, though she doesn't yet know it. Addie peels back the cover and tries to read the first page, manages only a line before the words crumble into letters, and the letters blur, and she has to resist the urge to cast the cursed book away, to fling it down the steps. Instead, she closes her eyes and takes a deep breath and thinks of Remy, not his words, but the soft pleasure in his voice when he spoke of reading, the delight in his eyes, the joy, the hope. It will be a grueling journey, full of starts and stops, and myriad frustrations. To decipher this first novel will take her almost a year spent laboring over every line, trying to make sense of a sentence, then a page, then a chapter, and still it will be a decade more before the act comes naturally, before the task itself dissolves, and she finds the hidden pleasure of the story. It will take time, but time is the one thing Addie has plenty of. So she opens her eyes and starts again. New York City, March 16th, 2014. 7th, Addie wakes to the smell of toast browning, the sizzle of butter hitting a hot skillet. The bed is empty beside her, the door almost closed, but she can hear Henry moving in the kitchen beneath the soft burble of talk radio. The room is cool, and the bed is warm, and she holds her breath and tries to hold the moment with it, way she has 1,000 times, clutching the past to the present, and warding off the future, the fall. But today is different. Because someone remembers, she throws off the blankets, scavenges the bedroom floor, looking for her clothes. But there's no sign of the rain-soaked jeans or shirt, just the familiar leather jacket draped over a chair. Addie finds a robe beneath and wraps it around her, buries her nose in the collar. It is worn and soft, smells like clean cotton and fabric softener, and the faint hint of coconut shampoo, a smell she will come to know as his. She pads barefoot into the kitchen as Henry pours coffee from a French press. He looks up and smiles. Good morning. 2 small words that move the world. Not I'm sorry. Not I don't remember. Not I must have been drunk. Just good morning. I put your clothes in the dryer, he says. They should be done soon. Grab yourself a mug. Most people have a shelf of cups. Henry has a wall. They hang from hooks on a mounted rack, 5 across and 7 down. Some of them are patterned, and some of them are plain, and no 2 are the same. I'm not sure you have enough mugs. Henry casts her a sidelong look. He has a way of almost smiling. It's like light behind a curtain, the edge of the sun behind clouds. More a promise than an actual thing, but the warmth shines through. It was a thing in my family, he says. No matter who came over for coffee, they could choose the one that spoke to them that day. His own cup sits on the counter, charcoal gray, the inside coated in something that looks like liquid silver, a storm cloud and its lining. Addie studies the wall, trying to make her choice. She reaches for a large porcelain cup with small blue leaves, weighs it in her palm before she notices another. She's about to put it back when Henry stops her. I'm afraid all selections are final, he says, scraping butter over toast. You'll have try again tomorrow. Tomorrow. The word swells a little in her chest. Henry pours, and Addie leans her elbows on the counter, wraps her hands around the steaming cup, inhales the bittersweet scent. For a second, only a second, she is in Paris. Hat pulled down in the corner of the cafe as Remy pushed the cup toward her and said, "Drink." That is how memories are for her, past rising into present, a palimpsest held up to the light. "Oh, hey," says Henry, calling her back. "I found this on the floor. Is it yours?" She looks up and sees the wooden ring. "Don't touch that." Addie snatches it out of his hand too fast. The inside of the ring brushes the tip of her finger, rolls around the nail like a coin about to settle. All the ease of a compass finding north. Shit. Addie shudders and drops the band. It clatters to the floor, rolling several feet before fetching up against the edge of a rug. She grips her fingers as if burned, heart pounding. She didn't put it on, and even if she did, her gaze cuts to the window. But it is morning, sunlight streaming through the curtains. The darkness cannot find her here. "What happened?" asks Henry, clearly confused. "Nothing," she says, shaking out her hand. "Just a splinter. Stupid thing." She kneels slowly to retrieve it, careful to touch only the outside of the band. "Sorry," she says, straightening. She sets the ring on the counter between them, splaying her hands on either side. In the artificial light, the pale wood looks almost gray. Addie glares down at the band. "Have you ever had something you love and hate but can't bear to get rid of? Something you almost wish you'd lose, because then it wouldn't be there, and it wouldn't be your fault." She tries to make the words light, almost casual. "Yeah," he says quietly. "I do." He opens a kitchen drawer and pulls out something small and gold. A Star of David, a pendant missing its chain. "You're Jewish?" "I was." 2 words, and all he means to say. His attention drifts back to her ring. It looks old. It is exactly as old as she is. They both should have worn to nothing long ago. She presses her hand down over the ring, feels the smooth wooden rim dig into her palm. "It belonged to my father," she says. "And it isn't a lie, though it's only the beginning of the truth." She closes her hand around the ring and pockets it. The ring is weightless, but she can feel it. She can always feel it. "Anyway," she says, with a too bright smile, "what's for breakfast?" How many times has Addie dreamed of this? Of hot coffee and buttered toast, of sunlight streaming through the windows, of new days that aren't fresh starts, none of the awkward silence of strangers, of a boy or a girl, elbows on the counter across from her, the simple comfort of a night remembered. "You must really love breakfast," says Henry, and she realizes she is beaming down at her food. "It's my favorite meal," she answers, spearing a bite of eggs. But as she eats, the hope begins to thin. Addie is not a fool. Whatever this is, she knows it will not last. She has lived too long to think it chance, been cursed too long to think it fate. She has begun to wonder if it is a trap, Some new way to torment her, to break the stalemate, force her hand back into play. But even after all these years, Luke's voice wraps around her, soft and low and gloating. I am all you have, all you will ever have, the only one who will remember. It was the one card he always held, the weapon of his own attention, and she does not think he'd give it away. But if it is not a trap, then what? An accident? A stroke of luck? Perhaps she has gone mad. It would not be the first time. Perhaps she has frozen up on Sam's roof and is trapped in a dream. Perhaps none of it is real. And yet there is his hand on hers. There is the soft scent of him on the robe. There is the sound of her name drawing her back. "Where'll go?" he asks, and she spears another bite of food and holds it up between them. "If you could only eat one thing for the rest of your life," she says, "what would it be?" "Chocolate," Henry answers, without missing a beat. "The kind so dark it's almost bitter." "You?" Addie ponders. "A life is a very long time." "Cheese?" she answers soberly, and Henry nods, and silence settles over them, less awkward than shy. Nervous laughter in between stolen glances. Two strangers who are no longer strangers, but know so little of each other. "If you could live somewhere with only one season," asks Henry, "what would it be?" "Spring," she says, "when everything is new." "Fall," he says, "when everything is fading." They have both chosen seams, those ragged lines where things are neither here nor there, but balanced on the brink. And Addie wonders, half to herself, would you rather feel nothing or everything? A shadow crosses Henry's face, and he falters, looks down at his unfinished food, and then to the clock on the wall. "Shit, I've got to get to the store." He straightens, dropping his plate in the sink. The last question goes unanswered. "I should go home," says Addie, rising too. "Get changed. Do some work." There is no home, of course, no clothes, no job. But she is playing the part of a normal girl, a girl who gets to have a normal life, sleep with a boy, and wake up to good mornings, instead of who are yous. Henry finishes his coffee in a single gulp. "How do you about finding talent?" he asks, and Addie remembers she told him that she was a scout. "You keep your eyes open," she says, rounding the counter. But he catches her hand. "I want to see you again. I want you to see me again." She echoes. "Still no phone?" She shakes her head, and he wraps his fingers for a moment, thinking. "There's a food truck rally in Prospect Park. Meet you there at 6. Addie smiles. It's a date. She pulls the robe close. "Mind if I take a shower before I go?" Henry kisses her. "Of course. Just let yourself out." She smiles. "I will." Henry leaves, the front door swinging shut behind him, but for once, the sound doesn't make her stomach drop. It's just a door, not a period, an ellipsis. To be continued. She takes a long, hot shower, wraps her hair in a towel, and wanders through the apartment, noticing all the things she didn't see last night. Henry's apartment is just this side of messy, cluttered in the way so many New York places are. Too little space to live and breathe. It's also littered with the remains of abandoned hobbies. A cabinet of oil paints, the brushes gone stale and stiff in a stained cup, notebooks and journals, most of them empty. A few blocks of wood and a whittling knife. Somewhere, in the faded space, before her flawless memory, she hears her father humming and moves on, moves away, slowing only when she reaches the cameras. A row of them stare down at her from a shelf, their lenses large and wide and black. Vintage, she thinks, though the word has never held much weight. She was there when cameras were hulking tripod beasts, the photographer hidden beneath a heavy drape. She was there for the invention of black and white film, and then color. There when still frames became videos, when analog became digital, and whole stories could be stored in the palm of a hand. She runs her fingers across the camera bodies, like carapace shells, feels dust beneath her touch. But there are photographs everywhere, on the walls, propped on side tables, and sitting in the corner, waiting to be hung. There is one of Beatrice in an art gallery, a silhouette against the brightly lit space. One of Beatrice and Henry, tangled together, her gaze up and his head down, each caught in the beginning of a laugh. One of a boy that Addie guesses must be Robbie. B was right. He looks like he walked out of a party in Andy Warhol's loft. The crowd behind him is a blur of bodies. But Robbie is in focus, mid-laugh, purple glitter tracing his cheekbones, plumes of green along his nose, gold at his temples. Another photo in the hall. Here, the three of them sit on a sofa. B in the middle, Robbie's legs stretched across her lap, and Henry on the other side, chin resting lazily on his hand. And across the hall, it's opposite, a posed family portrait, stiff against the candids. Again, Henry sits on the edge of the sofa, but more upright, and this time placed beside two people who are clearly his brother and sister. The girl, a whirlwind of curls, eyes dancing behind a pair of cat eye frames, the model of the mother resting a hand on her shoulder. The boy, older, sterner, an echo of the father, behind the sofa, and the younger son, lean, wary, smiling the kind of smile that doesn't reach his eyes. Henry stares back at Addie, from the photos he's in, and the ones he clearly took. She can feel him, the artist in the frame. She could stay there, studying these pictures, trying to find the truth of him, them, the secret, the answer to the question going around and around in her head. But all she sees is someone sad, lost, searching. She turns her attention to the books. Henry's own collection is eclectic, spilling across surfaces in every room. A shelf in the living room, a narrower one in the hall, a stack beside his bed, another on the coffee table. Comics stacked over a pile of textbooks with titles like Reviewing the Covenant and Jewish Theology for the Postmodern Age. There are novels, biographies, paperbacks, and hardcovers mixed together, some old and fraying, others brand new. Bookmarks jut up from the pages, marking a dozen unfinished reads. Her fingers drift down the spines, hover on a squat gold book. A History of the World in 100 Objects. She wonders if you can distill a person's life, let alone human civilization, to a list of things. Wonders if that's a valid way to measure worth at all. Not by the lives touched, but the things left behind. She tries to build her own list. A history of Addie LaRue, her father's bird, lost among the bodies in Paris. The Place Royale, stolen from Remy's room. The wooden ring, but those things have their mark on her. What of Addie's legacy? Her face, ghosted in 100 works of art. Her melodies at the heart of 100 songs. Ideas taking root, growing wild. The seeds unseen. Addie continues through the apartment, idle curiosity giving way to more purposeful search. She is looking for clues, searching for something, anything, to explain Henry Strauss. A laptop sits on the coffee table. It boots without a password prompt. But when Addie brushes her thumb across the trackpad, the cursor doesn't move. She taps the keys absently, but nothing happens. The technology changes. The curse stays the same. Except it doesn't. It hasn't. Not entirely. So she goes from room to room, searching for clues to the question she cannot seem to answer. Who are you, Henry Strauss? In the medicine cabinet, a handful of prescriptions line the shelf, their names clogged with consonants. Beside them, a vial of pink pills marked with only a post-it, a tiny, hand-drawn umbrella. In the bedroom, another bookshelf, a stack of notebooks in various shapes and sizes. She turns through, but all of them are blank. On the windowsill, another, older photo of Henry and Robbie. In this one, they are tangled, Robbie's face pressed against Henry's, his forehead resting on Henry's temple. There's something intimate about the pose. The way Robbie's eyes are almost closed. The way Henry's hand cradles the back of his head, as if holding him up or holding him close. The serene curve on Robbie's mouth. Happy. Home. By the bed, an old-fashioned watch sits on the side table. It has no minute hand, and the hour points just past 6, even though the clock on the wall reads 9:32. She holds it to her ear, but the battery must be dead. And then, in the top drawer, a handkerchief dotted with blood. When she picks it up, a ring tumbles out. A small diamond set in a platinum band. Addie stares down at the engagement ring and wonders who it was for. Wonders who Henry was before he met her. What happened to put him in her path? "Who are you?" she whispers to the empty room. She wraps the ring in the stained kerchief and returns it to its spot, sliding the drawer shut. "Eighth. I take it back," she says. "If I could only eat one thing for the rest of my life, it would be these fries. Henry laughs and steals a few from the cone in her hand as they wait in line for gyros. The food trucks form a colorful stripe along Flatbush. Crowds of people queuing for lobster rolls and grilled cheese, banh mi and kebabs. There's even a line for ice cream sandwiches, even though the warmth has dropped out of the March air, promising a crisp, cold night. Addie's glad she picked up a hat and scarf, traded her ballet flats for calf-high boots, even as she leans into the warmth of Henry's arms, until there's a break in the falafel queue, and he ducks away to get in line. Addie watches him step up to the counter window and order, watches the middle-aged woman working the truck as she leans forward, elbows on the sill, watches them talk, Henry nodding solemnly. The line is growing behind him, but the woman doesn't seem to notice. She's not smiling exactly. If anything, she looks on the verge of tears as she reaches out and takes his hand, squeezes it. Next! Addie blinks, gets to the front of her own line, spends the last of her stolen cash on a lamb gyro and a blueberry soda, finds herself wishing for the first time in a while that she had a credit card, or more to her name than the clothes on her back and the change in her pocket. Wishes that things didn't seem to slip through her fingers like sand, that she could have a thing without stealing it first. You're looking at that sandwich like it broke your heart. Addie looks up at Henry, cracks a smile. It looks so good, she says. I'm just thinking of how sad I'll be when it's gone. He sighs in mock lament. The worst part of every meal is when it ends. They take their spoils and stake out a slope of grass just inside the park, a pool of quickly thinning light. Henry adds the falafel and an order of dumplings to her gyro and fries, and they share, trading bites like cards in a game of gin. Henry reaches for the falafel, and Addie remembers the woman in the window. Was that, she asks, back there at the truck, the woman working? She looked like she was about to cry. Do you know her? Henry shakes his head. She said I reminded her of her son. Addie stares at him. It isn't a lie. She doesn't think. But it's not entirely the truth either. There's something he isn't saying. But she doesn't know how to ask. She spears a dumpling and pops it in her mouth. Food is one of the best things about being alive. Not just food. Good food. There is a chasm between sustenance and satisfaction, and while she spent the better part of 300 years eating to stave off the pangs of hunger, she has spent the last 50 delighting in the discovery of flavor. So much of life becomes routine. But food is like music, like art, replete with the promise of something new. She wipes the grease from her fingers and lies back in the grass beside Henry, feeling wonderfully full. She knows it will not last. That fullness is like everything else in her life. It always wears away too soon. But here and now, she feels perfect. She closes her eyes and smiles and thinks she could stay here all night, despite the growing cold. Let the dusk give way to dark, burrow against Henry, and hope for stars. A bright chime sounds, in his coat pocket. Henry answers. "Hey, Bee!" He starts, and then abruptly sits up. Addie can only hear half the call, but she can guess at the rest. "No, of course I didn't forget. I know. I'm late. I'm sorry. I'm on my way. Yeah, I remember." Henry hangs up, puts his head in his hands. "Bee's having a dinner party, and I was meant to bring dessert." He looks back at the food trucks, as if one of them might hold the answer. Looks at the sky, which has gone from dusk to dim, runs his hands through his hair, lets out a soft and muttered stream of cursing. But there's no time to wallow now. Not when he is late. "Come on," says Addie, pulling him to his feet. "I know a place. The best French bakery in Brooklyn has no sign. Marked by only a butter-yellow awning, a narrow glass window between two broad brick storefronts. It belongs to a man named Michel. Every morning before dawn, he arrives and begins the slow assembly of his art. Apple tarts, the fruit sliced thin as paper, and operas, the tops dusted, with cocoa and petit fours coated in marzipan, and small piped roses. The shop is closed now, but she can see the shadow of its owner as he moves through the kitchen at its back, and Addie raps her knuckles on the glass door and waits. "Are you sure about this?" asks Henry as the shape shuffles forward, cracks the door. "We are closed," he says, in a heavy accent, and Addie slips from English into French as she explains she is a friend of Delphine, and the man softens at the mention of his daughter's name, softens more at the sound of his native tongue, and she understands. She can speak German, Italian, Spanish, Swiss. But French is different. French is bread baking in her mother's oven. French is her father's hands carving wood. French is Estelle murmuring to her garden. French is coming home. "For Delphine," he answers, opening the door. Anything. Inside the small shop, New York falls away, and it is pure Paris, the taste of sugar and butter still on the air. The cases are mostly empty now, only a handful of the beautiful creations lingering. On the shelves, bright and sparse, as wildflowers in a barren field. She does know Delphine, though the young woman does not, of course, know her. She knows Michel as well, visits this shop the way someone else might visit a photograph, linger on a memory. Henry hovers a few steps behind as Addie and Michel make small talk, each contented by the brief respite of the poker, other's language, and the pâtissier places each of the remaining pastries in a pink box and hands them to her. And when she offers to pay, wondering if she can afford the cost, Michel shakes his head and thanks her for the taste of home. And she wishes him good night. And back on the curb, Henry stares at her as if she's performed a magic act, some strange and wondrous feat. He pulls her into the circle of his arms. "You are amazing," he says, and she blushes, having never had an audience. "Here," she says, pressing the pastry box into his hands. "Enjoy thee." Henry's smile veils. His forehead rucks up like a carpet. "Why don't you come with me?" And she doesn't know how to say "I can't" when there is no explaining why, when she was ready to spend all night with him. So she says, "I shouldn't." And he says, "Please," and she knows it is such a terrible idea that she cannot hold the secret of her curse aloft over so many heads, knows she cannot keep him to herself, that this is all a game of borrowed time. But this how you walk to the end of the world. This how you live forever. Here is one day, and here is the next, and the next. And you take what you can. Savor every stolen second. Cling to every moment until it's gone. So she says, yes. They walk arm in arm as the evening goes from cool to cold. Is there anything I should know? She says, but your friends? Henry frowns, thinking, well, Robbie's a performer. He's really good, but he can be a little difficult. He exhales a hard breath. We were together back in college. He was the first guy I ever fell for, but it didn't work out. Henry laughs, but the breath is shallow. No, he dumped me. But look, it was ages ago. We're friends now, nothing more. He shakes his head, as if clearing it. Then there's B. You met her. She's great. She's getting her PhD, and she lives with a guy named Josh. Are they dating? Henry snorts. No, B's gay. And so is he, I think. I don't actually know. It's been the topic of speculation, but B will probably invite Mel or Elise, whichever she's dating now. It's kind of a pendulum swing. Oh, and don't ask about the professor. Addie looks at him, wondering, and he explains. B had a thing a few years ago with a Columbia professor. B was in love, but she was married, and it all fell apart. Addie repeats the names to herself, and Henry smiles. It's not a test, he says. Who can't fail. Addie wishes he were right. Henry whines a little tighter at her side. He hesitates, exhales. There's something else you should know, he says at last. About me? Her heart stutters in her chest as she braces for a confession, a reluctant truth. Some explanation for this, for them. But Henry only looks up at the starless night and says, there was a girl. A girl. Does not answer anything. Her name was Tabitha, he says, and she can feel the pain in every syllable. She thinks of the ring in his drawer, the bloody kerchief knotted around it. What happened? I proposed, and she, no. It is true, she thinks, some version of it. But Addie is beginning to realize how good Henry is at skirting lies, while leaving truths half told. We all have battle scars, she says. People in our past. You too? He asks. And for a moment, she is in New Orleans, the room in disarray. Those green eyes black with rage as the building begins to burn. Yeah, she says softly, and then gently probing. And we all have secrets, too. He looks at her, and she can see it swimming in his eyes. The thing he will not say, but he is not Luke, and the green gives nothing away. Tell me, she thinks, whatever it is, but he doesn't. They reach bees building in silence, and she buzzes them in. And as they climb the stairs, she turns her thoughts to the party and thinks, perhaps it will be okay. Perhaps they will remember her at the end of this evening. Perhaps if he is with her. Perhaps. But then the door opens, and Bee stands there, oven mitts on hips, voices spilling through the apartment behind her as she says, "Henry Strauss, you are so late. That better be dessert." And Henry holds out the pastry box as if it were a shield. But as Bee plucks the box from his hands, she looks past him. "And who's this?" "This Addie," he says. "You met in the shop." Bee rolls her eyes. "Henry, you really don't have enough friends to be getting us mixed up. Besides," she says, flashing Addie a crooked smile, "I wouldn't forget a face like yours. There's something timeless about it." Henry's frown deepens. "You have met, and that's exactly what you said." He looks to Addie. "You remember this, don't you?" She hesitates, caught between the impossible truth and the easier lie, begins to shake her head. "I'm sorry, But Addie's saved by the arrival of a girl in a yellow sundress, a bold defiance of the chill beyond the windows, and Henry whispers in her ear that this is Elise. The girl kisses Bee and plucks the box from her hands and says she cannot find the wine opener, and Josh appears to take their coats and usher them through. The apartment is a converted loft, one of those open floor plans where the hall runs into the living room and the living room runs into the kitchen, and it is all mercifully free of walls and doors. The buzzer rings again, and moments later a boy arrives like a comet crashing through the atmosphere, a bottle of wine in one hand and a scarf in the other. And even though Addie has only seen him in photos on Henry's wall, she knows instantly that this is Robbie. He sweeps through the front hallway, kissing Bee on the cheek, waves at Josh and hugs Elise, and turns toward Henry, only to notice her. "Who are you?" he says. "Don't be rude," answers Henry. "This is Addie." "Henry's date," adds Bee, and Addie wishes she hadn't, because the words are like cold water over Robbie's mood. Henry must see it too, because he takes her hand and says, "Addie's a talent scout." "Oh?" asks Robbie, rekindling a little. "What kind?" "Art, music, all sorts." He frowns. "Don't scouts usually specialize in something?" Bee elbows him. "Be nice," she says, reaching for the wine. "Didn't know I was supposed to bring a date," he says, following her into the kitchen. She pats his shoulder. "You can borrow, Josh." The dining table sits between the sofa and the kitchen counter. Bee sets an extra place as Henry opens the first 2 bottles of wine, and Robbie pours, and Josh carries a salad to the table, and Elise checks the lasagna in the oven, and Addie stays out of the way. She is used to having all of the attention, or none of it, to being the brief but sunlit center of a stranger's world, or a shadow at its edges. This is different. This new. "Hope you're all hungry," says Bee, setting lasagna and garlic bread in the center of the table. Henry grimaces a little at the sight of the pasta, and Addie almost laughs, remembering their food truck feast. She is always hungry. The last meal nothing but a memory now, and she gratefully accepts a plate. Paris, France, July 29th, 1751. 9th. A woman alone is a scandalous sight, and yet Addie has come to revel in the whispers. She sits in the Tuileries, skirts spread around her on the bench, and thumbs the pages of her book, and knows that she is being watched, or rather being stared at. But is the point of worrying? A woman sitting alone in the sun is not a crime, and it's not as though the rumors will spread beyond the park. Passers-by will, perhaps, be startled and make note of the strangeness, but they will all forget before they have the chance to gossip. She turns the page, lets her eyes travel across the printed words. These days, Addie steals books as eagerly as food, a vital piece of daily nourishment. And while she prefers novels to philosophers, adventures and escapes, this particular one is a prop, a key, designed to gain her entry to a specific door. She has timed her presence in the park, seated herself at the garden, is edge along the route she knows Madame Geoffrin tends to favor. And when the woman comes ambling down the path, she knows just what to do. She turns the page, pretending to be engrossed. Out of the corner of her eye, Addie can see the woman coming, her handmaid a step behind, her arms full of flowers, and she rises to her feet, eyes still cast upon her. Book turns and makes 2 strides before the inevitable collision, careful not to knock the woman down, but simply startle her, while the book falls onto the path between them. "Foolish thing," snaps Madame Geoffrin. "I'm so sorry," says Addie at the same time. "Are you hurt?" "No," says the woman, dropping her gaze from her attacker to the book. "And what has you so distracted?" The handmaid scoops up the fallen book and passes it to her mistress. Geoffrin considers the title Pensées philosophiques. "Diderot," she observes. "And who taught you to read such lofty things as this?" "My father taught me." "Himself? You fortunate girl." "It was a start," answers Addie, "but a woman must take responsibility for her own education, for no man truly will." "How true," says Geoffrin. They are playing out a script, though the other woman does not know it. Most people have only one chance to make a first impression, but luckily Addie has by now had several. The older woman frowns. "But out in the park with no maidservant, no chaperone? Don't you worry that people will talk?" A defiant smile flashes across Addie's lips. "I suppose I prefer my freedom to my reputation?" Madame Geoffrin laughs. A short sound, more surprise than amusement. "My dear, there are ways to buck the system, and ways to play it. What is your name?" "Marie-Christine," answers Addie. "La Trémor," she adds, savoring the way the woman's eyes widen in. Response? She has spent a month learning the names of noble families and their proximity to Paris. pruning the ones that might invite too many questions, finding a tree with broad enough limbs that a cousin might go unnoticed. And thankfully, while the salonier prides herself on knowing everyone, she cannot know all of them equally. La tremoille, mais non, says Madame Geoffrin. But there is no disbelief in the words, only surprise. I shall have to chastise Charles for keeping you a secret. You must, says Addie, with a sheepish grin, knowing it will never come to that. Well, madame, she continues, holding her hand out for the book, I should go. I would not want to hurt your reputation, too. Nonsense, says Geoffrin, eyes glittering with pleasure. I am quite immune to scandal. She hands Addie back her book, but the gesture is not one of parting. You must come to my salon. Your Diderot will be there. Addie hesitates, the barest fraction of a second. She made a mistake. The last time they crossed paths, when she settled on an air of false humility. But she has since learned that the salonier prefers women who stand their ground, and so this time she smiles in delight. I would like that very much. Superb, says Madame Geoffrin. Come around in an hour, and here her weaving must become precise. One slipped stitch, and it will fall apart. Addie looks down at herself. Oh, she says, letting disappointment sweep across her face. I fear I don't have time to go home and change. But surely this won't be appropriate. She holds her breath, waiting for the other woman to answer. And when she does, it is to extend her arm. Don't bother, she says. I'm sure my ladies will find something that suits you. They walk together through the park, the maid-servant trailing behind. Why have we never crossed paths before? We know everyone of note. I'm not of note, demurs Addie. And then I'm only visiting for the summer. Your accent is pure Paris. Time and practice, she answers. And it is, of course, true. And yet you are unmarried. Another turn, another test. Times before Addie has been widowed, has been wed, but today she decides she is unmarriable. No, she says, I confess. I do not want a master, and I've yet to find an equal that earns a smile from her hostess. The questioning continues all the way past the park and up to Rue Saint-Honoré, when the woman finally peels away to ready for her salon. Addie watches the salonier go with some regret. From here, she is on her own. The maidservant leads her upstairs and lays a dress from the nearest wardrobe out on the bed. It is a brocaded silk, a patterned shift, a layer of lace around the collar. Nothing she would choose herself, but it is very fine. Addie has seen a piece of meat trussed up with herbs and readied for the oven, and it reminds her of the current French fashion. Addie sits before a mirror and adjusts her hair, listening to the doors open and close downstairs, the house stirring with the motions of arriving guests. She must wait for the salon to be in bloom, the rooms crowded enough that she will blend in among them. Addie adjusts her hair a final time and smooths her skirts, and when the sound below becomes a steady enough thing, the voices tangling with the clink of glassware, she goes down the stairs to the main room. The first time Addie ended up in the salon, it was by luck, not staging. She was amazed to find a place where a woman was allowed to speak, or at least to listen, where she could move alone, without judgment or condescension. She enjoyed the food, the drink, the conversation, and the company, could pretend to be among friends instead of strangers, until she rounded a corner and saw Remy Laurent. There he was, perched on a footstool between Voltaire and Rousseau, waving his hands as he spoke, fingers still stained gray with ink. Seeing him was like missing a step, like fabric snagging on a nail, a moment thrown off balance. Her lover had grown stiff with age, the difference between 23 and 51 marked in the lines of his face, a brow furrowed from hours reading, a pair of spectacles now balanced on his nose. But then some topic would spark the light in his eyes, and she would see the boy he'd been, the passionate youth who came to Paris to find this. Great minds with great ideas. There is no sign of him today. Addie lifts a glass of wine from a low table and moves from room to room like a shadow cast against the wall, unnoticed, but at ease. She listens and makes pleasant conversation and feels herself among the folds of history. She meets a naturalist with a fondness for marine life, and when she confesses she has never been to the sea, spends the next half hour regaling her with tales of crustacean life. And it is a very pleasant way to pass the afternoon, and indeed the night. This night, more than most, in need of such distraction. It has been 6 years. But she doesn't want to think of it, of him. As the sun goes down and wine is swapped for port, she is having a lovely time enjoying the company of the scientists, the men of letters. She should have known then that he would ruin it. Luke steps into the room like a gust of cool wind, dressed in shades of gray and black, from his boots to his cravat. Those green eyes, the only drop of color on him. 6 years, and relief is the wrong word for what Addie feels at the sight of him. And yet, it is the closest one. The sensation of a weight set down, a breath expelled, a body sighing in relief. There is no pleasure in it, beyond the simple physical release, the relief of trading the unknown for the certain. She was waiting, and now she is not. No, now she is braced for trouble, for grief. Monsieur Le Bois, says Madame Geoffrin, greeting her guest, and Addie wonders for a moment if their crossing paths is only a coincidence, if her shadow favors the salon, the minds fostering within, but the men who flock here worship progress instead of gods. And already Luke's attention has fixed squarely on her, his face suffused with a coy and menacing light. "Madame," he says in a voice loud enough to carry, "I fear you have opened your doors too wide." Addie's stomach drops, and Madame Geoffrin draws back a little, as the conversation in the room seems to peter still. "What do you mean?" She tries to back away, but the salon is crowded, the path muddled by legs and chairs. "That woman there Heads begin to turn in Addie's direction. Do you know her? Madame Geoffrin does not, of course. Not anymore. But she's too well-bred to acknowledge such a misstep. My salon is open to many, monsieur. This time you have been too generous, says Luke. That woman is a swindler and a thief, a truly wretched creature. Look, he gestures, she even wears one of your own gowns. Better check the pockets and make sure that she hasn't stolen more than the cloth from your back. And just like that, he has turned her game into his own. Addie starts toward the door, but there are men around her, on their feet. Stop her, announces Geoffrin. And she has no choice but to abandon it all, to rush for the door, to push past them, out of the salon and into the night. No one comes after her, of course, except for Lou. The darkness follows on her heels, chuckling softly. She rounds on him. I thought you had better things to do than plague me. And yet I find the task so entertaining. Ooh shakes her head. This is nothing. You have marred one moment, ruined one night. But because of my gift, I have a million more infinite chances to reinvent myself. I could walk back in right now, and your slights would be as forgotten as my face. Mischief glints in those green eyes. I think you'll find my word won't fade as fast as yours. He shrugs. They will not remember you, of course. But ideas are so much wilder than memories, so much faster to take root. It will be 50 years before she realizes that he is right. Ideas are wilder than memories, and she can plant them too. New York City, March 16th, 2014. 10th. There is a magic to the evening, a defiant pleasure in a simple act. Addie spends the first hour holding her breath, bracing for catastrophe. But somewhere between the salad and the main course, between the first glass and the second, she exhales, sitting there, between Henry and Elise, between warmth and laughter. She can almost believe that it is real, that she belongs, a normal girl, beside a normal boy at a normal dinner party. She and Bea talk about art, and she and Josh talk about Paris, and she and Elise talk about wine, and Henry's hand finds her knee beneath the table. And it is all so wonderfully simple and warm. She wants to hold the night like a chocolate on her tongue, savor every second before it melts. Only Robbie seems unhappy, even though Josh has been trying to flirt with him all night. He shifts in his seat, a performer in search of a spotlight. He drinks too much, too fast, unable to sit still for more than a few minutes. It is the same restless energy Addie saw in Henry. But tonight, he seems perfectly at ease. Once, Elise goes to the bathroom, and Addie thinks that's it, the domino that tips the rest. And sure enough, when she returns to the table, Addie can see the confusion on the girl's face. But it is the kind of embarrassment you cover. Instead of show, and she says nothing, only shakes her head as if to clear a thought, and smiles, and Addie imagines her wondering if she's had too much to drink, imagines her pulling Beatrice aside before dessert and whispering that she cannot remember her name. Robbie and their hostess, meanwhile, are deep in conversation. "B," he whines, "can't we just... my party, my rules. When it was your birthday, we went to a sex club in Bushwick." Robbie rolls his eyes. "It was an exhibitionist-themed music venue." "It was a sex club," Henry and B say at the same time. "Wait." Addie leans forward in her seat. "Is it your birthday?" "No," says B emphatically. "Beatrice hates birthdays," explains Henry. "She won't tell us when hers is. The closest we've gotten is that it's in April, or March, or May. So any dinner party in the spring could conceivably be the one nearest to her birthday." B sips her wine and shrugs. "I don't see the point. It's just a day. Why put all this pressure on it? So you get presents, obviously," says Robbie. "I understand," says Addie. "The nicest days are always the ones we don't plan." Robbie glower. "What did you say your name was?" "Andy." And she goes to correct him, only to feel the letters lodge in her throat. The curse coils tight, strangling the word. "It's Addie," says Henry. "And you're being an ass." A nervous current runs across the table, and Elise, clearly looking to smooth the energy, cuts into a petit four and says, "This dessert is amazing, Henry." And he says, "It was all Addie's doing." And that is enough to tip Robbie like a glass and send him spilling over. He shoves up from the table with a rush of breath. "Need a smoke?" "Not in here," says B. "Take it to the roof." And Addie knows that is the end of this beautiful night. The door slamming shut because she cannot stop them. And once she's out of sight, Josh rises. "I could use one, too." "You just want to get out of doing dishes," says B. But the two of them are already heading for the door, out of sight and out of mind. And this, she thinks, is midnight. This is how the magic ends. This is how you turn back into a pumpkin. "I should go," she says. B tries to convince her to stay, says to not let Robbie get to her. And Addie says that it's not his fault, that it's been a long day, says thank you. The lovely meal. Thank you for the company. And really, she was lucky to get this far, lucky to have this time, this night, this tiny glimpse of normal. "Addie, wait," says Henry, but she kisses him, quick, and slips away out of the apartment and down the steps and into the dark. She sighs and slows, her lungs aching in the sudden cold. And despite the doors and walls between them, she can feel the weight of what she left behind, and she wishes she could have stayed. Wishes that when Henry had said wait, she had said, "Come with me," but she knows it is not fair to make him choose. He is full of roots, while she has only branches. And then she hears the steps behind her, and slows. Shivers, even now, after all this time, expecting Luke. Luke, who always knew when she brittle. But it is not the darkness. Only a boy with fogging glasses and an open coat. "You left so fast," says Henry. You caught up? Says Addie. And perhaps she should feel guilty, but she is only grateful. She has gotten good at losing things. But Henry is still here. Friends are messy sometimes, aren't they? Yeah, she says, even though she has no idea. I'm sorry, he says, nodding back at the building. I don't know what got into him, but Addie does live long enough, and people open up like books. Robbie is a romance novel, a tale of broken hearts. He is so clearly lovesick. You said you were just friends? We are, he insists. I love him like family. I always will. But I don't. I never. She thinks of the photo. Robbie's head bowed against Henry's cheek. Thinks of the look on his face when B said she was his date, and wonders how he doesn't see it. He's still in love with you. Henry deflates. I know, he says, but I can't love him back. Can't, not won't, not shouldn't. Addie looks at Henry, meets him eye to eye. Is there anything else you want to tell me? She doesn't know what she expects him to say. What truth could possibly explain his enduring presence? But for a second, when he looks back at her, there is a brief and blinding sadness. But then he pulls her close and groans and says in a soft and vanquished voice, I am so full. And Addie laughs despite herself. It is too cold to stand, and so they walk together through the dark. And she doesn't even notice they have reached his place until she sees the blue door. She is so tired, and he is so warm, she does not want to go, and he does not ask her to. New York City, March 17th, 2014. 11th, Addie has woken up 100 ways. To frost forming on her skin, and a sun so hot it should have burned. To empty places, and ones that should have been. To wars raging overhead, and the ocean rocking against the hull. To sirens, and city noise, and silence, and once a snake coiled by her head. But Henry Strauss wakes her with kisses. He plants them one by one, like flower bulbs, lets them blossom on her skin. Addie smiles and rolls against him, pulls his arms around her like a cloak. The darkness whispers in her head, without me, you will always be alone. But instead, she listens to the sound of Henry's heart, to the soft murmur of his voice in her hair as he asks if she is hungry. It is late, and he should be at work, but he tells her the last word is closed on Mondays. He can't possibly know that she remembers the little wooden sign, the hours next to, every day. The shop is only closed on Thursdays. She doesn't correct him. They pull on clothes and amble down to the corner shop, where Henry buys egg and cheese rolls from the counter, and Addie wanders to the case in search of juice. And that is when she hears the bell. That is when she sees a tawny head and a familiar face as Robbie stumbles in. That is when her heart drops, the way it does when you miss a step, the sudden lurch of a body off balance. Addie has gotten good at losing, but she isn't ready, and she wants to stop time, to hide, to disappear. But for once, she can't. Robbie sees Henry, and Henry sees her, and they are in a triangle of one-way streets, a comedy of memory and absence and terrible luck as Henry wraps an arm around her waist, and Robbie looks at Addie with ice in his eyes and says, "Who's this?" "That's not funny," says Henry. "Are you still drunk?" Robbie draws back, indignant. What? No, I've never seen this girl. You never said you met someone. It is a car crash in slow motion, and Addie knew it was bound to happen. The inevitable collision of people and place, time and circumstance. Henry is an impossible thing, her strange and beautiful oasis. But he is also human, and humans have friends, have families, have 1,000 strands tying them to other people. Unlike her, he has never been untethered, never existed in a void. So it was inevitable. But she still isn't ready. Fuck's sake, Rob. You just met her. Pretty sure I'd remember. Robbie's eyes darken. But then again, these days, it's kind of hard to keep them straight. The space between them collapses as Henry steps in. Addie gets there first, catches his hand as it lifts, pulls him back. "Henry, stop." It was such a lovely jar. She had kept them in. But the glass is cracking now, the water leaking through. Robbie looks at Henry, stunned, betrayed, and she understands. It is not fair. It is never fair. "Come on," she says, squeezing his hand. Henry's attention finally drags toward her. "Please," she says, "come with me." They spill out into the street, the morning's peace forgotten, left behind with the OJ and the sandwiches. Henry is shaking with anger. "I'm sorry," he says. Robbie can be an ass, but that was... Addie closes her eyes, sinks back against the wall. It's not his fault. She could salvage this, hold the breaking jar, keep her fingers over the cracks. But how long? How long can she keep Henry to herself? How long can she keep him from noticing the curse? "I don't think he remembered me." Henry squints, clearly confused. How could he not? Addie hesitates. It is easy to be honest when there are no wrong words, because the words don't stick. When whatever you say belongs to only you. But Henry is different. He hears her. He remembers. And suddenly every word is full of weight, honesty, such a heavy thing. She only has one chance. She can lie to him, like she would anyone else. But if she starts, she'll never be able to stop. And even more than that, she doesn't want to lie him out. She's waited too long to be heard, seen. So Addie throws herself into the truth. You know how some people have face blindness. They look at friends, family, people they've known their whole lives, and they don't recognize them? Henry frowns. In theory, sure. Well, I have the opposite. You remember everyone? No, says Addie. I mean, yes, I do, but that's not what I'm talking about. It's that people forget me. Even if we've met 100 times, they forget. That doesn't make any sense. Doesn't. Of course it doesn't. I know, she says, but it's the truth. If we went back in that store right now, Robbie wouldn't remember. You could introduce me. But the moment I walked away, the moment I was out of sight, he'd forget again. Henry shakes his head. How? Why? The smallest questions. The biggest answer. Because I was... Whoa. Because I was afraid. Because I wasn't careful. Because, she says, slumping back against the concrete wall, I'm cursed. Henry stares at her, brow furrowed behind his glasses. I don't understand. Addie takes a deep breath, trying to steady her nerves. And then, because she has decided to tell the truth, that's what she does. My name is Addie LaRue. I was born in Villain in the year 1691. My parents were Jean and Martha, and we lived in a stone house just beyond an old yew tree. Villain-sur-Sarthe, France. July 29th, 1764. 12th. The cart rattles to a stop beside the river. I can take you further, says the driver, gripping the reins. We're still a mile out. That's all right, she says. And know the way. An unknown cart and driver might draw attention, and Addie would rather return the way she left, the way she learned every inch of this place, on foot. She pays the man and steps down, the edge of her gray cloak skimming the dirt. She hasn't bothered with luggage, has learned to travel light, or rather, to let go of things as easily as she comes into them. It is simpler that way. Things are too hard to hold on to. You're from here, then? He asks, and Addie squints into the sun. I am, she says, but I've been gone a long time. The driver looks her up and down. Not too long. You'd be surprised, she says. And then he cracks the whip, and the cart trundles off, and she is alone again in a land she knows, down to her bones, a place she has not been in 50 years. Strange. Twice as long away as she was here, and still it feels like home. She doesn't know when she made the decision to come back, or even how, only that it had been building in her like a storm. From the time spring began to feel like summer, the heaviness rolling in like the promise of rain, until she could see the dark clouds on the horizon, hear the thunder in her head, urging her to go. Perhaps it is a ritual of sorts, this return, a way to cleanse herself, to set Villain firmly in the past. Perhaps she is trying to let go, or perhaps she is trying to hold on. She will not stay. That much she knows. Sunlight glints on the surface of the Sarth, and for an instant she thinks of praying, sinking her hands into the shallow stream, but she has nothing to offer the river gods now, and nothing to say to them. They did not answer when it mattered. Around the bend, and beyond a copse of trees, Villon rises amid the point. Shallow hills, gray stone houses nestled in the basin of the valley. It has grown, a little, widened like a man in middle age, inching outward, but it is still Villon. There is the church and the town square, and there, beyond the center of the town, the dark green line of the woods. She does not go through town. Instead, bends around it to the south, toward home. The old yew tree still stands sentinel at the end of the lane. 50 years have added a few knotted angles to its limbs, a measure of width around its base, but otherwise it is the same. And for an instant, when all she can see is the edge of the house, time stutters and slips, and she is 20% three again, walking home from the town, or the river, or Isabel's, washing on her hip, or the drawing pad under her arm, and any moment she will see her mother in the open doorway, flour powdering her wrists, will hear the steady chop of her father's axe, the soft hush of their mare, Maxime, swishing her tail and munching grass. But then she nears the house, and the illusion crumbles back into memory. The horse is gone, of course, and in the yard, her father's workshop now leans tiredly to one side, while across the weedy grass her parents' cottage sits, dark and still. What did she expect? 50 years. Addie knew they would no longer be there. But the sight of this place, decaying, abandoned, still unnerves her. Her feet move of their own accord, carrying her down the dirt lane, through the yard to the sloping ruins of her father's shop. She eases the door open. The wood is rotted, crumbling, and steps into the shed. Sunlight streams through the broken boards, striping the dark, and the air smells of decay instead, of fresh scraped wood, earthy and sweet. Every surface is covered in mold and damp and dust. Tools her father sharpened every day now lie abandoned, rusted brown and red. The shelves are mostly empty. The wooden birds are gone, but a large bowl sits, half-finished, beneath a curtain of cobwebs and grime. She runs her hand through the dust, watches it gather again in her wake. How long has he been gone? She forces herself back out into the yard and stops. The house has come to life, or at least begun to stir. A thin ribbon of smoke rises from the chimney. A window sits open, thin curtains rippling softly in the draught. Someone is still here. She should go. She knows she should. This place isn't hers. Not anymore. But she is already crossing the yard, already reaching out to knock. Her fingers slow, remembering that night, the last one of another life. She hovers there, on the step, willing her hand to choose. But she has already announced herself. The curtain flutters, a shadow crossing the window, and Addie can only retreat 2 steps, 3, before the door opens a crack, just enough to reveal a sliver of wrinkled cheek, a scowling blue eye. Who's there? The woman's voice is brittle, thin, but it still lands like a stone in Addie's chest, knocks the air away, and she is sure that even if she were mortal, her mind softened by time, she would still remember this, the sound of her mother's voice. The door groans open, and there she is, withered like a plant in winter, gnarled fingers clutching a threadbare shawl. She is old, anciently so, but alive. "Do know you?" asks her mother, but there is no hint of recognition in her voice, only the doubt of the old and the unsure. Addie shakes her head. Afterward, she will wonder if she should have answered yes, if her mother, mind emptied of memory, could have made room for that one truth. If she might have invited her daughter in to sit beside the hearth and share a simple meal, so that when Addie left, she would have something to hold on to, besides the version of her mother shutting her out. But she doesn't. She tries to tell herself that this woman stopped being her mother. She stopped being her daughter. But, of course, it doesn't work that way. And yet, it must. She has already grieved. And though the shock of the woman's face is sharp, the pain is shallow. "What do you want?" demands Marthe Laho. And that is another question she can't answer, because she doesn't know. She looks past the old woman, into the dim hall that used to be her home, and only then does a strange hope rise inside her chest. If her mother is alive, then maybe, but she knows by the cobwebs in the workshop door, the dust on the half-finished bowl, knows by the weary look in her mother's face, and the dark, disheveled state of the cottage behind her. "I'm sorry," she says, backing away. And the woman does not ask what for, only stares, unblinking as she goes. The door groans shut, and Addie knows, as she walks away, that she will never see her mother again. New York City, March 17th, 2014. 13th. It is easy enough to say the words. After all, the story has never been the hard part. It is a secret she has tried to share so many times, with Isabel and Remy, with friends and strangers, and anyone who might listen. And every time she has watched their expressions flatten, their faces go blank. Watched. The words hang in the air before her, like smoke before being blown away. But Henry looks at her and listens. He listens as she tells him of the wedding, and the prayers that went unanswered, the offerings made at dawn and dusk, of the darkness in the woods, parading as a man, of her wish and his refusal and her mistake. "You can have my soul when I don't want it anymore." Listens as she tells him of living forever and being forgotten and giving up. When she finishes, she holds her breath, expecting Henry to blink away the fog, to ask what she was about to say. Instead, his eyes narrow with such peculiar focus, and she realizes, heart racing, that he has heard every word. "You made a deal," he says. There is a detachment in his voice, an unnerving calm. And of course, it sounds like madness. Of course, he does not believe her. This is how she loses him, not to memory, but to disbelief. And then, out of nowhere, Henry laughs. He sags against a bike rack, head in his hand, and laughs. And she thinks he's gone. Mad. Thinks she's broken something in him, thinks even that he is mocking her. But it is not the kind of laughter that follows a joke. It is too manic, too breathless. "You made a deal," he says again. She swallows. "Look, I know how it sounds, but I believe you." She blinks, suddenly confused. "What?" "I believe you," he says again. 3 small words, as rare as I remember you. And it should be enough, but it's not. Nothing makes sense. Not Henry. Not this. It hasn't since the start, and she's been too afraid to ask, to know, as if knowing would bring the whole dream crashing down. But she can see the cracks in his shoulders, can feel them in her chest. "Who are you?" she wants to ask. "Why are you different? How do you remember when no one else can? Why do you believe I made a deal? In the end," she says only one thing. "Why?" And Henry's hands fall away from his face, and he looks up at her, his green eyes fever bright, and says, "Because I made one, too." Part 4. The Man Who Stayed Dry in the Rain. Title: Open to Love. Artist: S. Muriel Strauss. Design: and Lance Herringer. Manufacture: Date: 2011. Medium: aluminum, steel, and glass sculpture. Location: on loan from the Tisch School of the Arts. Description: originally displayed as an interactive installation in which the aluminum heart, perforated by small holes, hung suspended over a bucket. On a table beside the metal heart, jars of varying shapes and sizes contain different colored liquids, some water, some alcohol, some paint, and participants were encouraged to select one of the glass jars and empty the contents into the heart. The liquid instantly began to leak out with a speed dependent on the viscosity of the substance poured. Background: this sculpture formed the central piece of Strauss's senior portfolio, a collection of work on the theme of family. At the time, Strauss did not specify which member of her family was paired with which piece, but insisted that Open to Love was designed as an homage to the exhaustions of serial monogamy and a testament to the dangers of unbalanced affection. Estimated value: unknown. Work was given to Tisch by artist for permanent installation. New York City, September 4th, 2013. A boy is born with a broken heart. The doctors go in and piece it back together, make it whole, and the baby is sent home, lucky to be alive. They say he is better now, that he can live a normal life. And yet, as he grows up, he is convinced something is still wrong inside. The blood pumps, the valves open and close, and on the scans and screens, everything functions as it should. But something isn't right. They've left his heart too open, forgotten to close back up the armor of his chest. And now he feels too much. Other people would call him sensitive, but it is more than that. The dial is broken, the volume turned all the way up. Moments of joy register as brief but ecstatic. Moments of pain stretch long and unbearably loud. When his first dog dies, Henry cries for a week. When his parents argue, and he cannot bear the violence in their words, he runs away from home. It takes more than a day to bring him back. When David throws away his childhood bear, when his first girlfriend, Abigail, stands him up at the dance, when they have to dissect a pig, in class, when he loses the card his grandfather gave him before he passed, when he finds Liz cheating on him during their senior trip, when Robbie dumps him before junior year, every time, no matter how small or how big, it feels like his heart is breaking again inside his chest. Henry is 14, the first time he steals a swig of his father's liquor, just to turn the volume down. He is 16 when he swipes 2 pills from his mother's cabinet, just to dull the ache. He is 20 when he gets so high that he thinks he can see the cracks along his skin, the places where he's falling apart. His heart has a draft. It lets in light. It lets in storms. It lets in everything. Time moves so fucking fast. Blink, and you're halfway through school, paralyzed by the idea that whatever you choose to do, it means choosing not to do 100 other things. So you change your major half a dozen times before finally ending up in theology. And for a while, it seems like the right path. But that's really just a reflex to the pride on your parents' faces, because they assume they've got a budding rabbi. But the truth is, you have no desire to practice. You see the holy texts as stories, sweeping epics, and the more you study, the less you believe in any of it. Blink, and you're 24, and you travel through Europe, thinking, hoping that the change will spark something in you, that a glimpse of the greater, grander world will bring your own into focus. And for a little while, it does. But there's no job, no future, only an interlude. And when it's over, your bank account is dry. And you're not any closer to anything. Blink, and you're 26. And you're called into the dean's office because he can tell that your heart's not in it anymore. And he advises you to find another path. And he assures you that you'll find your calling. But that's the whole problem. You've never felt called to any one thing. There is no violent push in one direction, but a softer nudge 100 different ways, and now all of them feel out of reach. Blink, and you're 28, and everyone else is now a mile down the road, and you're still trying to find it. And the irony is hardly lost on you, that in wanting to live, to learn, to find yourself, you've gotten lost. Blink, and you meet a girl. The first time Henry saw Tabitha Masters, she was dancing. There must have been 10 of them on stage. Henry was there to see Robbie perform, but her limbs had a pull, her form a kind of gravity. His gaze kept falling back toward her. She was the kind of pretty that steals your breath, and the kind you can't really capture in a photo, because the magic is in the movement. The way she moved, it was a story told with nothing but a melody and a bend of her spine, an outstretched hand, a slow descent to the darkened floor. The first time they met was at an after-party. On stage, her features were a mask, a canvas for other people's art. But there, in the crowded room, all Henry could see was her smile. It took up her entire face, from her pointed chin to the line of her hair, an all-consuming kind of joy he couldn't look away from. She was laughing at something. He never found out what. And it was like someone went and turned on all the lights in the room. And there and then, his heart began to ache. It took Henry 30 minutes and 3 drinks to work up the nerve to say hello. But from that moment onward, it was easy. The rhythm and flow of frequencies in sync. And by the end of the night, he was falling in love. He'd fallen before. Sophia in high school, Robbie in college, Sarah, Ethan, Jenna. But it was always hard, messy, full of starts and stops, wrong turns and dead ends. But with Tabitha, it was easy. 2 years. That's how long they were together. 2 years of dinner and breakfast and ice cream in the park, of dance rehearsals and rose bouquets, of sleeping over at each other's place, of weekend brunch and binging TV shows, and trips upstate to meet his parents. 2 years of drinking less for her, and staying clean for her, dressing up for her, and buying things he couldn't afford, because he wanted to make her smile, wanted to make her happy. 2 years, and not a single fight. And now he thinks that maybe that wasn't such a good thing after all. 2 years, and somewhere between a question and an answer, it fell apart. Down on one knee, with a ring in the middle of the park. And Henry is such a fucking idiot, because she said no. She said no. And that wasn't even the worst word. "You're great," she said. "You really are. But you're not." And she doesn't finish. And she doesn't have to, because he knows what comes next. "You're not right. You're not enough. I thought you wanted to get married." "I do. One day." The words crystal clear, despite never being said. "But not to you." And then she walked away. And now Henry is here at the bar, and he's drunk, but not nearly drunk enough. He knows, because the world is still there, because the entire night still feels too real, because everything still hurts. He slumped forward, chin resting on his folded arms, staring through the collection of empty bottles on the table. He looks back from 6 warped reflections. The merchant is packed with bodies, a wall of white noise, so Robbie has to shout over the din, "Fuck her!" And for some reason, coming from his ex-boyfriend, it doesn't make Henry feel much better. "I'm fine," he says. In that automatic way people always answer when you ask them how they are, even though his heart is hanging open on its hinges. "It's for the best," adds B. And if anyone else had said it, she would have banished them to the corner of the bar for being trite. 10-minute time out for platitudes. But it's all anyone has for him tonight. Henry finishes the glass in front of him and reaches for another. "Slow down, kiddo," says B, rubbing his neck. "I'm fine," he says again, and they both know him well enough to know it is a lie. They know about his broken heart. They've both coaxed him through his storms. They are the best people in his life, the ones who hold him together, or at least who keep him from falling apart. But right now, there are too many cracks. Right now, there's a chasm between their words and his ears, their hands and his skin. They are right there, but they feel so far away. He looks up, studying their expressions, all pity, no surprise, and a realization settles over him like a chill. You knew she'd say no. The silence lasts a beat too long. Bea and Robbie share a glance, as if trying to decide who will take the lead, and then Robbie reaches across for his hand. Henry, he wrenches back. You knew. He is on his feet now, nearly stumbling into the table behind him. Bea's face crumples. Come on. Sit back down. No. No? Hey, says Robbie, steadying him. I'll walk you home. But Henry hates the way Robbie is looking at him. So he shakes his head, even though it makes the room blur. No, he says. I just want to be alone. The biggest lie he's ever told. But Robbie's hand falls away, and Bea shakes her head at him, and they both let Henry go. Henry is not drunk enough. He goes into a liquor store and buys a bottle of vodka from a guy who looks at him like he's already had enough, but also like he clearly needs it. Twists the cap off with his teeth as it begins to rain. His phone buzzes in his pocket. Bea, probably, or Robbie. Nobody else would call. He lets it ring, holds his breath until it stops. He tells himself that if they call again, he'll answer. If they call again, he'll tell them he is not okay. But the phone doesn't ring a second time. He doesn't blame them for that. Not now. Not after. He knows he's not an easy friend. Knows he should have seen it coming. Should have. The bottle slips through his fingers, shatters on the sidewalk, and he should leave it there, but he doesn't. He reaches to pick it up, but he loses his balance. His hand comes down on broken glass as he pushes himself back up. It hurts, of course it hurts, but the pain is dampened a little by the vodka, by the well of grief, by his ruined heart, by everything else. Henry fumbles for the kerchief in his pocket, the white silk stitched with a silver T. He hadn't wanted a box, that classic impersonal casing that always gave away the question. But now, as he tugs the kerchief out, the ring tumbles free, goes bouncing down the damp sidewalk. The words echo in his head. You're great, Henry. You really are. But you're not. He presses the kerchief to his injured hand. In seconds, the silk is stained red, ruined. You're nuff. Hands are like heads. They always bleed too much. His brother, David, was the one who told him that. David, the doctor, who's known what he wanted to be since he was 10 years old. Easy to stay on the path when the road is straight and the steps are numbered. Henry watches the kerchief turn red, stares down at the diamond in the street, and thinks of leaving it, but he can't afford to. So he forces himself to bend over and pick it up. Take a drink every time you hear you're not enough, not the right fit, not the right look, not the right focus, not the right drive, not the right time, not the right job, not the right path, not the right future, not the right present, not the right you, not you, not me. There's just something missing from us. What could I have done? Nothing. It's who are. I didn't think we were serious. You're just too sweet, soft, sensitive. I just don't see us ending up together. I met someone. I'm sorry. It's not you. Swallow it down. We're not on the same page. We're not in the same place. It's not you. We can't help who we fall in love with and who